Even though I evolved into the flying immortal toad, I am still not his opponent. He clutched his injured body and came up with a plan. Now that they are captured, I must find the Divine Sun quickly. But where do I find the Divine Sun? Something flashed across the sky, and the 12th Divine Sun looked up at that person. Appearing before his eyes was the second Divine Sun. The 12th Divine Sun happily called out to him, "Second Divine Sun." The second Divine Sun heard someone calling him and glanced in that direction. Humph. He jumped in front of the 12th Divine Sun and said, "12th Divine Sun." The 12th Divine Sun explained, "Second Divine Sun, I have now lost my status as a Divine Sun and am following the 18th Divine Sun." He was slightly embarrassed and continued, "My name is Yuan Hong." The second Divine Sun smirked and said, again with the 18th Divine Sun, "I didn't expect that just as I came out of seclusion, the 18th Divine Sun, who was always looked down upon, would become a famous figure." "Interesting." Yuan Hong asked him, "Second Divine Sun, where are you going?" The second Divine Sun turned to leave and replied, "Naturally, I want to go to the Heavenly Tao Academy to exterminate all disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy and spread the prestige of our feathering sect." Yuan Hong spoke up to stop him, saying, "Second Divine Sun, you can't. The combat power of the chief of the Heavenly Tao Academy is very strong, very formidable." The second Divine Sun didn't care much about those words. He smiled and said, "The more formidable, the better. If he isn't formidable, he isn't worthy of this Divine Sun making a move." Yuan Hong, having seen Gu Tianshu's true strength, kindly advised, "Second Divine Sun, it's better to be cautious. The disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy in this generation are truly extremely strong. Why don't we go find the 18th Divine Sun first, then go to the Heavenly Tao Academy together?" Hearing this, the second Divine Sun's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Can the 18th Divine Sun be compared to me?" He was too arrogant, waiting to be slapped in the face. Yuan Hong saw that he misunderstood his good intentions and spoke up to correct him. "I didn't mean that, second Divine Sun." He still stubbornly advised the second Divine Sun, "Listen to my advice. Gu Tianshu of the Heavenly Tao Academy is truly." The second Divine Sun no longer had enough patience to listen to Yuan Hong. He said irritably, "Enough." Back then, the 18th Divine Sun even begged me for cultivation methods. In front of me, he is just a little brother. The second Divine Sun was quite confident in himself and continued, "This time, this Divine Sun came out of seclusion to defeat the Heavens Chosen of the Eastern Wasteland. A tiny Heavenly Tao Academy is just my first step." Yuan Hong advised at this point, but the second Divine Sun was still stubborn and wouldn't listen. He sighed helplessly. Sigh. The second Divine Sun quickly rushed away, leaving only his words. "Yuan Hong, since you were so afraid, this Divine Sun will go ahead." Yuan Hong saw him riding a rainbow away and called out, "Second Divine Sun, wait for me." Yuan Hong didn't pay him much mind anymore, but focused on Qin Shu. He muttered to himself, "Anyway, I don't know where the Divine Sun is right now, so I should still go to the Heavenly Tao Academy to find clues." Inside the Book Spirit Hall, Qin Shu raised his hand high to absorb the laws of heaven and earth. After finishing, he looked at his whole body and said, "The laws of heaven and earth are flowing out. The absorption is almost done." Feng Rushua looked at this, slightly stunned, and asked herself, "How many laws of heaven and earth has he absorbed?" Feng Rushua watched Qin Shu circulating his internal energy and muttered, "Ordinary people can only absorb a tiny bit in half a lifetime. The 18th Divine Sun absorbs the laws of heaven and earth like a flood. This guy is truly unimaginable." She also understood Qin Shu's formidable power. Feng Rushua was terrified, sweating profusely. She calculated for Gu Tianshu. Absolutely cannot let him obtain any more opportunities. Otherwise, the Heavenly Tao Academy of this generation will be completely inferior to the feathering sect. Even Senior Brother Gu, I'm afraid. Qin Shu looked over at her and asked suspiciously, Feng Rushua, what is the book spirit you mentioned earlier, and how can it be obtained? Feng Rushua refused, turning her face away and gritting her teeth, unwilling to speak. Seeing her like this, Qin Shu said, "Come here." Then he used his magic, waving his finger to pull Feng Rushua over. Feng Rushua shed tears in fear, trying to cover her body. Qin Shu showed no mercy and grabbed her by the neck. He was impatient, slightly angry, and said in a cold voice. Feng Rushua remained tight-lipped, resolutely replying, "If it were before, I might have spoken, but now I won't speak even if I die, even if you strip me naked." She was running out of air, but still thought for her sect. "You are too great a threat to the Heavenly Tao Academy. If you obtain the book spirit, the Heavenly Tao Academy will be suppressed forever and unable to raise its head." Qin Shu quickly released his hand and said boredly, "Scared already? How boring." He continued indifferently, "Forget it. This divine son isn't very interested in your book spirit anyway. Now I ask you, how can we get out?" After obtaining the good stuff, Qin Shu also thought about leaving. Feng Rushua was slightly wary and said, "Currently, the book spirit hall has not yet manifested in the world. I'm afraid that no matter what we do now, we cannot get out." Seeing that there was no way to get out, Qin Shu asked her again in a cold voice, "Where's the book spirit hall located right now?" Feng Rushua replied honestly, "I don't know. Every time the book spirit hall manifests, it appears from the void. After the book spirit hall manifests, the palace doors will open, and by then, naturally, we can go out." Qin Shu crossed his arms, feeling a bit interested, and asked herself, appearing from the void, a bit interesting. "I heard that the ancient bronze temple, fought over by countless sect ancestor-level figures, also appeared from the void. Does this void refer to a specific place?" At the Heavenly Tao Academy, Gu Tianshu had returned, and the disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy had tied up the disciples of the Feathering Sect. Qin Shu's group was also captured and brought back. One person gritted their teeth in anger. "Damn it." A Heavenly Tao Academy disciple saw him looking and aggressively kicked him. "What are you looking at, you dead dog? Still not convinced after losing to my Heavenly Tao Academy?" That person lost his balance and fell to the ground. A tall disciple spoke up threateningly. "I tell you, if our senior sister Wang suffers any loss, none of you trash will make it out of here alive." A rainbow appeared from the sky. The Heavenly Tao Academy disciples looked up to see what it was. On top of it, there was also Yuan Hong. The Feathering Sect disciples saw him and said happily, "It's the second divine son." One shouted excitedly, "The second divine son is here. He's here to avenge us." Another sympathized, "The Feathering Sect finally has a strong divine son. Let's see how arrogant the Heavenly Tao Academy can be now." Now, all their hopes were placed on this second divine son. The rainbow crashed to the ground, creating an explosion. Yuan Hong angrily condemned, "Damn it, this Heavenly Tao Academy actually humiliates my Feathering Sect disciples." Zhen Songming endured the pain and asked Yuan Hong, "Yuan Hong, where's the 18th divine son?" He avoided Zhen Songming's gaze, scratched his head, and replied in confusion, "Well, the 18th divine son hasn't been found yet." Zhen Songming went mad and screamed, "Not found? Then what did you come here for? Isn't this just delivering your head?" He said this out of concern for Yuan Hong's life. Yuan Hong smiled, trying to smooth things over, pointed at the second divine son, and said, "Didn't I come here with the second divine son?" The second divine son looked at the Heavenly Tao Academy disciples, his eyes full of killing intent, and asked, treating the disciples of the Feathering Sect like this, "What is the meaning of this?" The disciple on the other side smirked and replied, "Can't you see the meaning? At the Heavenly Tao Academy, you only deserve to kneel." They were too arrogant and bullying. One guy charged out to attack the second divine son first, speaking aggressively. "Why waste so many words with them? First, let these two kneel and repent." The second divine son only needed to raise his hand, and the guy on the other side was blasted backwards. He screamed in pain, Gu Tianshu was slightly surprised that someone could attack his junior brother, and he exclaimed, someone not weak has arrived. The second divine son raised his voice and demanded, "You don't know your limits. Release all the disciples of our feathering sect immediately." Another guy heard the second divine son say that and got angry. "I will rush up myself. Win against us first and we'll see. I will come to learn from you." Gu Tianshu waved his hand, signaling to stop, and called out, "Stand down." That disciple was confused and froze. Gu Tianshu asked him, "Second divine son of the feathering sect, let me ask you a question. What is your ranking in this generation of the feathering sect?" The second divine son replied coldly, "Rank 2. Gu Tianshu smiled and asked further, "Who is rank 1? The second divine son clasped his hand behind his back and calmly explained, "If I claim rank 2, no one dares to claim rank 1. The second divine son spoke as if he might as well just say he was rank 1. Gu Tianshu felt nauseous hearing this, looking at the second divine son as if he were a strange creature. The bound disciples also felt embarrassed for him, but it didn't matter. If the second divine son wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassed ones were his teammates. Zhen Songming exclaimed, "Damn, this second divine son really has no shame." Gu Tianshu quickly regained his composure, smiled, and said, "Very well." He confidently stated, "As long as I defeat the rank 1, which is you, my Heavenly Tao Academy will completely suppress this generation of your feathering sect." Gu Tianshu quickly made a move, saying, "In point 10005, you will no longer have the chance to lift your head." He unleashed a hand, reaching toward the second divine son. The second divine son stepped back with one foot to gain momentum. When that hand rushed over, he jumped up to dodge. Gu Tianshu did not give up, controlling that hand to move in many directions, but the second divine son successfully dodged them all. Gu Tianshu looked at the second divine son and scoffed. "To be able to dodge my attacks, you are indeed not weak." The second divine son looked at him and said, "Don't overestimate yourself like that." He confidently asked, "Let's see if you can dodge the attacks of this divine son." The second divine son released 2 sources of power. Gu Tianshu was able to dodge that strike. He widened his eyes, sensing something was wrong. Gu Tianshu continued to dodge, but before long, he was tightly bound. The disciples excitedly praised, "Second divine son is mighty." Another encouraged, "Defeat the chief of the Heavenly Tao Academy." Another arrogantly spoke up, "Daring to treat us like this, defeat these tortoises." The second divine son very confidently continued to launch attacks. Gu Tianshu, being bound and lifted high up, praised, "Indeed, even more powerful than that big toad." His eyes gradually became serious. But for me, Gu Tianshu was able to easily break the technique, and he confidently evaluated, "Still very weak." The second divine son was slightly stunned because the technique he was most confident in was easily broken. Gu Tianshu jumped down from above, shouting loudly, "Get down here!" He was very excited, intending to swing his fist at the second divine son. The second divine son crossed his arms to block the blow, intercepting it. When the 2 massive sources of power from Gu Tianshu and the second divine son collided, Gu Tianshu was still stronger. He was able to knock the second divine son away. The second divine son was knocked to the ground and suffered an explosion on his body. The feathering sect disciples couldn't believe their eyes, wondering, "What is this?" Their only hope could also be easily beaten. The Heavenly Tao Academy disciples smiled and mocked the feathering sect. "Haha, what does the trash of the feathering sect dare to be smug about?" They proudly introduced Gu Tianshu. "Our senior brother Gu's heavenly book is magnificent. He is the top person in 10,000 years. Your second divine son is nothing." The second divine son sat up in the middle of a deeply indented pit. He finally felt that this was an opponent worthy of him and said excitedly, "Fighting you, I need to use a killing move." Gu Tianshu was confident that he was the supreme one and set the terms. "Use it freely. If you win, You take my life. If you lose, obediently kneel here and repent like this trash." The second divine son quickly clasped two fingers together and chanted, "Heaven and earth limitless, universe righteous law." He raised his hand high to the sky, naming the technique. Spirit rain descends from heaven. Behind Gu Tianshu's back, dark clouds suddenly gathered. Zhen Songming looked at that and offered his speculation. "This is the second divine son's natal divine body." He continued, "Once unleashed, heaven and earth change color." Yuan Hong also had some faith in the second divine son, that he could regain face for the feathering sect. Hopefully he can defeat Gu Tianshu in one strike. Now that the 18th divine son's whereabouts are unknown, if not, the consequences will be hard to predict. From those clouds, bright yellow drops fell. Gu Tianshu opened his palm, wondering, is this spirit rain? His face darkened, feeling there was definitely a problem, and muttered, "Not right, there's something strange." On his hand, those yellow drops turned into daggers. Gu Tianshu couldn't believe his eyes, wondering what. He turned his head, looked around, looking back and forth, and said, "Not good." From the sky, more and more daggers were launched down. Those daggers grew large, simultaneously aiming down at Gu Tianshu's spot, while he could only dodge in fear. Gu Tianshu intended to channel spiritual power, but he exclaimed that something was wrong. "These sharp swords not only cut me, causing injury, but also take away the spiritual power in my body." The second divine son used light body technique, flew up high, and confidently introduced, "My natal divine ability, although not a one-hit kill technique, is a difficult technique to resolve. It will digest all your energy." Gu Tianshu was finally injured. Discarding the arrogance from before, he roared with confidence, "Someone with a divine ability? My Heavenly Tao Academy specialty is divine abilities." The spiritual power inside Gu Tianshu surged. He immediately executed the ultimate skill Heavenly Book Divine Space, body-protecting golden words. Immediately, a mysterious purple magic circle with obscure ancient characters appeared behind him. Facing that offensive, the second divine son did not flinch. Countless daggers from above still rained down. However, that purple magic circle spun endlessly, creating a solid shield protecting Gu Tianshu's safety. The Heavenly Tao Academy disciples were extremely excited seeing this scene and shouted in unison, "Blocked it!" Another cheered, "Senior Brother Gu, deal with the feathering sect's divine son." The second divine son just closed his eyes slightly, shook his head, and spoke with full sarcasm, "Useless." Suddenly, Gu Tianshu's confidence vanished. He exclaimed in horror, "Not right, the spiritual power in my body is still being drained rapidly." Before long, because he couldn't utilize spiritual power, that defensive layer easily shattered. Gu Tianshu was knocked flying backward. He fell to the ground like a meteor, creating a terrifying explosion. Amidst the dust and smoke, Gu Tianshu scrambled to get up. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself, panting, careless. High above, the second divine son hovered amidst a vortex of daggers, ready to launch down at any moment. He explained, "You think my spirit rain is just a type of attack? Then you are wrong. This is a type of domain." He confidently declared, "In the domain, I am invincible." The feathering sect disciples took the opportunity to feel proud and praised. The second divine son truly has the methods of a great power. Another also agreed. Luckily, the second divine son arrived. Otherwise, the feathering sect would have failed miserably this time, suffering humiliation for hundreds of years. Suddenly from the sky, a giant pin slammed down. The Heavenly Tao Academy disciples cheered happily. "The chief is about to make a move." Another also added, "This is the chief's true strength. Just now was only playing with him." The second divine son looked up at the giant object in front of him, dazed on the spot. He silently exclaimed, "This vast literary chi, worthy of the chief of the Heavenly Tao Academy." Witnessing the unbelievable scene, Zhang Songming was both angry and bewildered, gritting his teeth and questioning. Damn it, what monster is this? The spiritual power in the body is about to be drained dry. Yet he can still use literary qi to fight. Could it be that literary qi is not a type of spiritual power? Yuan Hong was also worried about his fellow disciple's safety and spoke up to advise. Second Divine Son, can you block it? If not, then retreat. But the Second Divine Son did not listen to those useless words. He clasped his hands together, summoning power, fully opening the domain for protection. Gu Tianshu muttered confidently again. Just a small matter. Gu Tianshu shouted, slay. Then he controlled the pen to rush straight at the Second Divine Son. The sudden strike was too fast for the Second Divine Son to react, and he was immediately defeated. The Second Divine Son fell sprawled on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Gu Tianshu showed no mercy, continuing to launch spiritual power down at the opponent's position. The terrifying power caused the Second Divine Son to fall straight into a massive crater. He lay there weakly, his eyes full of unwillingness, muttering, "Lost." The disciple saw this and sighed with emotion. Sigh, the entire army of the feathering sect has been wiped out. This time, it's a miserable defeat. Another agreed. Who else can block the chief of the Heavenly Tao Academy? Suddenly, an anomaly appeared in the sky. Gu Tianshu looked up and exclaimed. An anomaly appeared. The book Spirit Hall was about to descend. In another dimension, Qin Shu felt something strange and asked himself, "What is it?" Fang Rushua looked at him and explained, "The book Spirit Hall is about to descend. You can leave now." Qin Shu leaned in close and jokingly asked, "It seems you really hope I leave, don't you?" Fang Rushua turned her face away and replied, "This is not a place you should be. Of course, I hope you leave." Qin Shu suddenly grabbed her chin and asked back, "Is that so?" Ignoring the fact that he was choking a girl from a decent family, Qin Shu asked in a gentle tone, "Are you afraid I'll obtain your so-called book spirit?" Fang Rushua blushed at his bewitching beauty. She turned her embarrassment into anger and shouted, "You're overthinking it. The book spirit is a sacred object of the Heavenly Tao Academy. How can an outsider like you obtain it? Don't think so highly of yourself." Qin Shu didn't care. He let go and said, "If that's the case, this divine son will try again." He walked over to the book floating in midair and asked, "Previously, I sensed something even more profound within this heavenly book. Is it the so-called book spirit?" Fang Rushua looked at Qin Shu's back, certain in her heart. This guy will absolutely not get the book spirit. Only scholars of the Heavenly Tao Academy are worthy of the book spirit. The 18th Divine Son, this scoundrel, will absolutely not be able to summon the book spirit. Qin Shu took out his divine soul, which was a small worm, and boasted confidently, "My divine soul is stronger than ordinary people's. I'll use my divine soul to sense this heavenly book a bit." The heavenly book shook slightly. Qin Shu focused his power into his hand and muttered to himself, "I can sense it. The soul silkworm indeed does not disappoint me." He shouted an order, "Come out for me." From within the heavenly book, a blurry figure gradually appeared. Fang Rushua couldn't believe her eyes and wondered, "The book spirit has appeared. How could it be so easily summoned by the 18th Divine Son?" Thinking of the Heavenly Tao Academy's future, she decided to stop him, rushing towards Qin Shu and screaming, "No, I absolutely cannot let him get the book spirit. This will doom the Heavenly Tao Academy forever." Qin Shu had already realized Fang Rushua's ill intentions. Without any mercy, he kicked her away and shouted, "Get lost!" Meanwhile, outside, the Second Divine Son and his fellow disciples had been tied up. The Heavenly Tao Academy disciples laughed loudly and pointed, "Look quickly, that is, it has appeared." A majestic ancient structure appeared in the sky, and several disciples cheered excitedly. "It's the Book Spirit Hall, the legendary Book Spirit Hall." Another continued, "It's been thousands of years." Gu Tianshu smiled smugly. The Book Spirit Hall has finally emerged again. He seemed confident that he would obtain the heavenly book. The Book Spirit Hall descended, landing right at the entrance of the Heavenly Tao Academy. The disciples cheered happily. The Book Spirit Hall has appeared. The great opportunity for the Heavenly Tao Academy has arrived. Another was full of faith. The Heavenly Tao Academy will sweep across the eastern wasteland in this generation. A third mocked their opponents. Look, you trash from the Feathering Sect, do you admire this? The bound Feathering Sect disciples could only endure this humiliation. One ground his teeth in anger. Damn it! Just then, the one beside him resigned himself to the fate of being oppressed by the Heavenly Tao Academy. This time, they were done for. Gu Tianshu coldly ordered the second divine son of the Feathering Sect, kneel down. But the second divine son stood straight and replied firmly, I'd rather die than be humiliated. You might as well kill me. Gu Tianshu laughed, showing willingness to grant his opponent's wish. Humph, you want to die? How could I let you off that easily? Inside the Book Spirit Hall, Qin Shu exclaimed, This thing is indeed a bit magical. He and his soul silkworm looked at the creature before them and wondered, but what is its use? Just as it landed on the ground, both Qin Shu and the soul silkworm staggered. Fang Rushue smiled brightly and muttered, Great, the Book Spirit Hall has completely emerged. Qin Shu reached out, trying to absorb the creature. After a while, he still couldn't, and he wondered. Feeling a bit confused, Qin Shu spoke up. Is there no way to absorb it? Meanwhile, his soul silkworm looked at the creature, drooling. Fang Rushue spoke up confidently. 18th Divine Son, even if you summon the Book Spirit, so what? You basically cannot absorb the Book Spirit Hall for your own use. Nor do you have the time to absorb it, because the door to the Book Spirit Hall will open immediately. Fang Rushue's eyes held a mocking look as she exalted Gu Tianshu. My senior brother Gu Tianshu is the one chosen by heaven for the Book Spirit. The Book Spirit will definitely belong to him. Qin Shu didn't care much and replied, What you say is quite annoying. A dazzling golden light emitted from Qin Shu's body. His face darkened as he ordered Fang Rushue, Kneel down. That golden light pressed down on Fang Rushue, forcing her to kneel prostrate against her will. She cursed Qin Shu. You're using this method to humiliate me again, you shameless thing? Qin Shu smiled and replied, Who said this divine son still wants to absorb this thing? Qin Shu looked at the heavenly book and continued, This divine son basically doesn't care for this thing, implying that he was strong enough and didn't need this lousy heavenly book. If Qin Shu didn't need it, then others shouldn't dream of having it either. He ordered the soul silkworm, eat it. The soul silkworm, as if its wish had been granted, happily opened its mouth wide and devoured the thing in front of it. Fang Rushue did not expect this situation and completely broke down, wondering, What? She muttered unwillingly. The greatest opportunity of the Book Spirit Hall, the most sacred object, was eaten just like that. After eating its fill, the soul silkworm emitted air bubbles around it. Qin Shu knew what this sign was and exclaimed, The soul silkworm is silently breaking through to the fourth transformation. I didn't expect this book spirit to be such a nutritious supplement, bringing such a surprise. Light from the soul silkworm shone onto the center of Qin Shu's chest. He speculated and muttered to himself, It seems the soul silkworm cannot digest the book spirit in an instant. It needs some time. The soul silkworm then returned to Qin Shu's body. Fang Rushue, having witnessed everything, was confused and wondered, The book spirit is gone. What is the use of the Book Spirit Hall appearing now? What will become of the Heavenly Tao Academy? The more she thought, the angrier she got, grinding her teeth in fury. Fang Rushue looked directly at Qin Shu, thinking, To my Heavenly Tao Academy, this person is a demon. Qin Shu noticed she was looking at him, tilted his head up, and asked, What are you looking at? You can't forget this divine son, nor can you deal with me. You'll only harm your body with anger. The door to the Book Spirit Hall opened. Qin Shu looked over and spoke happily. The door is open. We can go out now. Seeing that Qin Shu was about to leave, Fang Rushue pleaded, Kill me. She had been humiliated by him too many times today. Her clothes were also torn to shreds. Feng Rushue had no face left to see anyone. She knelt on the ground and continued, "Going out with you like this, I'd rather just die." Qin Shu smiled faintly and said nothing, only extending his hand to project a golden light from his fingertip. That light shone straight onto the torn part of Feng Rushue's clothes. She looked down at the area the light had just hit and wondered, "What is this?" Feng Rushue was wary and asked Qin Shu loudly, "What did you do to me?" Qin Shu looked at her with half an eye and replied calmly, "Nothing, just a restriction seal." He introduced, "This is a divine technique I comprehended from the heavenly book just now." Qin Shu smirked and continued, "This honest heavenly book is quite interesting. Once cast, this divine sun can control your speech and actions." Feng Rushue couldn't believe what she just heard, slightly stunned, and asked back, "What?" Qin Shu immediately demonstrated for her. He drew something in the air with his finger and demanded, "Dance." Feng Rushue was forced to comply against her will. Her whole body felt like it was being controlled by someone. Feng Rushue shouted angrily, "You!" Qin Shu tilted his face up high, intentionally correcting her, saying, "The person you worship the most is the 18th divine sun." Although unwilling, Feng Rushue was forced to speak. "The person I, Feng Rushue, worship the most is the 18th divine sun." Being praised, Qin Shu smiled like a blooming flower and exclaimed, "Really interesting." Outside, Gu Tianshu reached out toward the book spirit hall and spoke. "The book spirit hall is about to open. I won't waste my breath on you anymore." Seeing the second divine sun still stubbornly refusing to submit, his face darkened and his eyes grew dim. He reached out to deal with the second divine sun. If you won't kneel, he controlled his arm, pressing the second divine sun on the ground. "Then just be useless." Yuan Hong called out to his sect's divine son in fear. "Second divine son." Zhen Songming sighed helplessly. "Sigh. I don't know where the divine son is either." Little did he know Qin Shu was busy teasing a girl from a good family. Zhen Songming offered his speculation. "If this Gu Tianshu gets some opportunity from the book spirit hall, the trouble will be even greater." Gu Tianshu stepped closer to the door of the book spirit hall, and the door slowly creaked open. When the door opened, the Heavenly Tao Academy disciples shouted happily, "It's open! The book spirit hall is open!" Gu Tianshu was no less excited. He muttered, "I've waited for so long. Finally, this day has come." When the door was fully opened, Gu Tianshu excitedly ran in first, saying, "This chief senior brother will go in first." He made up his mind. "Wait until I get the opportunity from the book spirit hall and come out, find junior sister, and kill the 18th divine son and these feathering sect disciples." But the scene inside the book spirit hall stunned Gu Tianshu. Unable to believe his eyes, he froze in place. Qin Shu spoke arrogantly, "No need to look. This divine son is right here." The Heavenly Tao Academy disciples were confused, wondering, where is that voice coming from? A person walked out from within. It was Qin Shu, proudly stepping out of the book spirit hall, and beside him was Feng Rushue. The Heavenly Tao Academy disciples were slightly stunned, speechless. "This." Another disciple wondered in confusion. "What is this situation? Why is there someone inside?" The disciples present all shared the same doubt. Why is someone coming out of the book spirit hall? They saw Qin Shu walking beside Feng Rushue and wondered, it's senior sister Feng. Who is that next to her? Gu Tianshu, slightly panicked, asked her, "Junior sister, why is it like this?" The bound feathering sect disciples, seeing him walk out, called out excitedly, "Divine Son, it's the 18th divine son." Qin Shu also quickly saw them and asked, "Why are you all locked up here?" Everyone remained silent, saying nothing. The bound second divine son, lying paralyzed on the ground, muttered angrily, "Damn it, to think I'd fall into this state." Gu Tianshu couldn't understand why Feng Rushue walked out with Qin Shu and asked loudly, "Junior sister, what exactly is going on? Why did you walk out from the spirit hall? Feng Rushue was slightly afraid, avoiding his gaze, and stammered this. It's a long story, actually, senior brother. Qin Shu showed no mercy, pushing Feng Rushue aside and shouting, You, stop talking for now, move aside. He noticed the two people following him, not understanding why they were tied up, so he asked, Yuan Hong, Zhan Songming, what on earth happened to you? Zhan Songming lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Qin Shu, and explained his current situation. Divine Son, we lost and were taken prisoner. Yuan Hong did the same, reminding him, this guy is really strong. You must be absolutely careful. Gu Tianshu only then realized who the person in front of him was and asked, Are you the 18th Divine Son? Qin Shu turned his head to look at him, responding indifferently while not forgetting to ask for the person's identity. It is I. And who are you? Gu Tianshu met the person he was looking for, laughed confidently, and introduced himself. I am Gu Tianshu, the chief of the Heavenly Tao Academy. The trash of your feathering sect were all defeated by me. He insulted Qin Shu's sect. Hearing someone insult his sect, Qin Shu's face darkened, and a great aura of flames erupted around him. Qin Shu exclaimed, a bit interesting. Dark lines appeared on his face as he said coldly, You've somewhat pissed me off. Hearing this, Gu Tianshu emitted killing intent and laughed loudly. Ha ha. His face distorted as he provoked. So what if I pissed you off? The momentum between the two blew everyone around them far away. Two equals, neither side willing to yield to the other. Feng Rushue also had to raise her hand to cover her face to block the wind. She exclaimed, so strong. Qin Shu finally calmed down. He smiled and said, Interesting. Qin Shu evaluated Gu Tianshu, sounding clearly sarcastic, finally met a guy even more arrogant than this Divine Son. Gu Tianshu understood the implication, his face turning pitch black, and said, In front of this chief, what kind of thing are you? The disciples were also ready, just waiting for the order to rush up. The Heavenly Tao Academy disciples on the outside praised profusely. So cool. The chief of our Heavenly Tao Academy is unparalleled. Another mocked Qin Shu. Haha, the 18th Divine Son's aura is completely overshadowed by the chief. The feathering sect disciples didn't believe in his ability and loudly suggested, 18th Divine Son, quickly return to the sect to get the first Divine Son to come out of seclusion. Another agreed, that's right, go quickly, otherwise no one can suppress this Gu Tianshu. Zhen Songming gritted his teeth in anger, cursing silently, Damn it, this Gu Tianshu is too arrogant. Yuan Hong trusted Qin Shu's ability. Don't be afraid. We must trust the Divine Son. Another one also trusted him, agreeing, That's right, the 18th Divine Son is invincible. I believe in the Divine Son. Gu Tianshu then noticed Feng Rushue and questioned her, Junior sister, what are you still standing there for? Hurry over here and tell me what exactly happened. Feng Rushue remained the same, avoiding his gaze, stammering, Qin Shu stood aside with arms crossed, his face slightly dark, and said coldly, Senior brother has called you over. He looked at her with a wicked smile and continued, Why aren't you going over there quickly? Anyone could hear the threat in his voice. Feng Rushue took a step but realized something was wrong, thinking, What is happening? Something was preventing her from walking. Feng Rushue muttered to herself, Damn it, my body. Seeing her like this, Gu Tianshu asked with concern, Junior sister, what's wrong with you? He was also getting a bit angry. Feng Rushue glanced at Qin Shu and quickly denied, Nothing. Seeing Feng Rushue like this, Gu Tianshu shouted angrily, Did that animal, the 18th Divine Son, bully you, junior sister? Qin Shu wagged his index finger continuously, denying any involvement. Feng Rushue, her body controlled, retorted against Gu Tianshu's words, Bullshit. The 18th Divine Son is majestic and awe-inspiring. He is a man of virtue. You are the animal. I won't allow you to insult the 18th Divine Son. Gu Tianshu was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He didn't think the junior sister he loved would say such things. He asked himself, Junior sister? The Heavenly Tao Academy disciples also didn't understand what was happening. What kind of situation is this? What's wrong with senior sister Fong? Fong Rushua gritted her teeth, saying, "Senior brother, Gu Tianshu's voice grew louder as he asked Fong Rushua, "Junior sister, did the 18th divine son threaten you?" Fong Rushua was about to cry, responding, "I wasn't threatened. I submitted willingly." She was being played by his despicable tricks and forced to say these words. The 18th divine son has unparalleled charm. He is a real man. He is the most handsome man in the Eastern Wasteland, the strongest in the Eastern Wasteland. That Gu Tianshu is so ugly. Qin Shu was praised, and he bowed his head, shyly. Gu Tianshu was even more furious, screaming, "What? Junior sister, do you know what you were saying?" he asked, almost in despair. Fong Rushua's eyes were red, tears about to overflow, as she replied, "Of course I know. Gu Tianshu, what do you have to compare with the 18th divine son? You can't even compare to a fingernail or toenail of the 18th divine son." Gu Tianshu was stunned to hear those words from the person he loved. He was in despair, heartbroken. Fong Rushua not only did that, but also raised her middle finger, stabbing Gu Tianshu with another knife. In front of him, "You are just a little brother, a piece of trash." Is there anything more painful than hearing these words from the person you love? Truly pitiful for Gu Tianshu. Gu Tianshu didn't believe this painful truth, pointing straight at Fong Rushua and asking furiously, "Fong Rushua, have you gone crazy?" Without saying another word, Fong Rushua stepped forward and gave Gu Tianshu a slap in the face. Qin Shu, manipulating everything from the side, chuckled at this good show, hee. Gu Tianshu was slapped in pain, speechless. He was in despair, his eyes filled with sorrow. Fong Rushua also realized it. She broke out in a cold sweat. The disciples, standing aside, were all frozen in place. One stammered, This is... The next one exclaimed, directly gave him a slap. Yuan Hong, watching the drama of sadomasochistic love from the side, laughed loudly. Ha! The 18th divine son is truly amazing. Even the female chief of the Heavenly Tao Academy worships the divine son. Amazing. What if they knew Qin Shu was using despicable tricks? Gu Tianshu reached up to touch the spot where he was hit and asked her, "Fong Rushua, you hit me for the sake of the 18th divine son?" Fong Rushua regained her consciousness and spoke in confusion. "Senior brother, listen to my explanation. How could Qin Shu let go so easily?" He pointed his finger to control Fong Rushua again. Fong Rushua closed her eyes and helplessly uttered, "In my eyes, you are just a fool." Gu Tianshu was stabbed with another knife. He froze and stammered, I am. Fong Rushua covered her mouth, whispering, "No, it's not like that." Qin Shu had seen enough of this scene and decided to untie his fellow disciples. He threw his sword toward everyone. "All right, watch enough drama." Everyone said happily, untied. Zhen Songming also expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, 18th divine son, for your help." The second divine son was also untied. He was slightly surprised, his expression hard to describe. The feathering sect disciples stood up in unison, saying, "Divine son." Others gratefully said, "Thank you, 18th divine son, for your help." Qin Shu said nothing and recalled his sword. The second divine son, supported by Yuan Hong and Zhen Songming, advised, "Qin Shu, leave this place quickly. This Gu Tianshu has the aptitude of a heavenly being. He is not someone you can deal with." Qin Shu looked at him, wondering, is this the second divine son? The second divine son lowered his face slightly and explained, "I came out of seclusion this time, originally thinking I could stand tall in the Eastern Wasteland. But I didn't expect a monster like this to appear in the Heavenly Tao Academy. In this life, our feathering sect must cultivate diligently, then seize the opportunity to act." He was unwilling to give up and secretly determined. Qin Shu recalled the past, thinking to himself, in my memory, there are actually some memories related to the second divine son. This divine son seems to have a pretty good relationship with the original owner. Although heavily injured, the second divine son, decided to stop Gu Tianshu. Limping forward, he said, "I will block Gu Tianshu. You guys retreat quickly." He said firmly, "No matter what, our feathering sect cannot be completely wiped out here." The second divine son struggled to stand up. Qin Shu looked at him, trembling all over, but still full of spirit. Who could he fight like this? He said helplessly, "Second divine son, actually I still have some confidence." The second divine son couldn't stop trembling and replied, "What use is confidence? You can only use it if you have strength." He turned back to look at him, still remembering that Qin Shu was a person with poor aptitude, and advised, "Qin Shu, don't lose face for the feathering sect here. I'll go stall for time first." Gu Tianshu was furious, pointing at Qin Shu and shouting loudly, "18th divine son, no matter what you did to my junior sister, I will make you die in pain." His face turned darker and darker as he stated firmly, "Today, not a single one of you will leave here." Gu Tianshu quickly released his spiritual power. He affirmed, "This chief will cut you all down right here." Then that hand reached out toward Qin Shu. Gu Tianshu screamed, "Vanish like ants for me." The second divine son intended to take the hit for him, preparing his stance, and said, "Go, I'll block it." The second divine son created a protective layer, trying to withstand the giant hand. Gu Tianshu said with determination, "Don't dream of defeating me so easily. Block it for me." The second divine son blocked for a while. He saw he couldn't hold on much longer and exclaimed, "Damn it, this strike is even stronger than his previous aura. This Gu Tianshu didn't use his full strength when fighting me earlier." The second divine son saw Qin Shu stepping forward and called out to him, "18th divine son." He was slightly worried about Qin Shu's safety. Qin Shu walked firmly. He said with certainty, "Second divine son, the humiliation you suffered before." The second divine son heard this, slightly surprised, his thoughts unclear. Qin Shu walked with a straight back, saying confidently, "This divine son will take it all back for you." Gu Tianshu found it quite interesting and praised, "Very good, you have some strength. Cutting you down like this will give me a sense of accomplishment." He still thought he was invincible in the world. Feng Rushue, knowing Qin Shu's true strength, panicked and advised, "Senior brother, don't fight with him." Gu Tianshu showed her no mercy, pushing her away violently with a straight arm, and scolded irritably, "Get lost." Feng Rushue was pushed hard and screamed in pain, "Ah." After hearing those words, Gu Tianshu's eyes were filled only with jealousy and hatred. Wanting to chop Qin Shu to death, he shouted angrily, "Even now, you are still speaking up for him?" Feng Rushue fell to the ground. She cried in pain, stammering, "No, it's him. That guy." Gu Tianshu was furious, pointing straight at Feng Rushue's face, renouncing their relationship and the promise to become Dao companions, cursing her viciously, "Don't call me senior brother, you slut." Feng Rushue, humiliated like this, still cared wholeheartedly for Gu Tianshu. She tried to speak up, "Senior brother, listen to me. The 18th divine son is at the spirit hall." Qin Shu, watching the good show from the side, spoke up to wake Feng Rushue up. "Feng Rushue, you treat him well, yet he scolds you. Why subject yourself to such humiliation?" He ordered her, "You step down." She was hit where it hurt most, stabbed with a fatal knife. Feng Rushue was angry but still tried to maintain etiquette. Responding, "Understood." The Heavenly Dao Academy disciples were furious at this change, shouting loudly, "Damn it, why has senior Sister Feng become like this?" Another also spoke up, "One of the two chiefs of our Heavenly Dao Academy has been subdued by the 18th divine son." They couldn't stand watching Feng Rushue walk over to Qin Shu. Another angrily complained, "Feng Rushue, are you worthy of the Heavenly Dao Academy? Are you worthy of senior brother Gu's deep affection for you?" The feathering sect disciples were the opposite, laughing heartily, happily saying loudly, the 18th divine son really brings honor to the feathering sect." Another taunted the other side, "Feels good, so what if we knelt here? Now your chief is extremely respectful to our divine son." Gu Tianshu was enraged, rushing towards Qin Shu, shouting, 18th Divine Son, hurry up and die. He quickly launched a palm strike towards Qin Shu. Qin Shu jumped high to dodge the attack, ordering everyone behind him, "You guys step back." Gu Tianshu's face turned black. Provoked, he asked loudly, "Can you escape?" Gu Tianshu raised his hand high. The higher he raised it, the higher Qin Shu went. The disciples cheered excitedly. "Senior Brother Gu, you must deal with him." They looked forward to Gu Tianshu winning even more. "If we don't deal with this person, we can't wash away the humiliation of our Heavenly Tao Academy." Qin Shu prepared to strike, saying confidently, "Since always, this Divine Son has used this move to hit others." Qin Shu summoned a golden hand, even larger than Gu Tianshu's, in front of me. "Do you deserve to show off your skills?" He asked provocatively, "In front of me. Do you deserve to show off your skills?" Soon after, that hand vanished into the void. Gu Tianshu also knew fear now. Sweating profusely, he asked himself, "What is that?" Something rushed down rapidly. Gu Tianshu was pressed down, surrounded by a large pit. The disciples called him in slight panic, "Senior Brother Gu." Another couldn't believe his eyes, wondering, "How can this be?" On the feathering sex side, they laughed even louder. "Worthy of being my idol, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Qin Shu looked down from above at Gu Tianshu, who still had the strength to channel internal energy and fly up. Gu Tianshu's face was distorted, pointing at Qin Shu with eyes that wanted to eat him alive, saying, "You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Qin Shu paid no mind to those words, smiling as he said, "Boasting is useless. Bring out your true ability." Gu Tianshu clasped his hands together and took out the eternal first brush. Qin Shu's face darkened, unsure what he was thinking. Gu Tianshu's brush appeared in front of both of them. The second Divine Son saw it and spoke up, telling Qin Shu to run. "It's this move again, 18th Divine Son, dodge quickly." Zhen Songming also shouted worriedly, "Divine Son, be careful. Just now Gu Tianshu used this move to defeat the second Divine Son." The Heavenly Tao Academy disciples also laughed, saying to each other, "The chief has unleashed his killing move again." Another demanded, "The chief is invincible. Deal with the 18th Divine Son." Gu Tianshu was serious, ordering, "Execute for me." The tip of his brush quickly rushed towards Qin Shu. Qin Shu looked up, watching the brush rushing down at him. He had no intention of dodging or counterattacking. Instead, Qin Shu stood motionless, admiring it. He exclaimed, "This surging literary qi." Qin Shu reached out his hand to absorb it. He exploded with power, his whole body radiating light. Qin Shu muttered, "It's a great tonic." Gu Tianshu frowned slightly, unable to believe his eyes, asking himself, "What?" Qin Shu was still enjoying the literary qi from that brush. He exclaimed, "Literary qi entering the body, truly mysterious." The Heavenly Tao Academy disciples, seeing Qin Shu could do that, couldn't believe their eyes, speaking up, "How is that possible?" Another didn't believe it, saying, "Why was the eternal first brush absorbed by the 18th Divine Son?" After absorbing Gu Tianshu's brush, Qin Shu's body still emitted golden light. That's the protagonist's aura. Gu Tianshu was slightly angry, shouting, "Such surging literary qi, without undergoing the Heavenly Tao Academy's heavenly book cultivation, forcibly absorbing it will only cause the body to explode. Are you trying to play with fire and destroy yourself?" Qin Shu ignored those words, smiling smirkily as he responded, "You think too much." Unexpectedly, after absorbing Gu Tianshu's brush, Qin Shu could use this move again. He clasped his hands, eternal first brush. Gu Tianshu didn't expect someone could copy his move. He froze, stunned in place. Qin Shu could create a brush identical to Gu Tianshu's. He couldn't believe his eyes, asking in shock, "How can you?" The Heavenly Tao Academy disciples were equally terrified. One said in fear, "The eternal first brush is Senior Brother Gu's unique divine art. How does the 18th Divine Son know it?" Another agreed, The eternal first brush is a divine art passed down from the heavenly book. How can an outsider of Heavenly Tao Academy cast it? Gu Tianshu's face darkened further, wanting to expose it, shouting, "Impossible! This is absolutely fake." Fang Rushue cried tears and rose. She still wanted to advise Gu Tianshu, "Senior brother, don't." The brush headed towards Gu Tianshu. He was knocked to the ground, with some blood on his mouth. When Gu Tianshu fell to the ground, another pit appeared in the yard. He was able to quickly fly up again, standing face to face with Qin Shu. Gu Tianshu was covered in dirt, panting, huff. Gu Tianshu was irritable, speaking up, "I absolutely will not spare you." He really didn't know his own limits. Qin Shu saw he still had strength, praising, quite resilient. He looked at him seriously, saying firmly, "This divine son will not spare you either." Gu Tianshu used Heavenly Book Divine Fire. The Heavenly Tao Academy disciples gained momentum again, boasting, "Heavenly Book Divine Fire is the fire of laws, capable of burning all things in heaven and earth." They thought this move could humiliate Qin Shu. This time let's see how the 18th Divine Son resists. Gu Tianshu shouted, "Boundless fire domain," and purple flames rushed towards Qin Shu. The second Divine Son, witnessing this, muttered, "Domain." Gu Tianshu actually cultivated a domain. I really underestimated him. Around Qin Shu's body, he was being covered. Facing Gu Tianshu's raging fire, Qin Shu was not only unafraid, but also smiled with interest. Heaven and earth laws turn into fire attacks. Can it be played like this? Learned it. Gu Tianshu was extremely confident in his signature move. He spoke arrogantly, "18th Divine Son, I want to hear your miserable screams." Qin Shu moved gently. The fire seemed to have intelligence, clinging on relentlessly. He just slightly curled his lips, responding to the arrogant one, "You're thinking too much again." In a blink, the fire was extinguished by Qin Shu easily. He calmly introduced, "I have the supreme taboo skin. Such fire basically can't hurt my hair or skin." Gu Tianshu's face changed slightly. A ray of unease rose in his heart upon receiving this information. Qin Shu didn't even need to use a weapon. Bare-handed, he knocked Gu Tianshu far away. Inside Gu Tianshu's ears, it sounded like thunder exploding. He muttered in shock, "Heavenly Book Divine Fire actually couldn't hurt you." Even so, he was still stubborn, continuing to control the divine fire to attack Qin Shu again, roaring, "I don't believe it. Heavenly Book Divine Fire, destroy him for me." Qin Shu stood still amidst the siege of divine fire without harm. He even tried creating a similar fire. Then he looked regretful. "So boring. You also taste my divine fire." An unimaginable scene occurred. Qin Shu actually summoned a fire dragon. Gu Tianshu went from one surprise to another. He asked in horror subconsciously, "What?" Gu Tianshu was now truly terrified, stammering as he asked Qin Shu, "You also cast Heavenly Book Divine Fire?" Seeing the opponent's expression, Qin Shu confidently asked back, this time, "Do you still think it's fake?" Finished speaking, he controlled the divine fire to rush over and burn the opponent alive. Just touched by the scorching fire, Gu Tianshu screamed miserably in pain, Gu Tianshu was like a kite with a broken string, losing all gravity and falling straight to the ground. The Heavenly Tao Academy disciples couldn't believe the scene before their eyes, only holding their heads in terror, exclaiming, "Impossible." Gu Tianshu once again lay sprawled in a deep pit, his whole body scorched black, too miserable to look at, only able to cough dryly a few times, cough, cough. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with unwillingness, questioning himself in despair. Why is it like this? Gu Tianshu could not accept the truth of his crushing defeat. He howled in madness. "And Gu Tianshu, the chief of Heavenly Tao Academy, the most outstanding disciple in 10,000 years. Yet now, not only was the person he loved stolen by another, but he was also defeated by the enemy using his own specialty move. Why is it like this? In one short day, he lost both love and honor. Who could understand this pain? Witnessing this, the fourth divine son felt grateful to Qin Shu, but also sighed wearily. Sigh. Luckily, the 18th divine son turned the tide. With the fourth brother in this state, we have completely lost the qualification to compete for disciples. The sixth divine son just turned his face away, gritting his teeth and asking himself in bitterness, why is it that the harder I try, the greater the gap becomes? Seeing Gu Tianshu lying motionless on the ground, Feng Rushue worriedly ran over to ask, Senior brother, are you okay? However, Gu Tianshu was not the least bit grateful. He irritably turned to ask Feng Rushue, tell me, why is it like this? She only spoke up to advise, Senior brother, don't fight with the 18th divine son. Gu Tianshu, not having heard the full sentence, straightaway slapped Feng Rushue. She intended to continue speaking about Qin Shu having obtained the letter, that the two of them were only making each other suffer, so it would be better to stay single forever for a peaceful life. Feng Rushue was stunned, unable to believe the usually gentle senior brother would now have the heart to hit her. She called him in bewilderment, Senior brother. Gu Tianshu took his anger out on her, pouring all his frustration onto her. You slut. I am already like this, yet you still shake my Tao heart. He was still immersed in delusion, not accepting defeat. I will keep fighting him. I, Gu Tianshu, am not inferior to anyone. Finished speaking, Gu Tianshu didn't stay any longer. He jumped up, heading straight towards the book spear hall. In his head remained only one thought. As long as I obtain the opportunity in the book spirit hall, I will still be invincible. When he just stepped to the door of the book spirit hall, the second divine son loudly suggested, 18th divine son, quickly stop him. Qin Shu just crossed his arms, sneering in response. No need. Gu Tianshu ran for his life towards the front, shouting confidently, want to stop me? It's too late. Qin Shu remained unhurried, showing no attitude. He walked to the door of the book spirit hall. As soon as Gu Tianshu stepped inside, the door immediately slammed shut. The second divine son sighed helplessly. Sigh. Still couldn't stop him. The book spirit hall is the holiest existence of the Heavenly Tao Academy. It is said that after entering, disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy will obtain endless opportunities, and their strength will also be upgraded significantly. Several disciples, seeing that Gu Tianshu had made it inside, happily discussed, Great, the chief finally entered the book spirit hall. Another said firmly, So what if he lost before? Gu senior brother will change after coming out of the book spirit hall. Others were also confident in their speculation, turning to provoke Qin Shu, 18th divine son, don't be smug. Your death date is coming soon. Qin Shu didn't even care about those words. He calmly replied, You guys are overthinking it. Suddenly, a scream of despair came from inside the book spirit hall. Ah? The disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy looked at each other blankly, not understanding what was happening. What's wrong? What is Gu senior brother screaming about inside? Gu Tianshu stumbled out, his face devoid of all hope, muttering, The book spirit hall is actually empty. All the opportunities inside have been taken. A disciple added fuel to the fire, speculating. Sister Feng and the 18th divine son just came out from there. Could it be Sister Feng? Gu Tianshu believed it to be true. He walked up to Feng Rushue, his tone cold as ice as he called her name. Feng Rushue. Feng Rushue was wronged. Tears welling in her eyes, she called out aggrievedly, Senior brother. The word innocent, Feng Rushue was tired of saying. Feng Rushue angrily denied, It wasn't me. Three men heard this and angrily retorted, Sister Feng, if it wasn't you, then who could it be? The opportunities of the book spirit hall can only be obtained by disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy. If not you, could it be that 18th divine son? The white-haired girl affirmed with certainty. It was the 18th divine son. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. What? Gu Tianshu asked anxiously. Then what about the book spirit? The white-haired girl replied gravely. Also taken by the 18th divine son. He was shocked as if struck by lightning. He collapsed, kneeling on the ground, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, his voice trembling, the book spirit also by him. Contrary to his collapse, the others appeared quite happy. The 18th divine son has appeared. The shame of 10,000 years of battling against the heavenly Tao Academy has been wiped out at once. From now on, the feathering sect will forever suppress the heavenly Tao Academy. The second divine son smiled and said, "The Qin Shu of that year has grown up like this. Is this really him? Oh my God! How could such a holy item be taken by an outsider?" The disciples of the heavenly Tao Academy cried out in despair. The disciples' faces were dark as they angrily complained, "Tian Shu, why did you let the book spirit be taken by the 18th divine son? Could it be that the heavenly book no longer looks after us?" At the same time, the system sounded a reminder. Gu Qianshu's heart is fluctuating extremely. Qin Shu obtained 10 Emperor Tao luck points. The system panel appeared immediately after. 10, that many? Qin Shu grabbed Gu Tianshu's collar with delight. Seems like this Gu Tianshu has been provoked by me to doubt his life. He mocked while Gu Tianshu was in complete despair. Suddenly, an amazing pressure descended. Such strong pressure. The 18th divine son said to the side, "Who is it?" He shouted. Immediately, a strike of power descended from above, astonishing Qin Shu. 18th divine son, hand over the book spirit. The person who just appeared ordered, "It's the dean." Everyone was surprised by her appearance. "Greetings, dean." All present disciples bowed respectfully. 18th divine son, the book spirit is not something you should have. The dean appeared angry. "Hand it over, and I can spare you from death." The dean threatened. Qin Shu mockingly pointed to his mouth. "Can't hand it over. I swallowed the book spirit." The dean saw him mocking like that and gritted her teeth in anger. "Stubborn. Then this seat will take it from your body." She waved her hand and rushed forward. 18th divine son, be careful. The 12th prince stood outside and reminded worriedly. Jin Songming also added, "Shameless, a dignified dean actually attacking our divine son." Suddenly a figure rushed over. Fong Rushua hurriedly rushed over to block between the two. She shouted, "Don't dream of hurting the 18th divine son." The dean saw her and shouted in panic, "Rushua!" Fong Rushua stood in front of Qin Shu, ignoring the dean's scolding. Hateful. Daring to stop the dean. "Sister Fong, are you betraying the sect?" Fong Rushua, could it be that you've been drugged by the 18th divine son? Master, disciple. Rushua sweated profusely, afraid of being framed. "Get out of the way." The dean attacked Fong Rushua, knocking her away. When the dean was about to grab Qin Shu, he calmly raised his hand in front of his chest and shouted, "Great summoning technique." The dean sneered, 18th divine son, don't try to play tricks you can't dodge. Great living person switch." Qin Shu continued to shout. When the dean caught the wrist, she was astonished to realize it wasn't Qin Shu anymore. A man with long white hair wearing a mask had blocked for him, while Qin Shu had disappeared. The gatekeeper raised his fist. "Back down." He launched a move toward the dean, knocking her backward. Qin Shu stood behind him, unable to help but praise. Gatekeeper Senior indeed didn't disappoint, always appearing at the critical moment. Gatekeeper of the feathering sect. The dean looked at him and recognized him. "Dean Bowie, you shouldn't intervene in the struggles of juniors." The gatekeeper replied, "The book spirit cannot be lost, cannot be taken by an outsider." The dean frowned and replied, "Why can't it be lost? Why can't it be taken by an outsider?" The gatekeeper asked loudly. "This is originally just a struggle for luck, a struggle for the emperor's seat. I steal your opportunity, you steal my luck. It's just a normal matter. Great emperors are born this way." Looking around at those present, the gatekeeper affirmed, "What is the background of the 18th divine son?" The dean probed. "The feathering sect actually has such a monster." She disdained. The gatekeeper just quietly glanced at Qin Shu, who was picking his ear and smiling innocently. Then he spoke. "His father is Qin Fatian." An image of death appeared. The dean heard that name and seemed unable to believe her ears. Qin Fatian, the madman who dared to go to the heavens battlefield to slaughter, No wonder. In a struggle between the Feathering Sect and the Heavenly Tao Academy in this generation, you have lost, the gatekeeper declared. The people of the Feathering Sect standing behind smiled smugly, saying, "It's still early. The struggle for the Great Era has just begun. Just you wait." The dean challenged. The gatekeeper raised his hand forward and requested, "Disciples of the Feathering Sect, this trip is complete. You may leave. Let's go. Report the good news to the Feathering Sect." The disciples flew back in droves. The 18th divine son turned the tide, adding another legend. Returning to the Heavenly Tao Academy, the disciples hung their heads in depression. Gu Tianshu, battered and bruised, came to apologize. "Dean, I was incompetent. I made the Heavenly Tao Academy lose face." The dean immediately shouted, "I said it's still too early to say we lost." She turned to look in the direction the Feathering Sect had just left, speaking seriously. "This is just the beginning of a great era. The heaven-defying opportunities are endless. Without the opportunity of the Book Spirit Hall, you can still go fight for greater opportunities." Gu Tianshu was confused. Greater opportunities? The dean explained, "Right now, the greatest opportunity in the East Wasteland is that ancient bronze hall. Previously, many leaders of great sects were still trying to open the ancient bronze hall, and now finally a crack has been opened. But the ancient bronze hall has a mysterious origin, even deeper than the origin of the heavenly book hierarchy." She smiled mysteriously. "There are some areas inside that high-level ancestors cannot enter. Only young prodigies like you can enter." The dean looked at her two disciples and said, "So your chance has come." The dean concluded. Hearing this, Gu Tianshu was fired up with enthusiasm. He shouted joyfully, "Since that's the case, I will go to the ancient bronze hall now." The dean smiled with satisfaction. "Go. Once you obtain the heaven-defying opportunity, you can walk out of the East Wasteland and compete with the prodigies of this entire great domain." She added, "Dean, just now, Feng Rushue hurriedly stepped forward intending to explain. Suddenly, she was abruptly pulled back by a force. "Oh no, the 18th divine son actually placed a restriction on me before leaving. Now I fundamentally cannot speak the truth." Feng Rushue covered her mouth and thought. The dean frowned in annoyance. "You don't need to speak. I already saw it. You were manipulated by the 18th divine son using the heavenly book divine technique. Disciple is incompetent." Rushue bowed her head in guilt. "But the heavenly book divine technique cannot be solved. This dean temporarily has no special method either." The dean said, "You follow me first." She waved her hand to order, then pulled Rushue along as both flew up. At the same time, the disciples of the Feathering Sect returned in unison and chanted, "Feathering Sect returns victorious. Our Feathering Sect has won against the youth of the Heavenly Tao Academy." Inside the Feathering Divine Hall, the two leaders of the sect praised. "Very good. Dispatching troops this time, the Feathering Sect returns with a glorious victory. Very good." The Antelope Beastman stroked his beard. The second divine son indeed did not disappoint expectations. This divine king pill is well-deserved. The Eagle Beastman spoke up. "Go announce the second divine son seeks an audience. The ancestor wants to gift him the divine king pill." Chinshu flew in front of the two divine beasts. Ictint divinson. The two spirit beasts called his name. The eagle spirit beast asked, 18th divine son, coming to the Feathering Divine Hall, is there something the matter?" "Naturally. I came to receive the reward." Chinshu smiled. The eagle spirit beast appeared surprised. "Receive the reward?" Chinshu brazenly held out his hand, demanding, "That's right. Give the reward to me." The eagle beast man still felt confused. "What do you mean?" Chinshu explained calmly. "This divine son swept through the youth of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Beat the chief of the Heavenly Tao Academy until he doubted his life. Specially came to receive the divine king pill that the ancestor promised." He confidently showed off his achievements. "What? You did it? Not the second divine son?" The eagle gaped in surprise. Holding the divine king pill in hand, Chinshu ran away joyfully and ceased not to express gratitude. Thank you for the divine king pill, 2 ancestors. I'm off first. The eagle suddenly listed. The second divine son lost. The 18th divine son entered the book spirit hall, caught a chief, and defeated a chief, bringing a humiliation the Heavenly Tao Academy has never had in 10,000 years. The eagle spirit beast continued to speak while looking at Qinshu's back. It turned to ask the antelope beastman, about this, what do you think? The 18th divine son is an immortal seedling. The antelope replied, immortal seedling. The eagle seemed puzzled. Is that evaluation a bit too high? High or not? I'm just lamenting. Such a monster, I fear, will be ruined by calamity, the antelope spoke. Scene shifts to a room containing a cocoon. Xiao Mingwei approached Qinshu to report. Master, Miss Bai is still inside this giant cocoon. There have been no changes these past days. Qinshu asked, is there any movement from the beast crowds inside the Great Silver Mountain? Temporarily suppressed by the 2 ancestors. No major movements, Xiao Mingwei replied. However, according to the Feathering Sex intelligence line, some great demons of the eastern wastelands seem to be stirring. Even some ancient slumbering existences are awakening. She continued, especially on the divine race's side, their foundation is deep. They seem to be plotting something. Qinshu's face turned serious upon hearing this. Is Bai Juju's involvement that wide? Suddenly, a large golden wing spread out. It was Lord Bird. It hurriedly called out, 18th divine son. Lord Bird, why are you here? Qinshu asked in surprise. 2 things. First, I heard you obtained the book spirit of the book spirit hall in the Heavenly Tao Academy. Lord Bird asked seriously. I came to take a look. This is the item the feathering great emperor wanted but failed to obtain back then. It explained. Even the feathering great emperor wanted the book spirit? Qinshu was puzzled. That is natural. The book spirit has existed for at least tens of thousands of years. This opportunity has always existed in the Heavenly Tao Academy, but no one has obtained it, Lord Bird continued. Unexpectedly, it was obtained by a disciple of my feathering sect. I can imagine how heavy a blow this is to the Heavenly Tao Academy. Moreover, the book spirit influences some beasts of a higher hierarchy. The feathering great emperor was always investigating this back then. Lord Bird winked. What does higher hierarchy mean? Qinshu was puzzled. How to say it? The concept is similar to transcendence and dimensionality. The origin of the book spirit is a more mysterious and vast hierarchy. Lord Bird explained clearly with a solemn face. The disappearance of the great emperors seems to be related to this matter as well. Qinshu was astonished. So that's how it is actually related to the disappearance of the great emperors. Quickly, let me see the book spirit. Lord Bird flew up excitedly and urged. I'm afraid it can't be seen. Qinshu scratched his head awkwardly. I ate the book spirit. Lord Bird took some time to be stunned after hearing this. A moment later, it got angry and scolded Qinshu. You really are wasting heavenly gifts. If the book spirit is comprehended well, this would be a supreme great Tao. And you ate it? Lord Bird, what about the second thing? Qinshu changed the subject to salvage the situation. The ancient bronze hall is about to open. Many hierarchs of the great sects finally discussed that the disciple of the feathering sect can enter the ancient bronze hall. Lord Bird immediately calmed down and announced, the disciple can enter? Qinshu was surprised. Which means if I want to go to the ancient bronze hall, I must become the disciple, he wondered. Correct. Your performance these days is extraordinary, rising with speed in an invincible posture. Lord Bird analyzed for him to understand. In the entire feathering sect, the person who can truly compete with you is only the first divine son, it said. Qinshu spoke up to ask, where's the first divine son currently? The next check-in location designated by the system is the ancient bronze hall, so I must obtain this place, he thought seriously. Lord Bird suggested, if you have nothing to do, the first divine son is locked in the prison cell on the 8th floor of the feathering sect. The first divine son is locked up? Why? He asked in surprise. Because he is too dangerous, Lord Bird said with sharp eyes. With so many big shots in the feathering sect, What danger can he pose? He continued to wonder. Lord Bird flapped its wings and flew up while replying, saying more would be unfair to the first divine son. Remember, absolutely do not underestimate the first divine son. If possible, gather enough 18 divine son tokens before going, Lord Bird instructed. Lord Bird, what exactly is the origin of the divine son tokens? What changes will happen if not enough 18 are gathered? Must one gather all 18 to become the disciple? Qin Shu continued to ask. No need to gather enough. One can still be appointed as the disciple, it replied. The divine son tokens are items left behind by the feathering great emperor. As for the change after gathering enough, it is temporarily unknown, Lord Bird replied. Because throughout the generations of disciples, no one has ever gathered enough. The image of the divine son tokens that many yearn for appeared. After speaking, Lord Bird flew away, not forgetting to say, the opportunity of the ancient bronze hall is a destiny opportunity, decided by the great trend. It even turned back to glance. I, Lord Bird, think highly of you. You must go up there. Lord Bird believed in Qin Shu. At the Star Mansion floating island, Xie Jingtian was focusing on cultivation. He released power, and those nearby immediately said respectfully, Congratulations, 7th Divine Son, for breaking through to the true person realm. If the 18th Divine Son hadn't tried to kill me, I would have broken through long ago. Why wait until now? He said with anger and regret. Divine Son, the ancient bronze hall is about to open. The battle for the disciple of the feathering sect is about to have a result, Chen Lao announced. He smirked. Recently, this divine son has been thinking about the 18th divine son's location. Combined with his past performance, I finally thought of it. What is the weakness? Chen Lao asked. Sentimental, Xie Jingtian replied with a sinister look. The scene returned to the feathering sect. The antelope beastman was discussing. If the 18th divine son becomes the disciple, then what? The eagle replied. That is the hope of the feathering sect. Even if the sky falls and the earth cracks, we must protect the safety of the disciple. This is the troublesome point. The antelope said, at the square of the feathering sect. Greetings, disciple, someone said respectfully to Qin Shu. The disciple is unparalleled. In the future, you will definitely lead the feathering sect to ascend in one step. That person continued to flatter. Where the disciple goes is invincible, another person chimed in. Everyone doesn't need to call me that. The disciple hasn't had the final investiture yet. Qin Shu awkwardly reminded everyone. Becoming the disciple not only requires strong strength, but also gaining recognition within the feathering sect. The divine son's prestige is extraordinary. The inner sect disciples have long recognized you as the disciple in their hearts. Go Onxing expressed on behalf of everyone. 18th divine son, you are too humble. You becoming the disciple is already a sure thing. If you cannot become the disciple, the laws of heaven will find it hard to tolerate. The 18th divine son becoming the disciple is just a matter of time. We are congratulating the 18th divine son early. Everyone kept praising Qin Shu. Suddenly, a golden vortex appeared in the sky. From the center of that circle, a powerful move descended. What is it? Something is descending from the sky. Everyone was curious. The smoke dispersed, and the object revealed was a long list. This is the Eastern Wasteland Heavens Pride Board, Go Onxing recognized. Eastern Wasteland Heavens Pride Board. Qin Shu looked at the thing in front of him with suspicion. The Eastern Wasteland Heavens Pride Board of this generation has actually been released. Heard that this Heavens Pride Board will appear simultaneously in all parts of the Eastern Wasteland. The Eastern Wasteland Heavens Pride Board is jointly released by the hierarchs of the top forces in the Eastern Wasteland. People around kept answering Qin Shu's questions. Quickly look, what rank is the 18th Divine Son? Everyone invited each other, must be rank 1. The board clearly recorded. Rank 1, Yi Fan. Rank 2, Dong Wang Shi. Rank 3, Divine Race Young King. What happened? The 18th Divine Son's name isn't in the top 3. Everyone was extremely astonished. The top three are indeed very strong, but I don't think they are opponents of the 18th Divine Son, someone said in disbelief. Keep looking, the rankings behind are also out, someone said. Scrolling down, rank 4, First Divine Son of Feathering Sect. Rank 5, Gu Tianshu. Rank 6, Luo, and Rank 7, Qilin Young Master. Rank 8, Luo, Guandao. Rank 9, Divine Phoenix Heavenly Maiden. Rank 10, Crown Prince Lin. What kind of ranking is this? The 18th Divine Son isn't in the top 10. Everyone there was agitated. Clearly Gu Tianshu lost at the hands of the 18th Divine Son, yet he can rank 5th. Why can't the 18th Divine Son make it in the top? They were all indignant, absolutely a dark curtain. The disciples of the Feathering Sect could not accept the result, but they could only watch the list being retracted. Go Onshing worried. Divine Son, this matter is unusual. Qin Shu replied, are the hierarchs of the top forces in the Eastern Wasteland uniting to suppress me? He judged by himself. I'm afraid so. Go Onshing stroked his chin in thought. The ancestor of the Feathering Sect also participated in the formulation rites of the Heaven's Pride Board. It seems this matter is more complicated than I imagined. Qin Shu turned around, leaving with some anger. I'm afraid there isn't just one reason. Qin Shu continued. What Heaven's Pride Board? My Feathering Sect does not accept this. The 18th Divine Son can absolutely overthrow everyone on the Heaven's Pride Board. The disciples in the Feathering Sect kept feeling indignant for Qin Shu. Even the Heaven's Pride Board has dark curtains appearing. The people of the Feathering Sect were angry. 18th Divine Son. This matter needs an explanation. 18th Divine Son, we support you. Everyone surrounded Qin Shu and not only cheered but encouraged him. Lord Bird, seeing this scene, was also equally annoyed. The Eastern Wasteland Heaven's Pride Board is actually this shameless. Old Antelope and Old Sheep, you two old immortals. It called their names. Suddenly, a spatial magic vortex appeared, and a voice echoed from it. Xian, come here and talk a bit. Lord Bird waved its wings angrily. Come over my ass. Get lost. The antelope, seeing it resist, its face darkened, forcing it. Then I have no choice but to invite you over. After speaking, a powerful force sucked Lord Bird inside. At first, it tried to resist, but immediately after, it was sucked in. It kept flapping its wings angrily and squawking in the space of the vortex. Arriving at the place, standing before the two beastmen, it clearly showed its anger. You two old immortals. Lord Bird, gave you face, right? It asked. Xian, don't be angry. Calling you here is to discuss something. The antelope wanted to calm it down. Lord Bird still couldn't vent its anger. Discuss my ass. First explain to me what exactly is going on with the Eastern Wasteland Heaven's Pride Board. Why is the 18th Divine Son not on the board? It raised its claws to demand. The Heaven's Pride Board is decided together by the major forces of the Eastern Wasteland. Why ask us? The Eagle Beastman retorted. Lord Bird got angry and asked back, still pretending to be confused with me here? Right now, the Sect Master and the powerful ancestors are not here. Isn't it you two who have the say? Lord Bird seemed to know everything inside out. Do you dare to say that regarding the Heaven's Pride Board, you two old bastards didn't tamper with it? The Eagle Spirit Beast was angry, his eyes glowing as he questioned Lord Bird. Xian, we gave you face. Don't push your luck. Lord Bird flapped his wings angrily, shouting in the faces of the two opposite him, what kind of fart are you to be worthy of giving me face? So what if this old master pushes his luck? If you don't give me a reason today, I won't let you off, Lord Bird threatened. The Eagle Beastman was helpless, you. The antelope had no choice but to explain. Xian, it was out of necessity. We were also thinking of the big picture. The 18th Divine Son absolutely cannot become the disciple of the Feathering Sect. Absolutely cannot become the disciple of the Feathering Sect. Lord Bird turned furiously and shouted in the faces of the other two. So you guys flat out didn't even let him on the Heaven's Pride Board, directly killing his fame in the cradle, making him disappear silently, right? It questioned. Xian, the divine source of the ancient divine race, has fluctuated. You probably know clearly what kind of existence is sealed there. Moreover, such fluctuations occurred in at least 3 places, the antelope replied calmly. Lord Bird opened his eyes wide in considerable surprise upon hearing this. The eagle beast man continued, the great era has arrived. With the 18th divine son's arrogant personality, he fundamentally won't get far. He thinks he is very strong, but doesn't know this is just the tip of the iceberg of the Emperor's road struggle. The great Emperor of the Feathering Sect, as strong as he was back then, was also once scolded as shameless by people. To achieve great things, one must understand endurance, compromise, and maneuvering. The silhouette of the leader of the Feathering Sect from years past appeared. It is not like the 18th divine son who doesn't know how to repent and does whatever he wants. The eagle beastman emphasized, with the 18th divine son, the Feathering Sect will surely have no hope of becoming emperor. Lord Bird reminded them, I don't think the 18th divine son can be stronger than the first divine son. The eagle beastman shrugged dismissively. Moreover, many super experts of our Feathering Sect are gathered at the ancient Bronze Hall. With them there, the probability of the ancient Bronze Hall's opportunity falling on the head of the Feathering Sect disciple. He continued, with the opportunity of the ancient Bronze Hall, whoever becomes the disciple, the rate of becoming an emperor will be very large. The eagle beastman's eyes shone. Lord Bird flew up in anger. This is unfair to the 18th divine son. No matter what, I stand by the 18th divine son's side. It concluded, Xian, your stance cannot change the general trend. We just felt it necessary to greet you. The antelope tried to persuade. Lord Bird didn't bother listening, turning to fly away, not taking in a single word. I'm going first. I don't care to talk to you guys here. The antelope beastman began to recount. Xian, the 18th divine son, rose with strong momentum, having made countless enemies, causing many people to be very apprehensive. Hindered by rules, big shots won't directly attack him. But you know the scheming abilities of those big shots. Hearing this, Lord Bird looked at the antelope beastman and shouted, I said no matter what, I stand by the 18th divine son's side. Then it continued, for so many years, only the 18th divine son has let me see a glimmer of hope. I actually hope those so-called big shots make a move. Then it turned its back to them and shouted, because I, Lord Bird, will directly destroy them. A moment later, Lord Bird left. The antelope beastman then turned to ask him, Xian, what realm is he at now? The eagle thought for a while, but could only shake his head and reply, I don't know. But his strength is definitely much greater than before. However, even so, it cannot be underestimated. At Juyin Peak, Go Anqing stood talking about a few things with Qin Shu, divine son. According to the announcement of the Eastern Wasteland Heavens Pride Board, the entire Eastern Wasteland has started to buzz, and some unpleasant sounds have appeared. Hearing this, he frowned and said, Let's hear it. Then Go Anqing suddenly said, They say the Divine Son's previous great reputation was all fake. Some also say the Divine Son's true strength isn't strong. Before, you must have relied on means that couldn't be seen by others to win. In short, there are many Heaven's Prides on the ranking board fighting with the Divine Son, because the Divine Son's previous reputation was too flourishing. Everyone wants to see the Divine Son's true strength, and conveniently step on the Divine Son to gain greater fame. Now, there are quite a few people at the ascending immortal platform challenging the Divine Son. Having spoken, Go Anqing quietly retreated to the back. Qin Shu then asked him, I don't care what others think of me. What about the interior of the Feathering Sect? Then he thought to himself, no matter what, from the moment I came to this world, it has been at the Feathering Sect. During these days, I have also made many friends at the Feathering Sect. Then Qin Shu looked at the scenery below and continued thinking. Unknowingly, the Feathering Sect has been regarded by me as home in this world. Seeing this, Go Anqing continued. The ordinary disciples of the Feathering Sect are extremely fond of and admire the Divine Son. It's just that the higher-ups still haven't made any sound. Hearing Go Anqing say this, he felt something was wrong and replied, It seems the matter with Baizhu Zhu is much more serious than I thought. Then suddenly a golden silk ribbon appeared, surprising Qin Shu quite a bit when he saw it. The Yaoqi Saintess flew over and said, "Qin Shu Gij." He stared at her in surprise and said, "Sister Qingyi." The Yaoqi Saintess smiled and greeted him. "Qin Shu Gij, long time no see." Suddenly, Qin Shu asked her, "Qingyi, why did you come here?" Seeing him ask, the Yaoqi Saintess innocently replied, "This time I went to the ancient bronze hall, passing by this place, so I conveniently came to visit Qin Shu Gij." The ant standing behind could only think helplessly, "You call that passing by? You took a huge detour to get here." Then Qin Shu looked at her and said, "Since we parted at Yaoqi, after Sister Qingyi ascended to become a fairy, we haven't met for a long time. You've become more and more beautiful." Qin Shu saying this made the Yaoqi Saintess extremely embarrassed. She covered her mouth with one hand, shyly saying, "Qin Shu Gij also has a reputation shaking the whole eastern wasteland. Now Yaoqi also frequently hears news related to you." Qin Shu didn't think much of those words, happily replying, "I didn't expect Sister Qingyi to care about me so much. This divine son is very happy." Hearing that, she blushed, waving her hand to deny it. The Yaoqi Saintess stammered, "No way, I just—" The ant interrupted their conversation, hesitantly saying, "All right, fairy, time is limited. After chatting with the 18th divine son, we should set off." After that, she looked at Qin Shu and said, "Qin Shu Gij, the matter of the Eastern Wasteland Heavens Pride Board is unfair to you. My master said you were at least in the top 3 of the Heavens Pride Board. I believe you will regain the honor that belongs to you." Just finishing her words, the Yaoqi Saintess turned to leave, but didn't forget to bid him farewell. "Sister Qingyi is going first. We will meet at the ancient bronze hall." Saying that, the two of them said goodbye and prepared to leave. Suddenly, there was a noise that startled them both. Go-Anqing looked around and asked, "What is that sound?" A moment later, tens of thousands of letters fell from the sky. The ant held a sheet in her hand, trembling as she said, "These are all challenge letters." Seeing this, before the strange scene, Go-Anqing was so surprised he stammered, "This is—" flying over from the ascending immortal platform. Before the words were finished, each of Qin Shu's talismans caused a corner of the sky to explode. Amidst the chaotic scene, a thought flashed through Qin Shu's mind. 18th Divine Son, come to the ascending immortal platform for a fight. Seemingly responding to the challenge in his mind, strange voices echoed from the air. 18th Divine Son, when the world struggles. Come here and fight. I'm the Saint Son of the South Sea, defeating you with one hand. Come quickly. Don't let this young master look down on you." Witnessing the arrogant provocations, Go-Anqing looked blankly at Qin Shu, hesitantly asking, "Divine Son?" Not letting him wonder for long, Qin Shu exerted force to extinguish the fire created from the pile of waste paper in the air in just a blink of an eye. "Done," he grumbled irritably. "Just a bunch of cats and dogs, yet they dare to claim to challenge this divine son. No need to pay attention to them." Suddenly, another talisman flew swiftly towards him. Qin Shu gently caught it with 2 fingers, and then another voice transmitted from it. 18th Divine Son, want to know who killed your mother? I am waiting for you at the ascending immortal platform. Hearing this, Go-Anqing panicked and advised, "Divine Son, this is clearly a trap." Their words were obviously meant to lure him to the ascending immortal platform. This made Qin Shu wary as well. He held the talisman in his hand, silently calculating. Seeing his pensive expression, the Yaoqi Saintess also frowned and said, "Qin Shu Gij, no need to pay attention to this person." Before her concern, Qin Shu clenched the talisman, replying decisively, clearly knowing it's a trap, but this divine son cannot help but go, because this matter is extremely important to me. Before that determination, the Yaoqi Saintess pointed at herself and replied, "Then I will go with Qin Shu Gij." Hearing that, the ant accompanying her panicked, unable to believe her ears. She could only instinctively call out, "Fairy." Before turning away, the Yaoqi Saintess instructed her with a few sentences, "Ant, let me stay a little longer." After going to the ascending immortal platform, I guarantee I will immediately go to the ancient bronze hall. Facing the saintess's decision, she could only stand helplessly looking at them leave and sighed. Suddenly from the sky, the fourth divine son and second divine son rushed down to Qin Shu, shouting loudly, 18th divine son. Seeing acquaintances, he calmly muttered, fourth divine son, second divine son. One person spoke to Qin Shu while flying down, 18th divine son, we support you, going with you to the ascending immortal platform. Immediately after, the fourth divine son also spoke up, Qin Shu, this is no longer your personal matter. This concerns the honor of the feathering sect. We are going to help you. In just a moment, another group of people flew in from somewhere, shouting in unison, Divine Son, we go with you. We will exert ourselves for the Divine Son. The number of people arriving grew larger, and the shouts grew louder. Divine Son, we support you. Divine Son, let's go together to the ascending immortal platform. Divine Son unparalleled, I am willing to serve as an ox and horse for you. Witnessing the enthusiastic support, Qin Shu was extremely moved, choking up as he spoke. You guys. The ants standing aside couldn't help but be terrified by this scene. She couldn't hold back from thinking. The top forces of the Eastern Wasteland compete most fiercely in the feathering sect. I didn't expect the 18th Divine Son to have accumulated such prestige within the feathering sect, attracting so many people. Then she turned to look at the cheerful face of the Yaoqi Saintess, thinking further. No wonder, even though the Saint Mother warned the fairy still wanted to meet the 18th Divine Son. Seeing everyone willing to do this for him, Qin Shu was very excited, saying, since it is so, everyone please come with me. Finished speaking, he flew up into the sky with everyone, declaring boldly, flatten the ascending immortal platform. At this moment, at the ascending immortal platform, people were still happily reveling with each other, unaware that a great disaster was about to strike. Hundreds of challenge letters have been delivered to the feathering sect. Do you think the 18th Divine Son dares to come? I feel the 18th Divine Son definitely won't dare to come. A few others discussed, a fraud seeking fame, who can only be fearful in the shadows. Reasonably speaking, the 18th Divine Son has some skills, but he is too arrogant. He deserves to be hated by us. Fairy Yu is very dissatisfied hearing those words, not bothering to look anymore. She closed her eyes and uttered a few words. Ridiculous. The sixth Divine Son heard this and didn't react much, only quietly saying, it is ridiculous. These people inevitably underestimate the 18th Divine Son too much. But the 18th Divine Son, not being on the Eastern Wasteland Heaven's Pride Board, is purely his own doing. He is too arrogant. Fairy Yu slowly turned around and spoke, Sixth Divine Son. Then she glared at him. Completely misunderstanding the situation, the sixth Divine Son asked, Mingxi, what do you want to say? She stood opposite the sixth Divine Son and said, are you still going to continue fighting with the 18th Divine Son? This question made him freeze for a moment. Then he lowered his head. The sixth Divine Son hesitantly said, A moment later, he clenched his fists and said with a trembling voice, after going through so much, I understand. A while later, he frowned and continued, I am indeed not his match. Hearing this admission, she said, then you might as well help him fulfill his goal. Hand over the Divine Son seal to the 18th Divine Son and withdraw from the disciple competition. The sixth Divine Son couldn't believe what he just heard and said blankly, Mingxi Yu. Right then, Fairy Yu shouted, let go of your obsession and look at the bigger stage. Only then can you, sixth Divine Son, have a chance on the path to becoming an emperor. If you only care about the 18th Divine Son, then the 18th Divine Son will be your sky. After listening, he turned his back to Fairy Yu and said, Mingxi, I understand, I was too obsessed with the 18th Divine Son. Saying that, he gestured with his hands and feet, continuing, in reality, the strong experts and outstanding legends of this continent, the Western Desert, Northern Plains, Southern Ridge, there are still many sceneries waiting for me to comprehend. If I only see the 18th divine son, then he is my limit. Hearing these words, Fairy Yu happily replied, That's right. Then he continued, However, the ascending immortal platform this time is clearly set up by someone. If the 18th divine son can overcome this crisis, so what if I give this divine son seal to him? Then let's wait together. Suddenly someone asked, The 18th divine son still hasn't arrived. That group of people laughed loudly hearing that, and said, Looks like he really doesn't dare to come. He definitely doesn't dare to come. Come would just be asking for humiliation. That man saw this and was very smug. He laughed and said, What number one heaven's pride of the Eastern Wasteland? From now on, call him the number one coward of the Eastern Wasteland. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant beast suddenly appeared and crushed him flat. Then Qin Shu's voice rang out from the back of the beast, making everyone around extremely astonished. Qin Shu stood there arrogantly and said, Bunch of trash fish, this divine son has arrived. Those people clamored, pointing at him and saying, 18th divine son, you really dare to come here? So what if you came? Then just wait to be defeated by us. Hearing that, Qin Shu just smiled, crossed his arms, and ordered, Go, beat them until they submit. Immediately, the people following Qin Shu all rushed forward at once. Divine son, watch this. Okay, dare to insult our divine son. You guys are done for. Deal with them. At the same time, at the Yangji floating island of the Feathering Sect, Xie Jingtian and Elder Chun were flying over. The old man said to him, Now that the 18th divine son and the others have gone to the ascending immortal platform together, the Yangji floating island is empty, just in time to snatch that calamity. Xie Jingtian heard this and added cunningly, The 18th divine son is a sentimental person. I will snatch the person he cares about most, and see if he will surrender with his hands tied. In the main hall of Yangji floating island, the gatekeeper waited forever without seeing any movement and said, The divine son said someone would come to steal the tower. Why is there still no movement now? Xiao Mingwei stood beside him and said admiringly, Master not only has strong combat power, but is also intelligent. He is the most excellent man that I, Xiao Mingwei, have met in my entire life. What Master says is probably not wrong. Just as she finished speaking, the door was kicked hard by someone and flew open. Xie Jingtian said, full of power, Sure enough, the floating island only has 2 or 3 little kittens left. Seeing this, the gatekeeper hesitated a bit, then said, Sure enough, they came. Elder Chen saw this and asked Xie Jingtian, Divine son, is this the calamity? What exactly is so special about the calamity that makes countless demon clans fear it? This is a taboo of the demon race. The calamities that occurred in past generations were all executed. I didn't expect this one to be able to live until now. Xie Jingtian stroked his chin and asked as he walked towards them. Elder Chen looked at Xiao Mingwei. He waved his hand in disdain and said to her, If you two don't want to die, then get lost to the side. In the blink of an eye, Elder Chen was kicked flying upwards by Xiao Mingwei, and his glasses also snapped. It wasn't until Xie Jingtian saw Elder Chen fly and hit the wall that he felt extremely stunned and said, What? After the impact, Elder Chen's whole body ached, and he groaned. Ah. Xiao Mingwei looked at him sullenly and said in a cold voice, not knowing life from death. A moment later, Elder Chen still spoke arrogantly. 2 little bastards dare to resist. Hearing this, Xiao Mingwei crossed her arms and said, You two are the ones who don't know life from death. The 18th divine son isn't here, yet you dare to come steal the tower. The young man standing next to Xiao Mingwei also said at the same time, The 18th divine son has divine calculation. He knew long ago that you would come, and sure enough, you came. Hearing this, Xie Jingtian couldn't help but ask, The 18th divine son knew this divine son would come here? Then he pointed at Xie Jingtian and said, That is natural. The divine son said the 7th divine son is a cunning guy. Last time, although he was killed, he didn't produce the divine son seal. So you definitely faked your death. Hearing that accurate prediction, He was very annoyed. Xie Jingtian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn Qin Shu, to think he guessed it. On what basis could he guess these things?" Xiao Mingwei slowly walked towards them. As she walked, she said, "Last time you faked death. Today, I will make sure you go and never return, buried right here." That declaration made Xie Jingtian feel extremely ridiculous. He then arrogantly said, "Worthy of being the 18th Divine Son subordinate. Arrogant just like the 18th Divine Son. Even if it was guessed, so what? Every single one of you is extremely arrogant. Do you really think 2 little kittens can deal with this Divine Son?" Before he could get his bearings, Elder Chen hurriedly rushed forward. He frowned as he ran, saying, "Divine Son, why do you need to take action? I will go skin her." But before he could do anything, he took a hit from Xiao Mingwei. "You still aren't enough to look at." Then a burst of fire sent him flying into the wall again. Elder Chen trembled and said, "Divine Son, this woman is a bit strong." Xie Jingtian sneered and said, "If she wasn't strong, the 18th Divine Son wouldn't keep her here." Then he used his power and rushed up, but this Divine Son has already entered the true human realm, no matter how strong she is. She's not this Divine Son's opponent. But unexpectedly, Xiao Mingwen not only blocked Xie Jingtian's power, but also prevented him from using it. Seeing this, Xie Jingtian was very panicked and hurriedly said, "What? This aura is..." Then he screamed, "Ah, God King, how is this possible?" Hearing that, Elder Chen also panicked and said, "God King realm, how is this possible? Even a feathering sect doesn't have many God Kings." Xie Jingtian trembled on the side and prostrated himself, looking at Xiao Mingwei with a pale face and asking, "How can this be? Who exactly are you? You are so young. How could you cultivate to become a God King?" Hearing that stupid question, Xiao Mingwei felt it was extremely ridiculous. She replied, "No knowledge." The young man accompanying her also spoke up, "Our Divine Son knew you would have such surprised expressions, so the 18th Divine Son told me to ask you. Are you surprised? Are you amazed?" Seeing this, Xie Jingtian couldn't hold back and roared, "Damn it! From the beginning, it has always been this Divine Son scheming against others. I didn't expect to be schemed against by others today. Damit tient divin son." Not letting him act recklessly anymore, Xiao Mingwei used her power. She said, "What needs to be said has been said." Before death's door, Xiao Mingwei looked at his trembling appearance like an abandoned animal and said, "7th Divine Son, sending you to the west." In Xiao Mingwei's magic vortex, he could only struggle in pain and could do nothing to escape. Xie Jingtian said in panic, "Before dying, can you tell me how you cultivated to this God King realm?" Hearing this, she smiled and said, "Then I will let you die with clarity. The reason I reached the God King realm in one day is all thanks to the 18th Divine Son bestowing it. Compared to my master, you are nothing at all." Even knowing he had no way out, he still tried to scream, "The 18th Divine Son can nurture a God King? How is this possible? Even great emperors cannot easily do that." Hearing this, Xiao Mingwei clenched her hand tightly. Blood suddenly splattered from him all around, creating an extremely horrific scene. Elder Chen saw this and screamed, "Divine Son." Then Xiao Mingwei walked gradually towards the old man. She rotated her wrist and said with a demonic smile, "It's your turn." Hearing this, the young man pointed and said, "Old man, our Divine Son said you are the worst. You are even more hateful than the 7th Divine Son." Seemingly certain of his life's end, Elder Chen collapsed to his knees and lamented, "Forget it. Things have reached this point. Let me go comfortably." But then he craned his neck and said, "Before dying, please pass a message to the 18th Divine Son. The universe is not yet decided. Many people are dark horses. Tell him not to be smug." Xiao Mingwei just smiled at him and replied, "Wanting to die isn't that easy either." Then she used a rope to tie Elder Chen up. Seeing her being so scheming, the old man couldn't do anything and blurted out, "You." Then Xiao Mingwei continued, "My Divine Son specially instructed that we must capture you alive." Elder Chen thought, I'm done for. Outside, a large explosion of unknown origin suddenly occurred, causing many people to be thrown a great distance. The 12th prince and a few others appeared there at the same time. He stepped on a guy's face and said arrogantly, "A useless thing like you dares to look down on my divine son. For things like you, I can fight 10. The other person lifted a guy's head and whispered to him, saying, "The 18th divine son is heaven. The 18th divine son is father, the only myth." The other side had no strength left to resist, so they obeyed. The 18th divine son is heaven. The 18th divine son is father, the only myth. Fairy Yu witnessed this scene from the side and couldn't help saying, "I didn't expect the 18th divine son's influence in the feathering sect to be so strong." Then Fairy Yu continued, "So many divine sons and ordinary disciples came with him. It seems his reputation in the feathering sect is unmatched." Hearing her say this, the 6th divine son also said, "I just feel that today's events won't end so simply." To comfort him, Fairy Yu smiled gently and said, "6th divine son, your mind is becoming more mature. Today naturally won't end like this. The real mastermind behind this event hasn't shown up yet." The 6th divine son calmly replied, "Then I will wait." After pondering for a moment, Fairy Yu continued, "6th divine son, helping someone in distress and adding flowers to brocade are not the same." Hearing this, the 6th divine son said with disgust, "Ming-Shi, do you have such faith in him?" Then he shouted. He pointed at himself, looked at Fairy Yu, and shouted loudly, "If in the future between me and the 18th divine son, one must die, who would you choose?" Hearing this, Fairy Yu firmly said, "You won't die." Hearing this, the 6th divine son's voice turned cold, and he replied indifferently, "With those words of yours, I understand now." Then, Chun Tongming appeared from somewhere, stood in front of them, and said, "Divine son, they are all a bunch of useless people. They've all been beaten into submission." Seeing Chun Tongming being so reckless but Qin Shu making no move, he just smiled and said, "The big fish hasn't been caught yet. No rush." Chu Li stepped in front of Qin Shu, the 18th divine son, and suddenly threw a golden object toward him accompanied by a challenge. "Catch!" Qin Shu easily caught the object. It was the divine sun seal. Standing before everyone's gaze, Chu Li declared clearly, "I, Chu Li, withdraw from the competition for the feathering sect disciples starting today." He shouted louder, as a justification for his sudden decision, "Of course, this doesn't represent that I fear the 18th divine son. I, Chu Li, want to see the whole continent." His voice became more resonant, showing iron determination. "I want to go challenge even more powerhouses of the Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, and Western Desert." Finished speaking, Chu Li turned and left, leaving behind a haughty sentence. "18th divine son, when we meet again, you will be my defeated opponent." This strange action made Qin Shu suspicious. Since when did someone like Chu Li know when to advance and retreat so properly? His eyes involuntarily glanced at Mayer, secretly guessing in his heart that this matter might be related to that mysterious Fairy Yu. Coincidentally, she was also using her deep eyes to observe him. Immediately after, Qin Shu turned and grabbed the collar of a gray-haired guy who had just caused trouble, pushed him down to kneel on the ground, and questioned grimly, "Speak, who ordered you to provoke this divine son here?" The gray-haired guy appeared stubborn. "No one ordered me." Even though beaten black and blue, he stubbornly took the blame. "I simply found you an eyesore." Tongming stood nearby, finding it grating to the ears, and grabbed the guy's head, shouting, "Bullshit! You trash are pitifully weak. Relying on yourselves, are you worthy of looking down on the 18th divine son? If no one ordered you, even if given a huge gall, you wouldn't dare come." Qin Shu's eyes were sharp and cold as he threatened, "If you don't speak, I'll break your neck." This threat finally terrified the gray-haired guy to the extreme. He stammered, I'll talk, it is." But before he could utter the words, strange red, glowing characters suddenly appeared all over the gray-haired guy's face, causing him extreme pain and making him scream miserably. Qin Shu was surprised to realize, this is... A bright red light began to surround him. Tongming also immediately detected the anomaly. A curse. Divine Son, this person has been cursed. At the same time, the surrounding people also simultaneously clutched themselves, screaming in pain. At the most tense moment, the Tao Protector suddenly appeared, speaking in a deep voice, Western Desert Demon Runes. The presence of the Tao Protector plunged Qin Shu into thought. Senior Gatekeeper won't appear unless it's a critical moment. It seems this situation is more dangerous than I imagined. Standing behind, Mayor smirked slightly, commenting in a low voice. People from other great domains coming to cause trouble. Interesting. Her eyebrows knitted slightly, exuding interest. This is wanting to kill the 18th Divine Son. Qin Shu approached the Tao Protector and asked, Senior, do you know what this is all about? The Tao Protector rubbed his chin, offering a judgment. These people whose bodies show demon runes have been cursed. He continued his train of thought, explaining further. The major powers of the Western Desert and Eastern Wasteland do not coexist. The one controlling the Western Desert is absolutely the Void Sect. It is a behemoth. Around them, those struck by the curse were still screaming in pain. Suddenly, a giant red vortex appeared, shooting out countless energy spheres attacking Qin Shu's group. Even the floating islands in the sky began to lose gravity and fall. In midair, a blue circle suddenly appeared, radiating powerful magical energy, sucking Qin Shu inside. The Tao Protector immediately rushed over, shouting, Careful! But surprisingly, that magical power suddenly ignored Qin Shu and imprisoned the Tao Protector instead. Only then did he shockingly realize, incorrect, this array is meant to deal with me. The Tao Protector was tightly confined within the blue magical sphere. Qin Shu called out in panic, Senior. The Tao Protector reassured him from inside. No need to worry about me. I need some time to break this array. They clearly want to deal with you. Be careful. The earth-shattering commotion attracted the attention of everyone in the surrounding area. A guy in purple wondered, what is that sound? A guy in blue next to him guessed. It seems to be coming from the heaven-reaching river. The sea surface suddenly surged violently, curling up giant pillars of water. The guy in blue was amazed. The guy with the hair bun also noticed the anomaly. There is something in the water. A giant golden claw suddenly rose from the water, pulling a mighty flood dragon soaring into the sky. On its back sat a monk meditating. The guy with the hair bun was astonished. This is a dragon. The person next to him retorted, Probably not. True dragons have long been extinct. This is likely a flood dragon. The monk on the flood dragon's back, Hang Long, slowly opened his mouth, his voice echoing, 18th Divine Son. Although his eyes remained closed, his words were extremely clear. I have heard of your great reputation, so I came here specially. Qin Shu asked warily, Who are you? Hang Long calmly introduced himself. This poor monk is Hang Long. Tongming heard this name and immediately remembered. Monk Hang Long, Divine Son, I have heard of this person. He seems to be one of the 18 arhats of the Western Desert. Hang Long continued his introduction. This poor monk is the Western Desert Void Sect's taming dragon arhat. Tongming's expression became even more wary. It really is him. It is said that each of the 18 arhats has the bearing of an emperor's son. Their strength is terrifying. Qin Shu looked up at Hang Long and said loudly, The Western Desert is extremely far from the Eastern Wasteland. You came here specially to deal with me. Who told you to come? Hang Long kept his eyes closed and remained calm. Buddha says, Cannot say. Qin Shu asked again. Then let me ask you, the letter mentioned the murderer who harmed my mother back then. Was it you? Hang Long opened his eyes, only repeating one sentence. Buddha says cannot say. Qin Shu lost his patience, roared, and leapt into the air. Astonishing power enveloped him as he rushed straight toward Hang Long, the bald head. Qin Shu raised his fist and charged. Hang Long gritted his teeth. You really know how to provoke others. The flood dragon below opened its mouth and let out a ferocious roar. But Hang Long glared and shouted, "No need for you." Saying that, he also jumped off the flood dragon's back, rushing straight toward Qin Shu. Qin Shu delivered a kick that knocked Hang Long backward. He gritted his teeth and charged back, chanting a Buddhist name. Ba. This 18th Divine Son's combat power is very good. This poor monk did not come in vain. Hang Long clasped his hands together and began chanting Vajrabhati. His eyes opened, flashing a brilliant red color. Then, Hang Long frantically rushed to attack Qin Shu. His powerful punch was blocked by Qin Shu. The audience below witnessed this and couldn't help but admire and comment. Is this considered a duel between the heavens prides of the eastern wasteland and the western desert? A guy with a hair bun said loudly. This Hang Long's physical body is very good. I haven't met anyone who can compete in physical body strength with the 18th Divine Son. Qin Shu gritted his teeth, feeling the opponent's strength exceeding 100 dragons' force, at least 150 dragons' force. The Western Desert is indeed a great holy land for physical cultivation. This Hang Long's physical strength is actually higher than mine. Hang Long said smugly, 18th Divine Son, don't compete in physical strength with me, because you cannot win. Bring out your signature skills, otherwise you won't have chance. Finished speaking, Hang Long roared, blood vessels bulging all over his face. He threw a punch carrying a huge flame that knocked Qin Shu flying. The two confronted each other in midair. Qin Shu raised his voice defiantly. Impossible to win? Then he also charged back with full force. Then watch closely. A power even greater from Qin Shu knocked Hang Long far away. Qin Shu clenched the flaming fist in his hand, smiling confidently. The body technique obtained from the dragon elephant ancestor is effective. After undergoing cultivation, my physical strength has doubled, reaching 200 dragons' force. On this side, Hang Long also shouted loudly, the 18th Divine Son's strength is very good. Then he also displayed his continuous punches and rushed toward Qin Shu. Continue. Qin Shu was not inferior at all. He also unleashed a series of punches in response. Great. Baldy, if you have the skill, don't retreat. Hang Long gritted his teeth, accepting the challenge. If I say I won't retreat, I won't retreat. The onlookers dropped their jaws in surprise. These two are actually exchanging punches? Only physiques like the 18th Divine Son and Hang Long can withstand this. Looking at Qin Shu's strength again, they continue to comment. If it were anyone else, one punch, and they'd be done for. Yuan Xiao also spoke up. The heaven's pride of the Western Desert is indeed extraordinary. In the Eastern Wasteland, basically no one can be arrogant with the 18th Divine Son. Qin Shu waved his hand provocatively. Baldy, how does it feel? Hang Long still maintained his fighting stance. Your current physical strength can rank in the top 100 in the Western Desert. This is already very good. This poor monk has developed a love for talent towards you. Qin Shu's expression changed, giving a thumbs down to mock him. Cherishing talent? What kind of intention is that? Hang Long began to regain his momentum and declared, but this poor monk came here to kill you. Then he gathered his strength and rushed forward. So you must die by this poor monk's hands. Hang Long and the flood dragon, burning with power, charged in front of Qin Shu, intending to finish him off. Qin Shu no longer wanted to play around and assumed a fighting stance. Testing your strength is enough. I won't play with you anymore. Then he shouted loudly, rushing towards Hang Long, serious punch. Qin Shu's punch pierced through Hang Long's layer of power. His strength shattered one of Hang Long's arms. The blow was so powerful that blood flowed from his mouth. Hang Long was defeated, falling straight down. His body crashed heavily onto the ground in pain. Qin Shu also landed, raising his fist in front of Hang Long. The black-haired guy gaped in astonishment, truly formidable. The white-haired guy beside him was equally admiring. One punch shattered an arm of Hang Long's diamond body. The black-haired guy shouted again, invincible. The 18th Divine Son is invincible within the same realm. Hang Long sat up on the ground in pain, gritting his teeth in thought. Why was the power of that punch so great? It clearly looked like a very ordinary punch, so why did it give off such incomparable pressure? His gaze shifted to Qin Shu standing before him. In the Western Desert, I have never felt this from anyone else. The corners of Hang Long's mouth forced a smile. What fist technique was that just now? Qin Shu looked smug. Want to know? Tell me who told you to come here. Although heavily injured, Hang Long remained firm. This poor monk wants to know, but I cannot tell you who sent me here. I can use the Tiangang Sutra to exchange with you. Dissatisfied with Hang Long's answer, Qin Shu flew into the air. Exchange my ass. If you don't tell this divine son, then I'll beat you until you're crippled. Hang Long also struggled to fight back. Great son to Thagat upon. Qin Shu was now standing on a giant red hand. He confidently revealed, this divine son has never lost to anyone. Then the two began to clash again. Hang Long was startled. What? Before he could react, Qin Shu sent him straight to the ground. Go. Hang Long fell to the ground, eyes rolling back, blood splattering from his mouth. Not letting up, Qin Shu continued to beat him. He gripped Hang Long's neck tightly, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. He tightened his grip even more, making Hang Long scream. But despite the pain, he persisted with one phrase from beginning to end. Buddha says, it cannot be said. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu immediately threw a punch at Hang Long's face, posturing. Red blood ran down Qin Shu's fist as he threatened, will you speak or not? His face was bruised and purple, but Hang Long only repeated one sentence. Buddha says it cannot be said. Qin Shu raised his fist again. This divine son will beat you until you speak today. A powerful punch landed on Hang Long's face. His face turned purple. Qin Shu warned, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't speak, he declared loudly, I will destroy you. At this moment, Hang Long smiled strangely. 18th divine son, you are an opponent this poor monk respects. I really didn't want to kill you, but since this poor monk agreed to this matter, it cannot be changed. Qin Shu pulled out a sword and asked coldly, where does this confidence to kill this divine son come from? Then he rushed at Hang Long with the sword. I will destroy you first. Yuan Hong suddenly shouted, 18th divine son, be careful. Qin Shu turned to look in surprise. The flood dragon from earlier was flying around him. It stomped a foot onto the ground, shattering the earth. The flood dragon's eyes glowed red, its face ferocious. Qin Shu realized, this flood dragon doesn't seem normal. Hang Long stood in front of the flood dragon and called out, 18th divine son. He confidently introduced, this is a flood dragon that surpasses the God King realm. Now you know why this poor monk is confident he can kill you, right? The trap Dao protector was also anxious. This is bad. This flood dragon is very strong. He worried, the 18th divine son cannot block it. The blue-robed youth below was indignant. Hang Long, you shameless wretch. If you have skill, fight one-on-one. What kind of skill is summoning a dragon beast? The red-robed youth agreed. That's right. Winning like that isn't glorious. Hang Long maintained an arrogant smile. This poor monk is the taming dragon Arhut. This flood dragon is my mount. What is wrong with that? Regaining his initial confidence, Hang Long began to mock again. 18th divine son, since we know each other, after you die, this poor monk will chant scriptures for you for 18 days. Having the flood dragon behind him increased his confidence, to show respect for an opponent like you. Qin Shu showed no panic and gave a faint smile. Baldy, I'm about to die, yet you still won't tell me the truth? Hang Long repeated the same phrase. Buddha says it cannot be said. After hearing this phrase countless times, Qin Shu became very irritated. Damn you. Does the Void Sect always make people this angry? Suddenly, the flood dragon roared. It opened its mouth and rushed quickly towards Qin Shu. The brown-haired youth worried. Not good. The purple-haired youth was also frightened. Divine son. The trap Dao protector was anxious. Damn it. If anything happens to the 18th divine son, he affirmed, I will definitely slaughter all of you in the Western Desert. Mayor suddenly felt worried too. Can't he dodge anymore? Maybe he can create a miracle this time too, right? Hang Long closed his eyes to bid farewell. Have a safe journey. The flood dragon's mouth was just moments away from swallowing Qin Shu. He smiled mockingly. Just a loach, yet you deem yourself worthy of being called a dragon? Imagining a tiny green dragon being looked down upon, the flood dragon grew furious, its eyes glowing even redder. A true dragon roared at the flood dragon, making it break out in a cold sweat. Seeing the flood dragon so frightened that it tried to hide, Hang Long was surprised. What? He exclaimed in surprise. This is impossible. The spectators cheered excitedly. It seems to be trembling, looking very scared. What happened? Is the flood dragon dead? It was scared by the divine sun's aura. Qin Shu patted its head and said, "Go back." Hang Long looked up and asked, "What is that?" He raised a hand and said gently, "Buddha says it cannot be said." Hang Long gritted his teeth. "You." Unexpectedly, Qin Shu repeated the phrase, "Buddha says it cannot be said." He said resentfully, 18th Divine Son, stop mimicking this poor monk. He teased, "Baldy, are you angry? How about we be fair today?" Hang Long refused firmly as Qin Shu jumped down from the cliff. "No, this poor monk has sworn not to speak of this matter." He held the sword with a red gem in his hand. In an instant, Qin Shu jumped onto the flood dragon's head, startling both it and Hang Long, then called out, "Baldy." His sword was placed right on the flood dragon's head. Qin Shu asked seriously, "I'll give you one more chance. Will you speak or not?" Although terrified, Hang Long insisted, 18th Divine Son, if you have skill, kill this poor monk. What skill is there in dealing with my mount? Watching him threaten the beast, he thought, damn it, the flood dragon is trembling and has absolutely no will to resist. Could that really be a true dragon? He glared terrifyingly and said, "Don't be in a rush. After I deal with this flood dragon, it will be your turn." Hang Long reached out and shouted, "Stop." Standing on the flood dragon's head, Qin Shu asked, "What?" "Can't bear to see it die." Realizing there was no way out, he tried to say, 18th Divine Son, we can negotiate. Showing no respect, he scolded, "Negotiate my ass. I'll count to 3. If you don't speak, I'll kill this beast." Hang Long shouted a threat, 18th Divine Son, do you know? By doing this, you are opposing the Void Sect. But Qin Shu ignored him, counting while preparing to stab the sword down. 3, 2. Panicked and pale, Hang Long still tried to persuade him. 18th Divine Son, don't be stubborn. If you do this. Before he could finish his sentence, the sword pierced its head. Just as Qin Shu finished counting, the flood dragon departed from this world. 1. Hang Long screamed in horror, "No." He said, furious, 18th Divine Son, how dare you? Then, perhaps due to the sword's influence, its soul separated from its body, surprising him. This is. Watching the flood dragon's soul rise, Qin Shu immediately said, "The dragon's soul has been drawn out by the dragon origin holy sword." Then the holy sword absorbed its soul and merged as one. Seeing this, Hang Long was furious. The dragon soul has been absorbed by the sword. Now it doesn't even have a chance to survive. Looking at the powered-up holy sword, he said, "The dragon origin holy sword actually swallowed this flood dragon's soul." The holy sword, with its glowing red blade and currents of electricity running along it, clearly possessed immense power. Suddenly, a golden vortex appeared in the sky. Bolts of lightning shot down from the center of the vortex. The lightning aimed straight for the holy sword in Qin Shu's hand. He just looked up and said, "Heaven sends down lightning tribulation. The dragon origin holy sword is evolving." Holding the holy sword enveloped in lightning, Qin Shu shouted, "It has evolved from a holy weapon to a quasi-emperor weapon." Hang Long said angrily to Qin Shu, 18th Divine Son, you slew my mount. He added, "Today, you and I have formed a great karma." He immediately jumped down from the flood dragon's back, holding the holy sword ready, and called out, "Baldy." Qin Shu smiled and said, "Then today, this divine son will completely sever that karma." Immediately, he slashed across Hang Long before he could react. Due to the power of the move, Hang Long was sent flying a great distance. Unable to withstand it, he He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Qin Shu pointed the holy sword forward and said happily, "Not bad. After upgrading to a quasi-emperor weapon, this sword's power is much stronger." Hang Long quickly regained his balance after being knocked back. Then he ran for his life, shouting as he fled, "18th Divine Sun, the vengeance of today will be repaid another day." He immediately charged forward with his sword, saying, "Want to run? Today I will destroy you." Qin Shu once again struck Hang Long with a sword slash, sending him flying into the blue sky. He tumbled to the ground, still trying to cry out to save his life, "18th Divine Sun, don't be too much of a bully. Behind this poor monk is the Void Sect." But Qin Shu simply unleashed a swift and powerful sword strike, shouting one word without a care, "Slash." Hang Long saw this and screamed in panic, "What?" But it fell on deaf ears. He closed his eyes to cry for help, and Hang Long's master appeared as a phantom, blocking a strike from Qin Shu to save his life. Master's saving disciple. He immediately said, "Benefactor, stop." Hang Long's master, eyes closed, raised a hand to advise, "Do not cause unnecessary trouble." He showed no respect and shouted, "Get lost, old baldy." Seeing Qin Shu so vigorous, the old man glared and shouted, "I am the venerable Dharma. You." He didn't bother listening and bluntly slashed the phantom away, surprising the master. Hang Long saw this and shouted angrily, "You are bold, daring to be disrespectful to my venerable." Qin Shu raised his sword, face stern, saying, "You really don't know your place, still daring to babble even now." Immediately after, he dealt a diagonal slash from above, causing Hang Long to cough blood. He panicked and exclaimed, "What? No!" And then a violent explosion occurred, blowing everything away. A cloud of white smoke appeared, and behind it, the faint image of a naked man emerged. Hang Long was still alive after Qin Shu's slash and the explosion, but existed as a very angry soul, saying, "18th Divine Sun, you really dare." Seeing this, he became interested, a bit interesting, not dead even like that. Qin Shu charged again with his sword, saying, "No wonder people say the Void Sect's divine soul is indestructible and can enter reincarnation." He now knew fear, offering to surrender, saying, "No, stop, I'll tell you. This matter involves Black Bodhi. This poor monk only followed orders and acted. I don't know the rest." He didn't stop at all, jumping straight up and swinging his sword, saying, "Speaking only now." Too late. Qin Shu slashed straight down, dispersing Hang Long's soul. The onlookers were overjoyed, screaming in delight. Killed an Arhut of the Western Desert, worthy of the 18th Divine Sun. Was an Arhut. Even the Flood Dragon was killed. This is what you call powerful. He rested the sword on his shoulder, happily saying, "Black Bodhi." First time hearing this name. It seems finding him might reveal some clues. Meanwhile, in the Western Desert, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple with its magnificent architecture. Inside the temple, Hang Long's master was meditating before a Buddha statue. He suddenly opened his eyes, shouting loudly, "Thief!" daring to act against this venerable. Hang Long's master looked at the candles arranged on the rack. Suddenly, one candle shattered without any external force. He looked with a face black from anger, scolding, "Hang Long is dead." He actually dared to kill Hang Long, truly bold as the heavens. This is a provocation to the Void Sect. This brat will fall into hell forever. The woman in purple was quite surprised, saying, easily slashing down a heaven's pride of the Western Desert. The 18th Divine Sun will definitely shock the 9 provinces in the future. Qing Yi sitting nearby also agreed. That's right. She proudly praised, "Brother Qin Shu is truly dazzling." Qin Shu landed safely and asked, "Is it over?" He said skeptically, "I just feel things aren't that simple." Suddenly, a pressure descended, forcing Qin Shu to pay attention. The people there were also suppressed by that pressure, unable to stand. They said miserably, "This is such strong pressure. Just standing is very difficult under this pressure." At this moment, 3 suspicious orange figures appeared in the sky. There were 3 people wearing masks and cloaks, hovering in the air. The woman in purple knew who they were at a glance and panicked. God Kings. 3 God Kings have actually come here. Qing, he was equally surprised. What? God Kings? The second divine son was quite surprised and asked, God Kings? And 3 of them? What are they here for? He seemed to have guessed it too, calmly saying, sure enough, things aren't that simple. The white-bearded God King spoke first. 18th divine son, today we send you to the west. Hearing this, others couldn't help but panic. What? God Kings personally acting against the 18th divine son? A person with a high bun said, this is disregarding martial ethics. The Tao Protector was angry hearing this, but was trapped in a transparent blue cage when he tried to speak. You dare. He punched the cage incessantly and scolded. Damn it, a great formation sacrificed by hundreds of cultivators cannot be broken so simply. Ling Dong also stepped forward, pointing at the 3 God Kings and criticizing, 3 God Kings, your status is noble. How can you act against the 18th divine son? A God King immediately extended a hand and scolded, Junior, shut up. She was surprised by his attack. The God King only needed to release spiritual energy to send Ling Dong flying several meters. Gir immediately spoke up. One thing after another, God Kings have personally taken the field. Is this 18th divine son really an enemy of the whole world? Others watched and discussed in panic. What do we do now? These are God Kings. We basically have no resistance. 18th divine son, run quickly. Qin Shu was very calm, asking seriously, 3 God Kings, can you tell me who sent you here? He didn't answer but called out, 18th divine son, we won't tell you. Accept your fate. He laughed and provoked. Dignified God Kings, yet so fearful, worrying about this and that. What kind of God Kings are you? Then Qin Shu scolded while raising an ungraceful finger. Trash. Affected by his action and words, the man was furious. What did you say? The white-bearded God King used spiritual energy to charge and attack Qin Shu, saying, seeking death. This time he didn't dodge, but crossed his arms to block the attack from a God King. This was not easy at all. Then Qin Shu couldn't hold it and was pushed back a long distance. Immediately after, he coughed up blood. Qin Shu wiped the blood, trembling from blocking that move, but also praised the might of a God King, truly powerful. The people there saw Qin Shu injured and cried out worriedly, Divine Son, Divine Son. The Tao Protector was even angrier, gripping the cage and scolding, 3 worms, daring to injure the 18th Divine Son. Wait until I escape. None of you will survive. The God King heard this, just looked back and said, Gatekeeper, we know you are powerful. Wait until you escape, then talk. Another God King wanted to rush up to attack, gathering spiritual energy in one hand to create a blue energy ball, saying, finish the 18th Divine Son. Leave quickly to avoid long nights and many dreams. Yuan Hong saw this and shouted, protect the Divine Son. He turned into a giant winged toad blocking right in front of the God King. Following that, several figures appeared agilely. It was in Sheng, Song Ming, Ling Dong along with Ling Yin, and an 8th Divine Son stepping out to protect him. They said, 18th Divine Son, go quickly, we will block them. Others, though afraid, still wholeheartedly wanted to help Qin Shu, saying, to kill the 18th Divine Son, pass through us first. Even if you're God Kings, we will block you. But the 3 God Kings didn't care and even mocked. No matter how many ants, they cannot block a strike of a dragon elephant. The white-bearded God King asked, is it useful? Qing, he also stood out to protect him. 3 of you, daring to act against the 18th Divine Son, is opposing the Jade Pool. He just laughed and said, Jade Pool has also come to join the fun? Today, no one can save the 18th Divine Son. Then all 3 created a wave of spiritual energy, knocking those standing nearby far away. A woman anxiously pulled her away and said, Fairy, be careful. She advised, Fairy, things aren't good. We'd better leave this place. No. The white-bearded God King reached out and said, since you don't know your place, then be buried with the 18th Divine Son. Qin Shu also slowly stood up and shouted, stop. He walked towards the God King while shouting, "This matter has nothing to do with others, you three mongrels." Qin Shu was angry and said, "If you have skill, aim at this divine son." The God King heard this and said, "Arrogant." Elsewhere, two figures were monitoring his situation through a screen. Eagle Head turned and asked, "How is this matter? Should we act or not?" Sheephead replied, "If the 18th divine son dies on the ascending immortal platform, the feathering sect will avoid many disasters in the future." He turned off the projection screen and said, "Indeed, no matter how you look at it, this is beneficial for the feathering sect to avoid many troubles later." Eagle Head turned back and affirmed, "Then we don't act." Sheephead agreed and said to Qin Shu, even though he couldn't hear, "18th divine son, go peacefully. Don't blame us. If you must blame, blame yourself for incurring disaster." Back at Qin Shu's location, a God King rushed at him attacking, saying, "Take the head off your neck." His movements were very agile, but he had no intention of dodging. Qin Shu's face remained determined, unflinching as if he knew the God King couldn't do anything to him. But the onlookers were frantic, shouting, "Divine Son, run! Divine Son, dodge quickly!" The white-bearded God King sneered, asking, "Is this knowing you will die, facing it directly?" He didn't hesitate, rushing up while shouting, "Then this God King will send you off comfortably." But unexpectedly, a blue ball flew from somewhere to attack the God King. He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The white-bearded God King quickly regained his balance and asked, "Who dares to sneak attack?" Mingyu replied from above, "I am here." Mingyu crossed her arms and declared, "Don't dream of hurting Master." Seeing who appeared, the God King was disdainful, speaking while preparing to attack with spiritual energy gathered in both hands, a little girl. He extended his hands forward to release energy and said, "I think you are tired of living, right?" She was no less, preparing to attack just like the God King's move. Two forces of energy collided, creating a loud noise that shook the sky. Only then did he discover, God King realm? A little girl is actually at the God King realm? Another God King spoke up. No wonder the 18th divine son isn't afraid. It turns out there's a God King guarding behind. The white-bearded God King immediately ordered the person behind, "You hold off this God King. I will go take the 18th divine son's head." He stomped one foot on the ground to gain momentum and said, "18th divine son, you have skill." The God King rushed to attack while provoking, "Go invite another God King to help you." Unexpectedly, the 4th divine son from behind gave him a kick just as he wished. He sent that God King flying far away. The 4th divine son said fiercely, "With me here, no one can hurt the 18th divine son." Others saw this and couldn't help but discuss in surprise. It's the 4th divine son. The 4th divine son actually repelled a God King? Is this really the 4th divine son? Another God King exclaimed in equal surprise, "It's another God King realm." People standing there heard this and said in astonishment, "What? The 4th divine son is at the God King realm?" He just laughed, and his beard fell off, not a single strand left. From an old man's appearance to an 18-year-old youth, the 4th divine son announced with much more confidence, "I have entered the God King realm, and at the same time, I have followed the 18th divine son." Qin Shu wasn't surprised at all, simply crossing his arms and saying, "The 4th divine son's cultivation technique is indeed special. I just gave him the God King pill a few days ago. I didn't expect him to rejuvenate and enter the God King realm directly in just a few days. It all started a few days ago, when he had a conversation with Qin Shu. 18th divine son, I have come to make a deal with you." Qin Shu asked calmly, "Is the 4th divine son here for that God King pill?" The 4th divine son replied immediately, "Correct. The technique I cultivate is very special, as the 18th divine son knows. Without a special opportunity, it is very difficult to cultivate to the state of rejuvenation." He clasped his hands, expressing his sincerity. "Right now, that God King pill is the opportunity one need. Please give that God King pill to me, 18th divine son. In exchange, I am willing to withdraw from the Divine Sun battle and hand over my Divine Sun seal to the 18th Divine Sun. Qin Shu added a condition. I can give you the God King pill, but I have one condition. You must follow me from now on. The 4th Divine Sun agreed immediately without thinking. Deal. Qin Shu asked in surprise. So decisive? You won't think about it a little? He stroked his beard and said, No need to think. I have seen the 18th Divine Sun clearly these past few days. The 4th Divine Sun laughed and said, Among the geniuses of the Eastern Wasteland, you are the one with the most hope of achieving the status of Great Emperor. Following you is not a loss. Returning to the present, a God King was powering up his strength. Then he shouted, So what if there are 2 God Kings? We have 3 God Kings here. The other 2 God Kings stood shoulder to shoulder and said, completely unexpected, Top-tier God King combat power is like white cabbage at the 18th Divine Sun's place. Successive failures. The 3rd time cannot fail. The other person said, Don't worry. On the other side, the Tao Protector was constantly hitting the cage. He hit while saying, A few more inches and I can get out. Over here, while Qin Shu was fighting with the Divine Sun, another guy took the opportunity to run over and attack him, saying, Quick, the gatekeeper is about to get out. Finish the 18th Divine Sun immediately. A God King arrived in front of Qin Shu and said, You are dead for sure. He even asked kindly, Let's see if you have another God King to help you this time. Qin Shu answered frankly, Indeed, I don't. The God King immediately released blood-red spiritual energy surrounding his body, his face becoming increasingly fierce. Then you have no chance. Submit to the arrangement of fate. Qin Shu immediately mimicked the exact movement the guy had just done and said, You're overthinking it. He used void reality reflection to completely copy the enemy's move. In a split second, Qin Shu's figure vanished, moving with great speed. Then he appeared right in front of the God King, surprising him. What? He seemed to turn into that very God King and attacked, no different from fighting himself. Luckily, the guy kept his balance and didn't fall, but he couldn't help asking in surprise, Why do you look like me? The God King added, Moreover, this strike just now was at the God King realm. Mingyu saw this and was astonished, but perhaps she knew that move, so she said, Vault of Heaven technique, void reality reflection. The rumors from the outside world were not wrong. The 18th Divine Sun has truly learned the Vault of Heaven technique, void reality reflection. The onlookers couldn't help but rejoice, telling each other, It's a sure win. The 18th Divine Sun is formidable. The Vault of Heaven technique. We can broaden our horizons. What an honor. Needless to say, the number 1 genius of the Eastern Wasteland is the 18th Divine Sun. That ranking list is just trash. The woman in purple was equally surprised and said, while Qing Yi beside her was blushing with joy, the 18th Divine Sun's trump cards come layer after layer. Killing him is truly difficult. The God King gritted his teeth, killing intent erupting like a hurricane. Damn it. He roared in fury. No matter what, the 3 of us will kill him together. The purple-haired guy ground his teeth in anger. Without a second of hesitation, 3 figures tore through the wind and rushed forward, like 3 deadly poisoned arrows, their internal energy surging to form a terrifying storm. Facing the aggressive offensive, the Tao Protector stood tall, arms spread wide in an arrogant, challenging posture. 3 stinking bugs. His eyes were sharp and cold, carrying sky-high, killing intent. You have danced around long enough. The wind howled madly, dust obscuring both heaven and earth. Amidst the chaos, the Tao Protector clenched his fist, deciding to end this pointless drama. Let's end it here. An earth-shattering palm strike suddenly crashed down. Internal energy condensed to the limit, creating an aura of destruction capable of tearing apart space itself. The God King rushing forward widened his eyes in panic, exclaiming in shock. What? He stood there, calm and at ease, his hand pushing out slowly, yet true energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. His voice lowered. 1. A scornful smile flashed across the Tao Protector's lips as his hand gently waved, and another invisible force exploded. Two left. The remaining God King screamed frantically, his face changing color in terror. How is this possible? He realized in panic. The Gatekeeper's combat power is much stronger than we predicted. All three turned their heads in horror, each going a different way, trying to find an escape route. Run. But the Tao Protector was faster, his body like a bolt of lightning, flickering in and out of sight, blocking their path. Leave your lives to me. A gust of wind swirled around him, internal energy flaring violently, causing his long hair to fly upwards in the chaotic stream of energy. From behind, Qin Shu's figure quietly appeared like a ghost, a smile of excitement on his lips. Worthy of being senior gatekeeper, beating God Kings is like playing a game. The Tao Protector raised his hand, an invisible suction force grabbing the three glittering turquoise pills that were trying to escape. Soul Search. His eyes were as cold as ice, seeming to penetrate the core of each pill. Who ordered you to come here? The God King inside trembled, his voice stuttering. It's. Before he could finish, all three pills suddenly exploded, turning into thin smoke and vanishing. The Tao Protector's expression darkened, his eyes gloomy. Even the divine souls had forbidden curses placed on them. Only a saint could do this. Hearing this, Qin Shu frowned slightly, his voice lowering with vigilance. Which means, the one who wants to deal with me today is at least a saint. The scene shifts to the Feathering Sect, where Eagle Head sat majestically on the main throne. His massive figure was like a towering mountain, his eyes sharp as knives. He's actually still alive. Sheephead sat beside him, eyebrows furrowed tight, gritting his teeth as he spoke. He has the appearance of an immortal seed. I didn't exaggerate. His eyes flashed with determination. How about we make a bet? Let's decisively make him the disciple of this generation. He fell into silence for a long time, then spoke slowly. The Feathering Sect cannot afford to bet. Since ancient times, disasters. Even a great emperor would find it hard to protect against them, let alone the current Feathering Sect. Sheephead said with a grim voice. Moreover, you and I still carry a duty. Eaglehead looked up at the ceiling of the hall and let out a soft sigh. True enough. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Then, his deep voice echoed throughout the great hall. The first divine son should come out of seclusion. In another space, Old Chun was kneeling, his whole body bound by chains. Mingyu spoke respectfully. Divine son, according to your instructions, the seventh divine son has been beaten to death and Old Chun captured alive. Qin Shu frowned slightly, his eyes cold. The seventh divine son is likely not truly dead. Am I right, Old Chun? The old man's face was flushed red. His eyes rolled back, teeth clenched tight, determined not to utter a single word. Qin Shu clenched his fist, his voice turning cold. Not talking? Still want to be stubborn to the end? Old Chin suddenly screamed, his tone frantic like someone who had lost all reason. 18th divine son, I know nothing. Give me a quick death. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow. Give you a quick death? Dream on. What would be the point of me keeping you alive then? He leaned down, looking at Yuan Hong with a cunning smile. 18 tortures, give him a round. A scream of terror rang out, tearing through the silent space, seeming to pierce the blue sky. A moment later, Old Chun collapsed on the ground. Yuan Hong turned around and walked away. Divine son, he confessed everything. Qin Shu nodded slightly, his cold gaze directed toward the distant horizon. Let's go. Today we quell the chaos of the seventh divine son and completely eliminate this cunning guy. Four figures descended from the high sky, landing right next to a blood pool emitting a strong stench of blood. Old Chun, tightly bound and bruised, pointed at the blood pool. It is right here. The seventh divine son's resurrection takes place in this very spot. From the red liquid, bubbles and a stream of similarly colored smoke were slowly rising. Suddenly, the surface of the blood pool exploded, and a figure shot straight up into the air from within. It was Jing Tian. He landed on the ground, roaring in anger. This divine son calculated everything, yet I was outsmarted by the 18th divine son. How can this be? Jing Tian's face turned black, grinding his teeth. 18th divine son, wait until the day I cultivate the 9 cycles undying divine art to completion. I will definitely. Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by Qin Shu. Definitely what? Only then did Jing Tian panic, realizing that Qin Shu's group was standing right in front of him. 18th divine son. He also just saw old Chen. You actually didn't kill old Chen. Jing Tian suddenly smiled with amusement. And you let old Chen bring you to this place. Very good. This divine son didn't guess you would go to this extent. Hearing this, Qin Shu mocked. Heard you cultivate some 9 cycles, undying art, or whatever. How many times have you died now? He continued. How about I help you, let you die completely? Hearing this, he was a bit apprehensive. 18th divine son. Actually, our grudge isn't unresolvable. Jing Tian offered a deal. I'll give you my divine son's seal. Spare my life? How about it? Qin Shu replied without hesitation. Impossible. You have touched this divine son's reverse scale. You have no chance. I need the divine son's seal, and I need your life too. He angrily pointed straight at Qin Shu's face. Arrogant talk. This divine son has finished the 4th level of the 9 cycles divine art. My strength is far greater than before. Let's see how you take my life. As soon as he heard those words, Qin Shu immediately ordered. Capture him. Yes. Ming did not hesitate for a moment, rushing straight forward. Seeing her coming, Jing Tian turned to run. Damn it. However, Ming was a step faster, appearing right in front of him and landing a powerful kick to his head. After the thunderous kick, Jing Tian fell flat on the ground. She stomped heavily on his chest, causing him to spurt a mouthful of fresh blood. Master, I caught him. Jing Tian struggled to sit up, his voice full of sarcasm. You are a dignified god king, yet you call a spirit realm cultivator master. He continued to provoke Mingyu. This divine son truly does not understand. You must know that a god king, no matter where they are, is an existence that is revered as a supreme ancestor. Suddenly, an invisible force knocked Mingyu backward. When she regained her footing, she froze, coughing up some blood. Jing Tian was now surrounded by a blinding red light, hovering in midair. She was incredibly surprised. How is that possible? From that light, he was instantly revived after being tortured by Mingyu. Seeing this, Qin Shu said disdainfully, Alive again so quickly? Jing Tian retorted, 18th divine son, you rely on a god king crippled by me. Let's see what you can do now. However, Qin Shu explained, incorrect. The 9 turns undying art, no matter how heaven-defying, cannot simply let a person live, die, and live again. Hearing this, Jing Tian angrily swung his fist at Qin Shu. Next, it's this divine son's turn. Just as he rushed close, Qin Shu struck a palm to block it. The terrifying collision sent Jing Tian flying in the opposite direction. He himself was pushed back a few steps, thinking to himself, the 7th divine son's strength has leveled up quite a bit. Qin Shu frowned slightly, his eyes sharp as knives sweeping over old Chen. You didn't tell the truth. The old man threw his head back and laughed loudly. 18th divine son, I, old Chen, have roamed the world for 100 years. How could I be forced to talk by a brat like you using a little torture? Suddenly, old Chen glared, killing intent condensing into rolling black waves, veins popping on his forehead, roaring. Today's setup was laid out specifically for you. 7th divine son, kill the 18th divine son, and you will be the #1 prodigy of the Eastern Wasteland. Jing Tian smirked, full of smugness. Today's setup, although a last resort, was already within this divine son's calculations. He frowned, clenched his fists, and yelled, 18th divine son, you think you are on the 2nd level. This divine son is on the 1st level. You can look down on me, but you don't know that this divine son is waiting for you on the 3rd level. Mingyu's eyes turned bloodshot, her whole body emitting violent killing intent, rushing forward like a thunderclap. Damn it, I will definitely kill you on behalf of Master. Jing Tian glanced sideways, and in an instant, a bone-chilling killing intent erupted. You were seeking death. A shocking explosion rang out, and she was knocked far away by a terrifying force. Fresh blood sprayed in streams, dyeing the space red. Mingyu slammed heavily onto the ground, rolling several times from the aftershock. She collapsed in pain, her body trembling. Master, I'm afraid I... Just then, a cold sword appeared in Qin Shu's hand, his voice deep and solemn, sounding from the void, carrying irresistible majesty. Tend to your wounds right there. Qin Shu sneered, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. Leave the rest to this divine son. He jumped up from the blood pool, his cunning laughter echoing everywhere. 9 turns undying divine art. 6th turn. Immediately, blazing red fire erupted around him, the temperature soaring, the air seeming to burn. Jing Tian grinned. 18th divine son, you are dead for sure. Qin Shu also rushed forward quickly. Is that so? He clenched his fist, his internal energy surging like a tide, his voice full of arrogance. You don't know your own limits. This divine son can even injure a god king. What are you supposed to be? Jing Tian stomped on the ground, his body chasing after Qin Shu like lightning, roaring in fury. 18th divine son, you dare. Suddenly, the blood pool began to shake violently, the fresh blood boiling. The blood pool shot up into the sky, pushing Jing Tian high up. His body covered in fresh blood, he was flung far away. Qin Shu smirked slightly, his right hand tightly gripping a red-dyed human figure, his eyes cold as ice. Caught you. Old Chen's face changed color, his voice trembling with horror. How could the 18th divine son guess it? Qin Shu laughed coldly. 7th divine son, this thing is your true body, right? His face turned pale, his whole body trembling, his voice full of panic. How did you know? Qin Shu walked over slowly, his tone calm, very simple. Killing you so many times and you didn't die. There is only one possibility. What was before was not your true body. He smirked. And every time you revived inside the blood pool, it proves that your true body must be hidden in the blood pool. Jing Tian screamed madly. 18th divine son. If you dare hurt him, I will kill you even if I have to risk my life. Qin Shu didn't bother to reply. The sword in his hand suddenly swung a cruel beam of light, the blade slashing across the true body, his voice full of contempt. Even now, you still say such words to this divine son. His eyes bulged, his whole body trembling in extreme shock. Jing Tian raised his hand in panic, his eyes rolling back, his voice hoarse. Don't, 18th divine son, we can talk this over. Qin Shu said coldly. Scared now? Rays of light swept across the true body. Too late. A beam of light appeared right on his chest, causing him to howl in pain. Jing Tian fell down, eyes wide open. Damn it, the 9 turns divine art is all wasted. In despair, he struggled up, his fist rushing forward. You must die. A domineering palm from Qin Shu swung out. The violent force hit Jing Tian directly, blood splashing everywhere. One serious punch, and Qin Shu stood calmly, fist clenched, blood scattered all over. He spoke coldly, his gaze sharp. 7th divine son, a life of evil, it ends now. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange object suddenly fell at his feet. Qin Shu curled his lips slightly, the corner of his mouth carrying a mocking smile. Collected another divine son token. Yuan Hong, with a cold face, reached out and pressed old Chen's head into the ground, his deep voice resonating. Divine son, what should we do with this old fellow? Qin Shu raised an eyebrow. He followed the 7th divine son and committed many evils. Execute him. Hearing this, old Chen's expression changed, his body shaking. Don't kill me. 18th divine son, I can tell you a secret. Qin Shu glanced over coldly, waving his hand slightly. Want to play tricks again? He said coldly, "This divine son doesn't want to know your secret." Seeing Yuan Hong silently wiping his sword, the blade reflecting cold light, the old man frowned, his whole body trembling. 18th Divine Son, give me a chance. If the 18th Divine Son listens and feels my life isn't worth it, it won't be too late to kill me then. Qin Shu glanced at him, eyes sharp and cold, smiling faintly. Old dog, you do know how to cherish your life. He leaned down, pressing Old Chin's head down firmly, lips curling up. Speak. The old man trembled, face pale, swallowing hard, and said hurriedly, "The 9 turns undying divine art that the divine son cultivated actually relies on this blood pool. This blood pool also has a great origin. The image of the blazing red blood pool, a deep pit soaked in blood, boiling with evil energy appeared." Old Chun continued, his voice urgent. It was the 7th Divine Son who spent great effort collecting the blood of countless high-level demon beasts and heavenly treasures to build it. Although the 7th Divine Son is dead, the blood essence still remains. Qin Shu said in a deep voice, "You mean one can continue using the blood pool to cultivate the 9 turns undying divine art?" The old man nodded hastily. "Correct. And one can even seize the opportunity of the 7th Divine Son from when he was alive, directly letting the undying divine art enter the 5th level. This way, one can directly nurture a master above the true human realm." Old Chin took out an ancient book from his chest, the leather cover worn out. "Here, I have the cultivation method for the 9 turns undying divine art." I hand it over to the Divine Son. Qin Shu took it, eyes narrowing slightly, his voice wary. "Are there any restrictions?" The old man frowned, eyes revealing apprehension. "The 18th Divine Son is intelligent. Indeed, there is a condition. The person who obtains the 7th Divine Son's opportunity had best have very low cultivation, or be someone who hasn't cultivated at all." Hearing this, Qin Shu's eyes darkened slightly, his expression becoming thoughtful. He called out softly, "Go on, Fin." Qin Shu raised the book slightly, smirking, his gaze profound. "You basically haven't cultivated before. This opportunity is truly tailor-made for you." Onfin was confused, his voice trembling. "Divine Son." Old Chun frowned anxiously. 18th Divine Son, can you spare my life?" He curled his lips slightly, uttering one word. "Granted." The old man breathed a sigh of relief, his face relaxing like someone who had just stepped back from the gates of hell. "Many thanks, 18th Divine Son." But Qin Shu raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes cold. "The death penalty can be waived, but living punishment cannot be escaped. Cripple him." Old Chin's face changed, his whole body shaking violently, his voice breaking. "What?" Without giving the old man another chance to struggle, Yuan Hong decisively struck a palm. Old Chun collapsed right at his feet, while Onfin flew up into the air from within the blood pool. He hovered in the air, fists clenched, profound internal energy radiating purple spiritual energy. Old Chun was astonished, eyes wide open. The aura on this guy is so strong. Onfin laughed heartily. "Earth-human realm. I broke through to the Earth-human realm." He closed his eyes to feel the surging spiritual power swirling in his Dantian, his voice deep and resonant. Heaven, earth, and human, the 3 realms, are the steps into the great Tao, the realm of communicating with heaven and earth. Who would have thought that Go Onfin, who previously had almost no cultivation, would go directly into the earth-human realm? Qin Shu rubbed his chin, smiling faintly. Wait until he reaches the 6th turn. Perhaps he can directly step into the heaven-human realm. This technique is indeed somewhat interesting. The scene shifts to a dungeon. A demonic thought sat cross-legged, chains wrapped around its body, eyes half closed, darkness covering a serene face. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Here, the first divine son slowly jumped down. Here, he smirked a cold smile. The disciple's struggle has approached the end. You and I are 2 sides of the same body. It is time to merge. The demonic thought frowned. Speaking like that, has someone appeared whom you cannot deal with without merging with me? Killing intent erupted in the depths of his eyes. I am very curious. Who exactly is it? The first divine son said in a deep voice, the 18th divine son. The demonic thought frowned slightly, then laughed heartily. The jet-black iron chains wrapped around his body slowly tightened, a deep, hoarse voice ringing out, carrying extreme excitement. Come then, merge. The first divine son coldly waved his hand to touch his face, laughing loudly. I have been looking forward to this. The wind howled, tearing through his long hair. From the chest of the demonic thought, a blazing red evil energy erupted, rolling and spreading throughout the body. The profound internal energy, hidden for so long, suddenly exploded, the heaven-shaking pressure causing the surrounding space to crack. The black chains snapped, breaking into pieces and flying far away. The first divine son clenched his fists, his sharp gaze directed forward. Looking forward to meeting you, 18th divine son. His laughter resonated, full of enchantment, hiding endless killing intent. Scene shift, a shocking noise rang out, causing everyone to startle briefly in panic. Anfen frowned, his eyes flashing with suspicion. What is it? Yuan Hong crossed his arms, his voice icy. The entire feathering sect was trembling. A cultivator trembled. What happened? The guy next to him gaped, eyes wide. Why are the earth veins shaking? Mingyu stood silently, eyes half closed, her divine consciousness expanding to sense every breath of heaven and earth. This aura, it seems like a great ominous object, is breaking out of the earth. The second divine son suddenly appeared, 18th divine son. His voice was urgent. Run quickly. Qin Shu turned around in panic. Why? The second divine son gritted his teeth, eyes filled with worry, and replied hastily. The first divine son has exited seclusion. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow and sneered. He exits seclusion. Why must I run? He glared, his voice dropping low. This is not just the first divine son. It is the first divine son merged with the demonic thought. In the space, an image of the demonic thought suddenly appeared, eyes red like blood, an evil smile filled with murderous intent. The first divine son merged with the demonic thought is a cold, tireless, extremely dangerous beast. He said in a deep voice, Divine son, there's always been a rumor in the feathering sect, divine and demonic fusion, invincible under heaven. Yuan Hong's face suddenly changed, his eyes flashing with horror. It is said that after the divine thought and demonic thought of the first divine son merge, his strength is extremely terrifying. The scene shifted to the altar. The Phoenix ancestor spoke with a majestic voice. Are you sure the 18th divine son's assessment is clan extermination level? The divine Phoenix, heavenly maiden, could not hide her worry. Reporting to ancestor, his talent is unmatched in the Eastern Wasteland. If he grows up and targets our God Clan, the God Clan is indeed in danger of extermination. She said in a deep voice, a clan extermination level enemy. We absolutely cannot let him grow. The Phoenix ancestor spread her wings, surrounded by golden spiritual energy. From the void, a mysterious feather slowly floated down. She widened her eyes, voice trembling. This is the Phoenix spirit feather. The divine Phoenix, heavenly maiden, bowed respectfully. Thank you, ancestor. She turned around. Ancestor will go resolve the disaster. You refine the Phoenix spirit feather and go to the ancient bronze hall. The Phoenix ancestor's words echoed through the space, carrying an unshakable decisiveness. You must obtain a portion of the opportunity in the ancient bronze hall. That is the capital to vie for the great emperor. At the ancient dungeon, the Qilin young master knelt on the ground, his body trembling under the pressure. A harsh voice rang out. Trash! The Qilin divine lord stared with extreme anger. Your Dao heart was directly fated by the 18th divine son, yet you no longer want to fight. Truly a useless thing. He roared. This time go to the ancient bronze hall, fully support the divine Lord Young King. He trembled slightly, replying in a weak voice, Yes. The Qilin young master turned around. Time to set off. Take this opportunity to resolve the disaster. The second divine son said in a deep voice. 18th divine son, you are excellent. I do not hope to see you die by the hands of the first divine son. Qin Shu grinned, his eyes full of confidence. Who wins or loses is not certain yet. Second divine son need not worry. He closed his eyes, frowning as if recalling a terrifying memory. The first divine son's demonic thought back, then required the sect master, united with several great sect ancestors, to separate. The second divine son frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, to deal with you, he actively merged with the demonic thought. Perhaps you know his determination to deal with you. Seeing this, Yuan Hong hurriedly gestured, his face becoming extremely serious. Divine son, it is better to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. The demonic thought and divine thought of the first divine son conflict with each other. Both sides are consumed. It cannot last too long. Just then, a deep, hoarse, threatening voice rang out, causing everyone to look up in shock. You cannot leave. The first divine son appeared, fists clenched tight, icy eyes radiating killing intent, his expression changing, uneasiness rising in his heart. Didn't expect the first divine son to come out so quickly. Everyone looked up at the sky, his body covered by a source of internal force red as blood, the tyrannical aura causing the surrounding space to distort. A commotion rang out everywhere. The first divine son is out. One person trembled and backed away. Will the first divine son and the 18th divine son fight today? The guy next to him panicked. The aura on the first divine son is terrifying. The domineering momentum of the first divine son was like a hurricane, pressing down and making the surrounding air suffocating. Curious whispers rang out in the crowd. Curious sound arose. What does the first divine son intend to do? Suddenly, a panicked shout cut through. Is the feathering sect determining the disciple today? He frowned slightly, his voice deep and rumbling like thunder, his face showing an unpredictable evil look. 18th divine son, withdraw from the disciple competition, and I will spare your life. Qin Shu smirked slightly, a cold smile appearing, eyes full of challenge. Spare my life? First divine son, you are inevitably too confident. The first divine son's face changed, eyes red as blood, waving his hand. You becoming the disciple will bring disaster to the feathering sect. That is why this divine son underwent the divine and demonic fusion, to ensure a 100 defeat of you. Hearing this, Qin Shu's lips curled into a disdainful smile. I understand. Seems like this disciple competition isn't so pure. It truly makes one slightly nauseous. He glared, voice deep. So, 18th divine son, what is your decision? Qin Shu raised his middle finger, eyes icy, voice ringing out with rage. Withdraw my ass. You want to stop this divine son from becoming the disciple. Come, let's see if this divine son can knock you down today. The first divine son roared like a wild beast. His eyes went white, red spiritual energy surging around him like a tornado of blood. Then I will destroy you. A shocking explosion rang out, dust and smoke rising to obscure the view. He did not hesitate, his body rushing forward like lightning, fists clenched, lips curling into a crazy smile. Come on. Two sources of red and golden spiritual energy clashed violently, creating a vortex of destructive energy. The shockwave exploded, pushing back the watching crowd, panic screams ringing everywhere. Qin Shu's Tao protector suddenly appeared. He rushed straight into the battle, a panicked voice ringing out. So strong. The aftershocks of the battle between the two divine sons looked like they wanted to destroy the entire feathering sect. A disciple trembled, covering his eyes with his hands, mouth gaping in horror. You must know that everywhere in the feathering sect is protected by formations. Qin Shu's Tao protector braced himself to resist, veins on his arms bulging clearly. If the gatekeeper hadn't acted, the feathering sect might have been destroyed by these two divine sons. Qin Shu stumbled backward. The first divine son smirked, his red eyes flashing with crazy excitement. As expected of the 18th divine son, you've made me a little excited. He waved his hand. A heaven-shaking tremor erupted, stone dust swirling like a hurricane. Qinshu licked his lips slightly, smiling coldly. You also make this divine son a little excited. It's been a long time since I met such a strong opponent. In his hand, streaks of red spiritual energy swirled, forming a sphere of destructive energy. Heaven-trapping strike. Qinshu also did not back down. Fists clenched, spiritual energy surging like a roaring golden dragon. True reality fist. Two sources of heaven-shaking spiritual power collided. A powerful crashing sound rang out. Blinding light erupted, the golden spiritual energy gradually suppressing the red light. The Tao Protector observed silently, slightly surprised. The aftershocks of these two's battle nearly shattered the protective barrier I set up. He raised his hand. A cold blue spiritual energy suddenly tore through space, rushing straight into the roaring golden light. In this battle, whoever can win will definitely sublimate once again. The first divine son stood tall amidst the hazy smoke. Didn't expect you to block my heaven-trapping strike. He was secretly confused. This was the first time someone had done so. Qinshu also smirked, eyes flashing with intense fighting spirit. I also didn't expect you to block this divine son's true reality fist. Also the first time someone has done so. This divine son is even more excited. He took a deep breath, chest heaving. Suddenly the soul-pouncing lock rushed forward. Soul-pouncing lock. He was surprised, shocked to see it rushing towards him. The first divine son stood proudly amidst the hazy white smoke, hand clenched tight. He lowered his voice. Didn't expect you to block my heaven-trapping strike. Confused inside, this was the first time someone had done so. Qinshu stood opposite, lips curling with interest. I also didn't expect you to block this divine son's true reality fist. Also the first time someone has done so. This divine son is getting more and more excited. The first divine son hissed, soul-pouncing lock. Suddenly he waved his hand, two fingers closing, then opening as if cutting the air, a small round creature with thin bat wings. From his fingertip it rushed out, mouth wide open, spewing deathly aura, body black mixed with red, flickering like charcoal about to burst into flames, rushing straight forward as if to tear everything apart. A bright red light erupted, surrounding him and making him momentarily overwhelmed, his steps pausing slightly amidst the flashes. The soul-pouncing lock hovered above Qinshu's head, its whole body emitting a mysterious, brilliant light, causing him to exclaim in shock. What attack is this? Qinshu's face suddenly changed, his eyebrows furrowed, voice low and suspicious. The divine soul in my body seems to have been locked. The first divine son spoke smugly. This divine son's unique skill, soul-pouncing lock, specializes in locking divine souls. 18th divine son. Next I will make a move on your divine soul. Qinshu muttered a chant, spiritual power twisting around his hand, constantly moving. Directly above, the soul-pouncing lock trembled, its whole body burning with red fire, golden light blazing blindingly. He roared angrily, "Open for me." Suddenly, the soul-pouncing lock changed color from bright red to a hazy green, its small body shooting down like lightning, embedding tightly into his head. Qinshu's eyes widened, hair suddenly flying up as if swept by a powerful energy rushing into his body. He rushed down from above like lightning, a scream ringing through the sky. The soul-pouncing lock is my innate skill. You cannot solve it. In midair, the first divine son waved his hand to counterattack with astonishing power, palm wind tearing the air, colliding with him to create a shocking explosion. He roared fiercely, "Perish for me." Rocks shattered into pieces, black smoke billowing then gradually dispersing, revealing a hazy space. Qinshu stood tall amidst the remnants of the explosion, his body unharmed after the fierce counterattack. He raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth lightly, eyes calm. Truly a bit difficult to deal with, It's still my first time seeing a technique targeting the divine soul like this. The first divine son landed from above onto the ground, shattered by the attack just now. He waved his hand. The first divine son muttered in his mind, "Divine soul, dispatch troop strike." Internal force immediately gathered, the aura around him trembling. Qin Shu narrowed his eyes, looking down, his expression changing slightly. He spoke in shock. "What?" Qin Shu paused, eyes flashing with panic as he exclaimed, "This is—" His body was hit by a protruding rock, sending him flying high, dangling in panic. Qin Shu quickly landed. Glancing around, he muttered, "A bit passive." Qin Shu gritted his teeth, hissing in anger. "My divine soul is locked. I basically cannot block the divine soul attack of the first divine son." Mingyu witnessed the scene with anxious eyes, cold sweat rolling down her face, her voice stammering and trembling. Can the divine son not break the soul-pouncing lock? Mingyu glanced at the second divine son, beside her, who was speaking. The soul-pouncing lock is the first divine son's innate skill. He sighed involuntarily, the second divine son's voice carrying a sense of helplessness. Back then, the first divine son used this skill to lock the divine soul of a divine king for 15 minutes, shocking the entire eastern wasteland. His eyes flashed with determination as he glanced up at the sky, his voice firm. Although the 18th divine son is very strong, wanting to escape is almost impossible. The crowd below looked up, eyes blank, mouths agape in shock. What is this? In midair, a blinding light flashed, and the figure of the Phoenix ancestor circled majestically in golden light. The crowd below shouted in unison, voices unable to hide their horror and awe. A peerless powerhouse has arrived. Qin Shu's Tao protector raised his hand high, green internal energy surging and converging in his palm. He frowned slightly, suspicion flashing in his eyes. "Phoenix ancestor, what are you doing here?" A palm force from the Tao protector shot straight towards her. Facing the pressure, the Phoenix ancestor only spoke in a deep voice. "Gatekeeper, although you are very strong, you are still a junior. There is no place for you to speak here." He silently lowered his hand. Behind Qin Shu's Tao protector, the Qilin Divine Lord appeared, majestic and silent, his aura sharp like a blade hidden in a sheath. His hands clasped behind his back, he spoke indifferently. "Qilin Divine Lord, you have come as well." The old man's eyes flashed with a strange green light. The Qilin Divine Lord said in a deep voice, "The world calamity star must be eliminated." At the ancestral dragon nest, the dragon prince looked up at the dragon ancestor hovering in midair and called out loudly, "Ancestor!" The dragon prince's eyes froze, widening in surprise, his mouth stammering. "You have come out of seclusion." The old man replied coldly, "If I didn't come out, I would be angered to death by you." The dragon ancestor's pupils turned crimson, and he sneered. "I heard that after you went out, you haven't had a great battle yet, but your confidence has already been defeated." Hearing this, the dragon prince froze, his eyes darkening. He lowered his head, stammering, "This matter." The dragon prince gritted his teeth, whispering, "Ancestor, they're the reason for everything. That 18th divine son is a bit strong." The dragon ancestor stroked his beard furiously, snarling, "If you don't have the ability yourself, don't say others are formidable. You truly make the dragons lose face." Saying that, he waved his hand and released a glowing, burning gold energy bar, lowering his voice to order, "Catch it." He quickly caught the gold energy bar, eyes beaming. The dragon prince replied, confidently, "Thank you for the dragon essence granted by the ancestor. This time I will definitely be strong." The dragon ancestor turned slowly, his voice lowered with majesty. "I want to go to the Feathering Sect. The Ancient Bronze Hall is about to open. You should quickly go to the Ancient Bronze Hall." He flashed brightly in red light, and then suddenly vanished without a trace. The prince bowed, replying obediently, "Yes, ancestor." A beautiful day with open scenery at the Feathering Sect. In the clear blue sky, the Phoenix ancestor and Qilin Divine Lord appeared. Seeing a stranger approaching, she immediately issued a warning. Junior, move aside. Suddenly, a massive vortex appeared in the clouds, covering the entire area, causing everyone to look up. From that vortex, a sheep head and an eagle head slowly descended. He spoke up. The gatekeeper is a junior, so what about us? Their eyes looked straight ahead, shining with distinct colors. The dragon ancestor appeared right in front of them out of nowhere. He said calmly, "You're also juniors in front of me." He tilted his head back to glance at the dragon ancestor, questioning. "Dragon ancestor, you actually dare to come out too?" The old man did not answer that question. "Regarding today's matter, how does your feathering sect plan to resolve it?" The eagle head, with his massive body standing before the dragon ancestor, looked extremely imposing, saying, "The three of you chased after my feathering sect to pressure us. Do you feel the feathering sect is easy to bully? Or do you feel that the feathering sect's internal affairs are currently lacking, so you want to fish in troubled waters?" The old man answered seriously, "You know, we came for the world calamity star. Moreover, the god race and the human race had a promise 100,000 years ago. The world calamity star cannot be kept." Hearing this, the Chilan divine lord saw the opportunity and interrupted. "That's right, we are not pressuring the feathering sect. On the contrary, we are rescuing the feathering sect." At this moment, the phoenix ancestor spoke up. "The god race constantly has great powers recovering. Although your feathering sect is strong when the time comes, because he attracts the world calamity star, causing god race powerhouses to besiege and attack. Regret will be too late." The dragon ancestor continued, "Things have reached this point. We have given the feathering sect enough face." At the same time, he turned to the two people. "You too. It is time to yield." The sheep head hesitated and tried to stall for time. "We will consider this matter." Now the 18th divine son and the first divine son are competing for the disciple position. If the first divine son wins, everything can be resolved. The old man looked decisive, if that is the case. Qin Shu hovered in the distance, while the voice of the Chilan divine lord still echoed. "Then let's see how these two juniors fight." The person he had to face now was the first divine son. He raised his hand high, a sphere of power in the center. This move named Divine Soul. In a flash, the first divine son threw the sphere, creating a powerful wave of water. Following the first divine son's furious roar, the move River Reversal immediately activated. The fierce water immediately swallowed Qin Shu's figure, drowning him in the violent flow. From above, the first divine son arrogantly proclaimed, "Accept your fate." Facing the enemy's triumphant attitude, Qin Shu did not flinch. He immediately summoned the Soul Silkworm, commanding loudly, "Soul Silkworm, break it for me." Receiving the master's order, the Soul Silkworm closed its eyes tightly, and an astonishing internal force began to gather around its body. Witnessing this scene, the first divine son was not afraid, but spoke confidently. "The divine soul is indeed strong enough to rush out, but you still cannot escape my soul-pouncing lock." Qin Shu's eyes sharpened, replying coldly, "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Soul Silkworm's eyes turned bloodshot, and its small mouth opened wide. Unleashing an earth-shattering energy source, the Soul Silkworm attacked. In the spectator area, an old man standing nearby muttered an observation. Now it seems the first divine son is gaining the upper hand. The Chilan divine lord immediately shouted, as if wanting the whole world to hear, "The 18th divine son is about to lose." Another woman watching the battle continued, "If the 18th divine son doesn't become the disciple, everything can be negotiated." The dragon ancestor immediately warned, "Don't rejoice too soon. As far as I know, this 18th divine son has many times used weakness to defeat strength and laughed until the end." However, the Chilan divine lord immediately retorted, "Dragon ancestor, you are inevitably overestimating the 18th divine son. I don't feel the 18th divine son can escape my soul-pouncing lock. This is a heaven-defying innate skill, unsolvable among peers." As soon as he finished speaking, The soul silkworm frantically sucked all the surrounding spiritual energy into its mouth. At the same time, its body began to grow at a dizzying speed. Qin Shu thought to himself, last time in the Heavenly Tao Library's book spirit hall, the soul silkworm devoured the book spirit and still showed no movement. He looked up at the transforming soul silkworm, determination flashing in his eyes, then ordered, take this opportunity, proactively evolve the fourth transformation. The skies suddenly churned with dark clouds, and bolts of heavenly lightning carrying destructive power struck straight down to the ground, as if to punish anyone who dared to arrogantly defy the heavens. The second divine son, witnessing that scene, was also extremely panicked, stammering, "This is divine soul tribulation." Mingyu stood next to him, asking curiously, "What is divine soul tribulation?" The second divine son began to explain, "Ordinary cultivators only generate lightning tribulation when the divine soul of the divine king realm evolves. How is this possible? Now that the 18th divine son has lightning tribulation, it proves that the 18th divine son's divine soul can reach divine king intensity after evolution." All four people, standing on the ground, looked up in amazement at the magnificent scene. Moreover, the divine soul tribulation of an ordinary divine king is only a small-range lightning tribulation. Now the 18th divine son's massive lightning tribulation is basically unseen. The Qilin divine lord asked in horror, "His divine soul can actually generate such rolling lightning tribulation?" The dragon ancestor replied, "Qilin divine lord, what did I, the ancestor, say? Did you underestimate him?" The phoenix ancestor also chimed in, "This brat is famous throughout the eastern wasteland. Now it seems he is indeed extraordinary." In just the blink of an eye, the soul silkworm made great progress. One of its legs had grown huge. Immediately after, the soul silkworm used its massive body to wrap around and protect Qin Shu. He glanced up at the sky and said, "Divine soul, 9 transformations, 4th transformation complete. The lightning tribulation is coming." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying burst of thunder and lightning erupted from the rolling dark clouds. Seeing this, the soul silkworm carefully lowered its body into a defensive posture. The Qilin divine lord also noticed the lightning tribulation and involuntarily spoke up. Lightning specifically suppresses divine souls. Many cultivators fail to cultivate divine souls precisely because they cannot resist lightning tribulations, especially such a massive lightning tribulation. Let's see if the 18th divine son's divine soul can withstand it. However, after a moment of thought, the soul silkworm made a shocking decision. It flew straight up, swallowing those destructive lightning bolts without any fear. Seeing this scene, the Qilin divine lord was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "What? The divine soul actually swallowed the lightning?" Seeing such a strange occurrence also made the dragon ancestor ponder. "Unbelievable. This is the first time I, the ancestor, have seen this kind of situation." Even the phoenix ancestor, with her cold temperament, had to voice her praise. The 18th divine son is not easy to deal with. Where Qin Shu was standing, he burst forth with internal energy, shouting, "Well done. Now I feel my divine soul is extremely strong." Then Qin Shu immediately ordered, "Break it for me." Hearing this, it began to execute. The first divine son, caught off guard by the counterattack, could not defend in time. He was heavily injured and exclaimed in horror. The soul-pouncing lock was actually broken. Seeing the first divine son had fallen into a disadvantage, Qin Shu quickly rode on the back of the soul silkworm to attack. It's this divine son's turn to attack. A second later, the soul silkworm opened its mouth to unleash a move that terrified the opponent's divine soul. The first divine son hurriedly created a shield in front of him, but still could not hide his panic. "What?" Qin Shu rushed forward and slapped the first divine son painfully. After that, the two engaged in a duel. He confidently said, "After the 4th transformation of the divine soul, I comprehended a new attack method, divine soul intimidation. The attack power is even stronger." At this moment, the first divine son flew up, smiling smugly as if he had a follow-up plan. A bit interesting. If you were really finished off by my soul-pouncing lock, that would have been a bit boring. Now this divine son is getting a bit excited. He used a leverage point to push himself further. Fight. At the same time, Qin Shu also rushed towards him. Fight! When he reached the right position, he immediately delivered a punch straight to his chest. This blow sent the first divine son flying, a clash of divine body strength. Qin Shu held out a hand as if to mock him. "You are just a little brother," he shouted loudly. "Suppress." Hearing this, the first divine son was surprised. In just an instant, his entire body was smashed into the ground, sending sand and rocks flying. Qin Shu stood high above, looking down with disdain. But the first divine son did not falter. He stood up, smiled slightly, and gathered power around his body. How suppressing divine body. The spectators below were also extremely surprised, and someone spoke up. How suppressing divine body. Among the divine sons of the feathering sect, it is a supreme physique ranked highest within the 108 supreme physiques of the heavens, ranked within the top 20. The first divine son has finally begun to display his true strength. A stream of Ensoft power began to emit. Suddenly, from the sky, that power created a massive tremor that slammed straight into the ground. From there, the first divine son gained the momentum to fly up and duel with him. He threw another punch named Hell Suppression. Seeing this move, Qin Shu was slightly surprised. Then, giant hands rushed towards him from all directions. The first divine son said, 18th divine son, let's see how you block this Hell Suppression move of mine. While dodging, Qin Shu replied, this first divine son really knows how to pretend. Others use one palm, but here he directly uses 8 palms. However, the power of this Hell Suppression truly cannot be underestimated. The second divine son, watching from below, also had to admire. This Hell Suppression is truly strong. The first divine son's hell-suppressing divine body has reached the great completion stage. The Qilin Divine Lord said, what a hell-suppressing divine body move. Let's see how the 18th divine son can withstand this attack. As dozens of hands rushed toward him, Qin Shu's hand clenched tight. His whole body flew up with the technique, body art, infinite body protection. The first divine son clasped his hands and laughed with confidence. You can't guard against it. As soon as he finished speaking, palm-shaped attacks rushed in from the right. On the left, a series of hands with surging force also struck. Their common target was Qin Shu. Everything collided, creating a massive explosion, so large that he had to use his hands to shield against the dust and smoke to keep it out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. Outside the battle circle, and Fun, Yuan Hong, and Mingyu screamed in panic, Divine Son. At this moment, the Qilin Divine Lord laughed incredibly smugly. It should be over this time, right? The dragon ancestor denied it. I think it's not certain yet. From high above, the first divine son landed heavily on the ground like a beam of light. He turned his head, panting heavily, a look of relief on his face. Wisps of smoke curled into the blue sky. Then the first divine son turned around and said with satisfaction, it's over. The smoke from the explosion slowly dispersed, revealing Qin Shu's figure. He was bowing his head, and his cold voice rang out, stand right there. The first divine son frowned in surprise. What? After such a huge shock, Qin Shu remained safe and sound, without even a scratch, standing opposite him. He calmly said, this move is indeed very powerful, but it is not enough to deal with this divine son. Qin Shu's face became serious, though he felt a bit of joy in his heart. Luckily, this divine son recently comprehended the strongest defensive technique in the book. Otherwise, it would have been truly difficult to withstand. The Qilin Divine Lord, standing beside the dragon ancestor, was shocked to the point of dropping his jaw. This brat isn't injured at all. A sharp spear appeared. He quickly grasped it tightly and shouted, fight! The ribs inside Qin Shu's body also turned golden, as if enveloped by some kind of power. Taboo supreme bone, firepower fully open. Hearing this, the first divine son frowned and shouted, "Not good." As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck by a thrust that made him vomit a mouthful of blood. Qin Shu gritted his teeth, gathering strength to strike another blow. He swung the spear, creating a golden arc in the air that knocked the first divine son high up. He flew into the sky and then fell to the ground, creating a tremor, with dust and smoke obscuring the entire area. Behind the dusty haze, the first divine son coughed up blood while struggling to sit up, not forgetting to comment, "The 18th divine son's combat power has leveled up again." The old man and the phoenix ancestor watched and evaluated. This spear strike almost took the first divine son's life. The sheephead and eaglehead on the other side couldn't help but speak up, clearly showing surprise. How did this brat's combat power upgrade so quickly? The old man shared the same thought and replied, "It's a bit abnormal." The Chilan Divine Lord immediately asked, "Does the first divine son still have a trump card?" He quickly answered, "He still does." Amidst the thick layers of smoke, he slowly stood up. Eaglehead continued, "However, once this trump card is brought out, it won't be easy to control." The second divine son seemed unable to believe his eyes. The 18th divine son is unharmed and almost finished off the first divine son. He was suspicious, muttering to himself, "It's a bit surreal. This is absolutely not the Qin Shu I knew. I've rated him highly many times, but in the end, I still underestimated him." Song Ming and Fun and Mingyu stood behind the second divine son. Hearing that, he proudly boasted, "You're not the only one who has said that. Everyone who knows the divine son says the same." The second divine son smiled and announced, "I have decided." Hearing him say something so abrupt, he immediately became wary. Decided what? The second divine son crossed his arms and declared, "If the 18th divine son could defeat the first divine son, I will gift my divine son headgear to him." Song Ming heard this, and joy was clearly visible on his face. "You should have done this sooner. The divine son can absolutely defeat the first divine son." Qin Shu looked at him, who had stood up, and provoked, "Is that all the first divine son has?" He frowned. 18th divine son, don't get cocky." Saying that, the first divine son tensed his muscles. A powerful source of true energy radiated around him, full of pressure, as he shouted, "This divine son will immediately make you taste the flavor of regret." He didn't flinch in the slightest. On the contrary, his face clearly showed curiosity and challenge. "I hope you make me use my full strength." He stomped on the ground and flew into the air. His whole body was enveloped in blinding red true energy. His white hair fluttered along with it. The first divine son roared, "Enter demon." Then he flew up into the air to face Qin Shu. Amidst the sweltering heat of the sun, he sweated slightly, frowning in discomfort. Demonization again. The spectators below couldn't help but point in disgust. Someone asked in confusion, "What exactly is the first divine son's background?" The person standing next to him also chimed in, "Why does the feathering sect have a disciple who can demonize?" A young man, having heard rumors somewhere, stepped forward and shouted, "I heard the first divine son was picked up and brought back." The whites of his eyes had turned black, and he smiled weirdly at Qin Shu. Hearing the other party say that, Song Ming appeared curious and asked further, "What? Picked up? Picked up from where?" The second divine son slowly told the old story to Yuan Hong and Ming Yu's group. That year, the sect master went to a region and picked up the first divine son when he was still an infant. It is said that the first divine son was already half demonized at the start. For so many years, the sect master let the first divine son cultivate in the feathering sect. A vague image from memory returned. Someone transmitting spiritual power into a body radiating surging demonic energy, restrained by iron chains. He continued, "One side is divine transformation suppressing the demonic transformation. I didn't expect that today the first divine son would still be forced into his strongest demonized state. Hearing it all and realizing the issue, he immediately asked, "A mysterious region? Could it be the legendary demon realm?" And Fun, standing nearby, also wondered, "The demon realm only exists in legends. Does it really exist?" The second divine son gazed intently ahead and replied, "I don't know. Information on such secrets can only be obtained by powerhouses at the level of the sect master." The Chilan Divine Lord, seeing such an impressive scene, laughed loudly with delight. "A bit interesting. A demonized demon man. No wonder you said it's not easy to control. Demon men are fundamentally uncontrollable." The Phoenix ancestor standing beside him was also somewhat astonished by this. To think the Feathering sect has a demon man. This is something that hasn't appeared in 10,000 years. The first divine son, blazing with demonic energy, stood opposite him and laughed with great exhilaration. "Feels good." He puffed out his chest confidently and asked Qin Shu loudly, "This feeling is so good." 18th divine son, "I just want to ask you, are you afraid?" He smiled, beckoning with his hand to signal the opponent to come at him, and calmly replied, "Afraid my foot. Let this divine son see your combat power." Facing Qin Shu's provocation, the first divine son quickly moved and rushed forward, his voice ringing out simultaneously. "I'll satisfy you." He immediately raised both hands into a defensive stance. He rushed toward Qin Shu like a rocket, scorching, fast, and precise in a straight line. Suddenly, a source of power struck the stone pillars hard, shattering them. Stone fragments flew everywhere. Standing behind the haze of smoke, he evaluated. The strength is quite considerable. Qin Shu, majestic amidst the ruins, sensed the attack just now. It really is leveled up a lot. Seeing the situation, the Chilan Divine Lord also praised. "Very good. With this kind of combat power, the first divine son is sure to win." The dragon ancestor standing beside him replied mechanically, without expression, "Hope so." The first divine son stood high above, looking down at him happily. "Your sense suits me very well." Saying that, he licked his upper lip greedily. After finishing this perverted action, the first divine son shot forward like an arrow, shouting, "I will suck you dry." In the blink of an eye, he arrived and grabbed Qin Shu's arm. Under his wary gaze, the first divine son's tone became ambiguous. "Caught you." Two long fangs grew from his upper jaw. The first divine son's face darkened, looking at him and articulating every word. "Next, I will enjoy the delicacy." The dragon ancestor was not very surprised to see this scene. "I heard that demon men of the demon realm eat each other. Now it seems that is the case." He opened his mouth wide, aiming for Qin Shu's wrist, but as soon as he bit down, the hardness of the body caused those two sharp teeth to break. The first divine son was a bit confused. "What? Why is your skin so hard?" He smirked triumphantly. This action made him even more furious, and he howled, "I don't believe it." The first divine son grabbed Qin Shu's wrist again, wanting to try once more. But the result was the same. As soon as he bit down, the fangs shattered and fell to the ground. The first divine son broke into a cold sweat. "This." Qin Shu smiled triumphantly, his eyes shining brightly, his voice calm. "Idiot, playtime is over." After speaking, Qin Shu gave the first divine son a punch that distorted his face and sent him flying backward. He shook the pitiful hand that had just been bitten and muttered to himself, although the taboo supreme skin blocked the first divine son's bite. "I have to admit that the combat power of the demonized first divine son is truly astonishing. My arm was almost bitten off by him." Having observed the battle for a while, the Chilan Divine Lord discovered something. He said to the Phoenix ancestor, "The 18th has a great secret on him. That skin of his is extraordinary, very similar to a taboo item in legends." The Chilan Divine Lord's face became serious as he slowly analyzed its strengths and weaknesses. That skin can protect the outside of his body, but it cannot protect the inside of his body. After a failed attempt, the first divine son did not give up but became even more excited. Like a moving red flame, he rushed forward, not forgetting to exclaim, It seems I've met a very formidable opponent. I'm getting more and more excited. The first divine son delighted declared, I will peel that skin off you. Both Qin Shu and he, with two different types of power, one the brilliant golden power of a god, the other the dark red power of a demon, clashed head-on. This strike caused the first divine son to fall backward, but he quickly regained his balance, raising both hands high, gathering a vortex of purple demonic power in each. The first divine son shouted, Demon Domain. Then, the two small vortexes above his head turned into a massive zone of demonic power, blotting out the light of the entire sky. And this move naturally surprised Qin Shu as well. She looked at the massive black object before her eyes and evaluated, a bit interesting. The first divine son's domain has already taken its initial shape. The Qilin divine lord agreed. To achieve this at his age is indeed worthy of praise. Surrounded by purple-black smoke, Qin Shu coughed. Interesting. Inside this black mist domain, not only does one lose their sense of direction. He covered his nose with his hand, looking around and sensing. I can't see the first divine son's traces. Moreover, this black mist is actually poisonous. As soon as he finished speaking, the sturdy figure with a smug face loomed behind Qin Shu. Moreover, the first divine son's hand was already clenched into a fist. He swung his arm to gift this surprise to him. This special gift sent Qin Shu crashing down to the ground below, causing the earth to shatter and fly everywhere. He sat up, his body a bit dirty, but a smile still hung on his lips as he cheerfully said, truly a bit difficult to deal with. Inside the giant sphere of demonic power in the sky, loud noises rang out. The Qilin divine lord outside could not see the situation unfolding inside, so he was a bit impatient. Still haven't come out. I wonder what the situation is inside. The Phoenix ancestor quickly affirmed. The 18th divine son is in grave danger. This black mist is highly poisonous. Being able to fight and resist is already not bad. Beneath Qin Shu's position, a light flashed, causing him to dodge vigilantly. In the pitch-black space, the first divine son's voice rang out clearly. 18th divine son, kneel and submit to me. Having just retreated to dodge the beam of light, Qin Shu smirked, rubbing his chin provocatively. Submit? Are you even worthy? His small figure stood in the black smoke accompanied by the other's vicious voice. Then I will destroy you. It felt as if the result of the battle was tilting in favor of the first divine son. Qin Shu, unflinching, placed his hands parallel to each other, creating a golden sphere of light. Heavenly Book, he spread his arms, enlarging its size to illuminate a corner of the space, while shouting, supernatural perception. At the same time, a fist wrapped in demonic power rushed toward Qin Shu from behind, but he had already detected it. Qin Shu twisted his body to dodge the punch. Suddenly having his move predicted, the first divine son roared. How did you know I appeared here? He got into a stance, smirking, and answered cryptically, because I have already seen through you. Then Qin Shu kicked him, sending him flying far away. The first divine son's face turned pale, black blood trickling from his mouth, but he remained stubborn. I don't believe it. Qin Shu stood calmly amidst the swirling black smoke, while the other's angry voice rang out again. Try again. At this moment, the first divine son attacked from above, but unfortunately, he was detected by Qin Shu. He leaned back, using both hands to block the attack, and reflexively exclaimed, Block. The first divine son's face turned purple, gritting his teeth in disbelief. What? This is impossible. Qin Shu smiled, my turn. After speaking, he struck him with a palm, sending him flying backward. One of his eyes and his fist seemed to be burning with fire, yet there was no sign of injury. Qin Shu smiled wickedly and explained, Supernatural perception is a skill I comprehended from the Heavenly Book in the Book Spear Hall. It has no offensive effect, but it can upgrade perception power. Looking at the first divine son gritting his teeth while crouching on the ground, he was a bit delighted. I didn't expect it to be useful here. Hearing this, he turned around, using the black smoke to cover himself while wanting to end the battle. If that's the case, then stay trapped in this place forever. Seeing the first divine son's figure disappear, leaving only floating wisps of smoke and such a fierce declaration, Shu snorted coldly twice. His sharp eyes glanced to the side, questioning. "Want to run?" Shu sneered, launching a palm strike toward the first divine son. "Get out!" He quickly reached out to block the attack from Shu, surprised. "What?" The first divine son gritted his teeth in annoyance, muttering, "You even found this." Shu raised his hand high and asked triumphantly, "Still hiding?" Hearing his words, he frowned in anger. Damn it! Suddenly, the first divine son disappeared into the black smoke right in front of Shu. Here it comes again. After he had been gone for a while, the black smoke slowly advanced and surrounded Shu. Seeing this, Shu smirked mockingly. "First divine son, stop hiding. This is your domain. I can't get out, and perhaps you can't get out either." Saying this, he glanced around, his mouth continuing to ridicule. "Want to use the poison of this black mist to wear me down to death? You're dreaming." Shu explained thoroughly. This type of toxin is deadly to others, but to this divine son, it is nothing. I have the perpetual motion Dantian. I basically don't need to absorb the poisonous spiritual energy here. Theoretically, I can withstand it. His face suddenly became sinister as he said, "Found you." From within the black smoke, Shu launched a move straight upward. He gloated, "This time, you can't dodge." He was surprised to see Shu's fist approaching him. At the same time, he also jumped up, closing in on the first divine son. Seeing this, he used his hand to block, still not over his surprise. How is this possible? Next, Shu was very close. This time, you won't be able to hide either. Outside, the Chilean Divine Lord also began to worry. It's been so long, yet the 18th Divine Son still hasn't come out. He speculated, "I'm afraid he's in grave danger." Just as the Chilean Divine Lord finished speaking, Shu and the first Divine Son emerged outside. At this moment, he shouted loudly at him, "Let's see where else you can run." As soon as he finished speaking, Shu unleashed a move that caused him to fall straight down. The scene before them caused both the Phoenix Ancestor and the Chilean Divine Lord to startle and exclaim, "This." Seeing this, the Dragon Ancestor was also skeptical. It seems the 18th Divine Son not only broke the Black Mist domain, but also defeated the first Divine Son inside the domain. Being a monster to this extent exceeds my data. He turned to ask the two people on the other side, "You two, is the Feathering Sect really not going to protect this prodigy?" Hearing this, Eagle Head turned to answer, "If you retreat from this place, we will protect him." However, the Phoenix Ancestor immediately stopped him. "Don't even think about retreating. Even if we don't come, others will." She glanced at the first Divine Son, who was flattened on the ground after Shu's strike, and continued, "Moreover, let's see if the first Divine Son can hold on." At that time, Shu was still high above, looking down and provoking him. "First Divine Son, don't be afraid, stand up and continue." Hearing this, the first Divine Son angrily pushed himself up. 18th Divine Son, I will make you die." He frowned and shouted loudly, "Next, I will suck you dry into a husk." The first Divine Son raised both hands to the sky, shouting toward Shu, "Demonic absorption, great art." Hearing this, he said disdainfully, "Suck me?" Then Shu sneered, "First Divine Son, have you forgotten what happened during the first Divine Son assembly?" He arrogantly retorted, "I know the spiritual power in your body is abundant, but my demonic appetite is also very large." After finishing his sentence, the first Divine Son commanded, "Suck for me." Immediately, a stream of black energy appeared and enveloped him. However, Shu was not afraid at all and continued to challenge him. "Suck it." Shu provoked. "Large quantity, guaranteed to fill you up." Witnessing the scene before her eyes, the Phoenix Ancestor worried. Can he succeed this time? The Dragon Ancestor replied to her, "Hard to say. The biggest characteristic of this 18th divine son is that he can fight for a long time without weakening. The spiritual power in his body seems endless. He was also a bit skeptical. Even now, it is unclear whether he has some magical treasure or if it is due to a special physique. Hearing this, the Chilan Divine Lord also chimed in, facing the demonic absorption great art. This 18th divine son has no power to resist. Even if he has spiritual power equal to a divine king, sooner or later he will be sucked dry. This time, I still rate the first divine son's chances of winning higher. Hearing this, the Phoenix ancestor scolded, "You, stop talking." This silenced him immediately. The first divine son gritted his teeth, his hands suddenly erupting with blood-red swirls of evil energy, surging to suck away spiritual energy, his voice full of sarcasm. 18th divine son, have you accepted your fate? Qin Shu clenched his fists, clearly feeling the source of spiritual energy in his body being drained bit by bit. The corners of his mouth curled up. Just keep absorbing. If I hold back even a little, consider my loss. Hearing this, he laughed viciously. The first divine son channeled all his internal energy, the blood-red, evil energy, suddenly swirling twice as fast. It created a terrifying force field that seemed to shake the surrounding space. Do you think I simply absorb your spiritual power? He laughed triumphantly, his voice deep and murky as if echoing from hell. I can also prolong evolution. Qin Shu's face turned gloomy, his brows furrowing slightly. The first divine son was laughing heartily when his body suddenly mutated. 2 new arms protruded from his back, sinewy and pitch black like a demon. 4-armed demon man complete. Wait until my 4 arms mature. My strength will increase by another level. Qin Shu looked coldly at that scene, a thought flashing through his mind. Did I just indirectly increase this guy's strength? The corner of his mouth curled up, his eyes suddenly darkened. This wouldn't do. Qin Shu suddenly clenched his fist, channeling internal energy, the wind whistling wildly, golden spiritual energy exploding. I must make you explode. Perpetual motion Dantian, open for me. He gaped, eyes wide, his whole body trembling. What? The first divine son braced himself to resist, his expression changing, exclaiming in horror inwardly, "This! The spiritual energy absorbed into my body has increased more than 10 times compared to before." He frowned, his expression shifting, thinking in terror. How can he do that? He slightly curled his lips, his eyes arrogant. Do you think it ends like this? Qin Shu's eyes darkened, the source of spiritual energy in his body exploding violently, like a pitch-black tide rolling towards the first divine son. Continue. The pitch-black, heavy spiritual energy rushed straight into his body, causing him to cry out in pain, forced to brace himself, veins bulging. The first divine son roared in anger, his face twisted in pain. Damn it, the spiritual energy is entering my body too fast. I can't digest it at all. 18th divine son, just how much spiritual energy is in your body? A thunderous explosion rang out, and one of his newly grown demon arms exploded. The first divine son gritted his teeth, eyes bloodshot. The spiritual energy is too strong. It actually blew up the demon arm I just grew. Chilan Divine Lord roared, his deep voice echoing. The source of spiritual energy in the 18th divine son's body is absolutely an earth-shattering secret. Phoenix ancestor flapped her wings, sacred fire rising fiercely, her eyes shocked. Dragon ancestor hovered in mid-air, hands clasped behind his back, speaking calmly in a deep, raspy voice. The opportunities, secrets, and trump cards on the 18th divine son are endless. He has already shown the appearance of an imperial son. He was horrified, his face pale, his whole body trembling in pain and fury as his second demon arm also dissolved into flesh and blood. Qin Shu looked at that scene, the corner of his mouth curling up in a smug, arrogant smile, his voice cold as ice. First divine son, how does it feel? Eagle Head gritted his teeth. The 18th divine son won't become the imperial son. Yuan Hong suddenly raised his hand high, his voice echoing. The new imperial son of the feathering sect is born. Mingyu laughed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Impérial son Qinshu. Immediately, the chanting resounded like thunder, wave after wave. Impérial son Qinshu, Impérial son Qinshu. In the sky, Qin Shu's figure hovered, golden spiritual energy swirling around his body like a halo. The crowd's cheering grew more intense. Impérial son Qinshu, Impérial son Qinshu, Impérial son Qinshu. He slowly looked down at his hand, his voice deep. Since coming to this world, from a trash divine son until now. Qin Shu clenched his fist, the corner of his mouth curling up. Finally, I have defeated all the divine sons and became the imperial son of the feathering sect. Eagle Head folded his arms, looking imposing, his raspy voice ringing out. Extinct divin son. He paused, his cold eyes sweeping over, his voice dropping with a threat. Ancestor asks you, are you willing to give up the Calamity Star? He raised an eyebrow slightly, unflinching, and replied coldly. What if this divine son does not give her up? Eagle Head gritted his voice. Then you cannot become the imperial son of the feathering sect. Eagle Head gritted his teeth. Once you become an imperial son, you become the future hope of the feathering sect. Your fate is linked to the feathering sect, a matter of great importance. He clenched his fist. Now Qilin Divine Lord, Phoenix Ancestor, and Dragon Ancestor, the three magnates, have come to our feathering sect demanding the person. The feathering sect cannot help but make a choice. Eagle Head took a step forward, his presence weighing down like a mountain, eyes full of killing intent. 18th Divine Son, we give you one last chance to think. Qin Shu spoke calmly, no need to think. His figure stood tall, golden spiritual energy swirling around, radiating pressure. I don't understand what a Calamity Star is. I only know she is someone I know, someone I value. Qin Shu's voice deepened with a clear warning. I will not allow anyone to hurt her. Eagle Head gritted his voice, eyes blazing. Stubborn. You cannot be this imperial son. He frowned. Why can't I? Amongst the divine sons, who can compete with me? He waved his hand, a surge of green, spiritual energy rushing forward. 18th Divine Son, you truly don't know your place. Qin Shu quickly leaned to the side to dodge. Suddenly, beneath his feet, the ground turned into a puddle of moving slime. I'm back. The slime rose gradually, startling Qin Shu. The slime kept rising, gradually taking human shape, the face becoming clear. The face of the first divine son appeared, eyes bloodshot like blood, killing intent condensing into wisps of black smoke. Hearty laughter rang out. He frowned, confused. Resurrected again. The first divine son roared, my demon race, as long as a piece of flesh or a drop of blood remains, can be reborn again. Qin Shu glanced over, his voice cold. Two ancestors assisting the first divine son's resurrection. As ancestors, is doing this fair? Eagle Head lowered his voice, his words echoing with authority. There is no absolute fairness in this world. Eagle Head stepped forward, his aura oppressive. 18th Divine Son, you have reached a dead end. He laughed arrogantly. A dead end, indeed. Qin Shu clenched his hand, shouting, even if it's a dead end, this divine son will open up a path of light. Yuan Hong stood behind, eyes blazing, voice full of dissatisfaction. Damn it, this is unfair to the 18th Divine Son. The second Divine Son spoke coldly. This matter affects the struggle of the higher levels. Even if the 18th Divine Son is involved, he is just duckweed. This matter is hard to handle. Around them, whispering arose. Someone in the crowd shouted, the 18th Divine Son and the Ancestor have developed a conflict. Another said, the Ancestor is thinking of the big picture for the feathering sect. 18th Divine Son, that person said deeply, no matter what, I support the 18th Divine Son. The first Divine Son roared, killing intent sky high. 18th Divine Son. He rushed forward like a black wind, sharp claws striking straight at him. I will tear you apart. Qin Shu calmly threw a palm strike, hitting him squarely in the chest, sending the first divine son reeling backward, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. He curled his lips in a scornful smile. So what if you revived? Aren't you still trash? Eagle Head was furious, suddenly raising both hands high. A source of dark golden, spiritual energy gathered. Don't be arrogant. A powerful beam of energy shot straight down onto the first divine son. Eagle Head then glanced at him and instructed, Ancestor grants you a vitality essence flower to help you evolve to a higher level. Hearing this, the first divine son felt triumphant, not hesitating to use his demonic power to stimulate the creation of 2 arms. Seeing his wish fulfilled, he laughed happily and spoke very loudly. 4-armed demon lord, great success. Then he smiled sinisterly, looking straight ahead to challenge. 18th divine son, fight again. Having said that, both of them rushed into ceaseless combat, 2 powerful energy sources colliding to create ear-piercing sounds. Suddenly, Qin Shu threw a palm strike while glaring and shouting, "Get lost." As the words fell, his punch flew straight at the first divine son, sending him flying straight down. Qin Shu stood in the air, smiling scornfully and mocking, for arms are still not enough to look at. Sheephead, witnessing the scene nearby, reached out to transmit spiritual energy to the first divine son, not forgetting to remind him, like this, Ancestor can also grant you a vitality essence flower, saying that his source of power was transmitted straight into the first divine son. Absorbing enough power, the demonic power inside the first divine son surged violently, and simultaneously 2 more arms tore through flesh to grow out. Admiring his 6 monstrous arms, he couldn't hide his triumph and roared, "6-armed demon man, great success." His eyes suddenly widened, screaming madly in a power-drunk stupor, "Power, the power is truly great." With that, a burst of pitch-black demonic energy exploded, enveloping his body, and the first divine son's arrogant challenge rang out, 18th divine son, come here. Immediately after, he unexpectedly unleashed a thunderous strike, catching Qin Shu off guard and knocking him far away. Seeing his opponent knocked away, he laughed heartily, 18th divine son, keep being arrogant. On the other side, Qin Shu quickly regained his balance in midair and leaped high up. He flew straight upwards, his expression gradually becoming serious. As soon as he approached the first divine son, Qin Shu threw a counterattack without a wasted word. A palm strike he just threw slammed the other straight into the ground, creating a powerful tremor. Witnessing this scene, Qin Shu calmly wiped a streak of blood from the corner of his mouth, not forgetting to ask, "Are 6 arms very formidable?" Taking the momentum, he got into a ready stance, shouting loudly, "Fight." Hearing this, the first divine son did not hesitate to charge forward. The 2 continued to fight ceaselessly, the surrounding space severely damaged by their brawl. After a fierce exchange, the first divine son, face full of wounds, began to pant from exhaustion. Qin Shu on this side was not much better. Although not injured, he was panting incessantly from the exertion. As the dust from the battle cleared, the first divine son knelt on one knee, looked up at Qin Shu, and spoke, "You actually fought to a draw with my 6 arms." Hearing this, Qin Shu replied disdainfully, "Who said it was a draw?" With that, Qin Shu focused all his power into his fist. He threw a decisive blow straight at the first divine son, sending him flying a long distance. Finally, his back hit the ground hard once again, causing the surrounding space to tremble continuously. Taking the full brunt of Qin Shu's palm strike, the first divine son's whole body trembled, teeth grinding as he muttered, "Damn it, can't sit up." Meanwhile, Qin Shu turned to look at Eagle Head and Sheephead, speaking calmly. "So what if you help him? He is still my defeated opponent." Hearing that, Qilin Divine Lord became angry. He channeled spiritual energy and retorted, "Brat, let's see how much longer you can persist." Saying that, his source of spiritual energy was transmitted straight into the first divine son, struggling on the ground. Qilin Divine Lord's voice slowly ringing out. This Divine Lord grants you a Vitality Essence flower to help you evolve to a higher level again. Words finished, the demonic power inside the first Divine Son erupted violently once more. He slowly stood up, the demonic aura around his body radiating more overwhelmingly than before. The first Divine Son had now transformed into a form with 8 arms, and he began to scream madly. 8-armed demon man, feeling the abundant energy flowing in his body. The first Divine Son spoke mockingly. 18th Divine Son, next, I advise you to surrender immediately. Qin Shu, hovering in midair, heard him say that and immediately responded, Surrender? You're overthinking it. Hearing this, Eagle Head nearby couldn't help but raise his voice to remind him, 18th Divine Son, you are at a disadvantage. If this continues, you will only bury yourself. Don't be unaware of your own limits anymore. Ignoring the old man's reminders, Qin Shu didn't hesitate to rush forward, shouting loudly, Fight. The first Divine Son didn't hesitate to unleash a move either. I'll grant your wish. Seeing the unusual energy source, Qin Shu was so shocked his face turned pale as he shouted, What? Immediately, he was hit by a palm strike and sent flying far away. Seeing him in danger, and Fun, Yuan Hong, and Mingyu were all extremely astonished, panicked, and worried as they shouted, Divine Son, Divine Son. Fortunately, Qin Shu landed safely, and there weren't many wounds on his body. Qin Shu grimaced, looking quite in pain, but he still smiled mockingly, silently exclaiming, 8-armed demon, he's not just 10 times stronger than before. The second Divine Son stood above Qin Shu, and, after watching the scene just now, he called out, 18th Divine Son. His face at this moment couldn't hide his worry, as he advised, with the ancestors constantly providing Vitality Essence flowers to the first Divine Son. The first Divine Son is already in an invincible position. The second Divine Son looked at the stubborn appearance of Qin Shu, who was gasping for breath, and reminded him, Give up. Hearing these words, Qin Shu's hand clenched tight. Without saying a word, he rushed forward rapidly, shouting, Fight. Qin Shu put all his strength into striking the first Divine Son, who didn't hesitate to reach out and block his attack. The collision of the two powers created a recoil force that sent both of them flying far away. Qin Shu agilely somersaulted several times before standing firm. After straightening up, he looked forward, frowning, his face unpleasant as he gritted his teeth and spoke angrily. Damn it, he's this strong again. Just as he was about to rush up again, his Tao protector suddenly appeared right in front of him, raising a hand to stop him, calling out, 18th Divine Son. Hearing someone call him, Qin Shu immediately responded, Gatekeeper Senior, do you also want to advise me to give up? I refuse to accept that. At this moment, the Tao Protector maintained his solemn appearance and spoke slowly. I'm not advising you to give up. As your Tao Protector, I need to protect your life. At this, Qin Shu's face couldn't hide his surprise as he hesitantly asked, Senior's meaning is. There was no answer. The man just slowly stood facing the ancestors and spoke. Ancestors, today, the karma of the 18th Divine Son. The Tao Protector's eyes remained cold as he looked straight ahead, his voice ringing out steadily, that I will take it all on. Hearing this, Qin Shu revealed a look of joy and called out, Senior. Before he could finish, the Qilin Divine Lord responded, Gatekeeper, you can't withstand it. Eagle Head beside him also agreed and reminded, Gatekeeper, don't act on impulse. Do you know the gravity of this matter? Even so, the Manzil was not shaken as he simply replied, It is not acting on impulse. As the 18th Divine Son's Tao Protector, I must also fend off some things for him. As soon as the words ended, a speed as fast as a tornado bombarded the entire sky. The Qilin Divine Lord rushed towards the Tao Protector as fast as an arrow, shouting angrily, You won't be able to withstand anything. But he quickly dodged to the side. At this moment, the Tao Protector did not hesitate to unleash his spiritual power. He launched a palm strike towards the Qilin Divine Lord, shouting loudly, Get lost. Not far away, the old man roared in anger. Junior, you have some strength. This divine lord was momentarily unable to do anything to you. The Phoenix ancestor appeared in front of the Tao protector, speaking with a haughty demeanor. The myriad demon clans and countless divine races are all watching this place. A person like you wants to turn the tide? Saying that, the Phoenix ancestor suddenly breathed fire, simultaneously shouting, "You don't know your own limits." The Tao protector calmly looked up at the flame she spewed out. Suddenly, under the Phoenix ancestor's gaze, a loud explosion rang out. The stream of fire vanished just as it neared the Tao protector. Seeing this, he looked up in surprise. The Phoenix ancestor at this moment also couldn't hide her shock and gaped. Bird Grandpa appeared, blocking the front of the Tao protector, and spoke towards the Phoenix ancestor, who says he is alone. Inhaling the remaining embers, he continued to speak. There is also Bird Grandpa here. Qin Shu, looking up from below at the scene just now, stood frozen there, calling out in astonishment, "Bird Grandpa." Immediately, the Phoenix ancestor shouted in panic, "Xian, it's you." Bird Grandpa didn't hesitate to lecture them. "Little Phoenix, little Qilin, is your skin itchy or something?" His eyes coldly glanced at the two beasts as he asked further, "Do you need Bird Grandpa to loosen your skin for you?" In another development, the first divine son, with a cruel face, suddenly threw a punch to attack Qin Shu Dai. Seeing him attacked unexpectedly, Mingyu shouted in panic, "Divine son." Yuan Hong beside her also worriedly shouted advice, "Divine son, give up." Although heavily injured, Qin Shu still spoke to comfort them. This divine son can still fight. Hearing him say that, the first divine son rushed up again, shouting constantly, "Destroy." Qin Shu didn't dodge, but just stood still and shouted, "Explode for me." Then he rushed forward and struck hard at the first divine son's arm. Attacked unexpectedly, he gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, "Damn it." Then, without a word, the first divine son threw a punch that sent Qin Shu flying, making him cry out in pain with a sound that shook the sky. Sheephead in the air saw the scene and smiled faintly, reminding him, "18th divine son, don't struggle in vain anymore." Looking at his struggling appearance, the old man continued, "If this continues, the feathering sect will also suffer disaster because of you." Qin Shu was slowly standing up. Hearing these words, his face darkened. "Suffer disaster because of me?" Qin Shu suddenly looked up straight at Sheephead and shouted, "I only want to protect the people I want to protect, that's all." Saying that, he threw his head back and shouted, "Perpetual motion Dantian, erupt." Qin Shu was now surrounded by a powerful source of spiritual energy that spread out endlessly. Seeing this scene, the first divine son hesitantly spoke this. Eagle Head, seeing the scene before him, couldn't help but wonder aloud, what happened? Why did the wounds on the 18th divine son's body heal completely in an instant? Bird Grandpa, witnessing the event, voiced his praise. "Good lad, Bird Grandpa didn't misjudge you." Then he turned and shouted a challenge. "Today, I will fight an earth-shattering battle with him." Finishing his words, Bird Grandpa breathed fire straight at the dragon ancestor. Seeing this, the old man quickly deployed a defensive shield to block it. The Phoenix ancestor, witnessing that scene, spoke anxiously, "Xian, don't you dare oppose the great trend." Hearing this, Bird Grandpa refused to back down and cursed back, "You wild chicken, I will pluck your feathers." On the other side, Qin Shu, with a provocative look, kept beckoning to the first divine son, voicing a challenge. "First divine son, come here, don't be afraid." Finishing his sentence, the other exploded with demonic power and rushed straight down at Qin Shu. Not forgetting to speak disdainfully, "You really are stubbornly persisting in error." The scene was now truly chaotic, the sounds of fighting ringing out ceaselessly. Qin Shu's voice rose up, "Explode for me." Pausing the battle, the first divine son was now exhausted and panting incessantly. 4 of his 8 arms had been blown off by him. Qin Shu on this side wasn't much better. He kept gasping for breath, thinking to himself, although I can use the perpetual motion Dantian to fill my whole body with spiritual energy in an instant, The intensity of my physical body is still not enough. I'm already struggling to hold on. Qin Shu's eyes still looked up steadfastly straight ahead. The first divine son had now become angry to the point of losing control. He didn't hesitate to erupt with demonic energy, simultaneously screaming, "Damn it! Cutting off 4 of my arms. Today, I will definitely hack you to death." In the tense moment, over where the dragon ancestor was still blocking Bird Grandpa's attacks, he didn't forget to voice his exclamation, "18th divine son." To be able to fight until now, he really makes this old dragon see him differently than before. Eagle Head in the air saw the scene and turned to look at Sheep Head, asking, "What should we do now?" Looking at this 18th divine son, he seems to get braver the more he fights. Sheephead heard that and only slowly replied, "The trend of development. The braver, the more miserable." Looking at Qin Shu's Tao protector constantly throwing attacks at him, the Qilin Divine Lord didn't hesitate to speak scornfully. A tiny gatekeeper dares to oppose this Divine Lord alone. But it seemed he didn't take those words to heart at all, striking down a bolt of lightning while shouting, "Slash!" The Qilin Divine Lord saw this and let out a huge roar. The old man immediately wrapped spiritual energy around his body and rushed forward. The two powerful forces collided, creating sky-shaking explosions and blinding smoke. Both were hardly scratched. The Qilin Divine Lord looked up and roared, "Gatekeeper, you are still playing with fire." Finishing his words, the old man opened his mouth wide to unleash divine power. A vortex of water appeared, rushing to attack Qin Shu's Tao protector. Seeing this, he astonishingly put up 2 hands to block in front, muttering, affecting the divine soul. Suddenly, a spiritual energy sword flew straight at the Tao protector from out of nowhere. Seeming to sense the danger, he glanced behind his back. Quickly, the Tao protector dodged to the side, his hand grabbing the blade that was rushing towards him. Immediately, he looked up and questioned loudly, "Who is ambushing?" As soon as the words ended, another blade rushed in and stabbed into the Tao protector's back. He stared wide-eyed, muttering, "It is a saint." Saying that, the Tao protector crashed straight down to the ground at the speed of light, right in front of Qin Shu. Seeing him in danger, Qin Shu shouted anxiously, "Gatekeeper Senior." The dust and smoke cleared, and the heavily injured figure of the Tao protector appeared. He was kneeling but tried to speak, "Don't come over here." The Tao protector looked up at him and reminded, "A saint has made a move." Saying that, he slowly stood up. A stream of divine power suddenly spread out to the surroundings, and a strange voice gradually rang out, "Gatekeeper, very capable. Even that didn't destroy you." In the sky at this moment, 7 saints appeared. They slowly continued. 7 saints combined couldn't do anything to you. "Gatekeeper, what exactly is your cultivation level?" Hearing that, the Tao protector only replied indifferently, "Talking more is useless." A powerful stream of divine power was ceaselessly rushing straight towards the Tao protector, forcing him to quickly unleash spiritual energy to block it. It seemed that the Tao protector's energy source was very strong, causing all 7 saints to be flung outwards. One of the 7 saints saw this and couldn't help but speak up. "Is this a breakthrough?" One of them frowned, his voice a bit apprehensive. "It is not a breakthrough." Looking at the powerful figure of the Tao protector, he continued, "It looks like some kind of shackle has been unlocked." Hearing this, they all attacked with admiration, while shouting loudly, "It's useless. All 7 of us saints are here. You can't do anything." Saying that, all 7 attacks rushed straight towards the Tao protector, and a voice rang out, "Suppress him for me." Seeing this, he just coldly uttered a sound, "Ah." Then he swung his fist wrapped in spiritual power. Standing firm, he poured all his strength into a counterattack and shouted, "Take this." Seeing the Tao protector maintain his attacking stance, the attacks of the 7 saints were easily blocked. They panicked and shouted, "Everyone, the gatekeeper is stronger than imagined. We must use full power." Finished speaking, the first saint initiated divine power, muttering Pagoda Seal. The next saint also unleashed divine power, 100 Battle Divine Hammer. Another saint cast, Supreme Treasure Cauldron. Just like that, terrifying attacks combined to create massive explosions, continuously destroying the buildings below. The seven saints summoned divine artifacts, and suddenly a giant Buddha statue appeared behind them. Disciples with weak spiritual power below screamed in pain. It hurts so much. Under this pressure, we cannot survive. Sheephead nearby witnessed the scene and ordered, "Take action. Otherwise, the feathering sect will be destroyed." When ready, all seven saints shouted in unison, "Destroy." Eaglehead and Sheephead also unleashed divine power and shouted, "Sect protection Grand Array, rise." Suddenly divine artifacts appeared, and immediately those weapons rushed straight at the Tao Protector. Then suddenly a huge explosion spread around. Qinshu in another place saw this and couldn't help but shout anxiously, "Damn it. If anything happens to Senior Tao Protector, I won't forgive any of you." Watching the smoke from the aftershock gradually fade, not seeing the Tao Protector's figure, they said with relief, "It's over." Suddenly a cough rang out in the white smoke. The stubborn figure of the Tao Protector finally appeared. He then calmly replied, "Dream on." The Tao Protector's figure was now extremely tattered. His mask showed signs of cracking. Wounds covered his body. Only his determined gaze never changed. Seeing the Tao Protector still standing intact, the seven saints exclaimed in panic, "He's actually unharmed." At this moment, a saint unleashed divine power preparing to attack again. He shouted a signal, "Then let's do it again." Suddenly, a hurried footstep stepped forward. Qinshu quickly stepped out and shouted, "Stop." Seeing this, one of the seven saints replied indifferently, "What does the junior want?" He looked up, replying without hesitation, "This divine son withdraws from the battle for the emperor's child." Hearing Qinshu say this, and Fun, Yuan Hong, and Mingyu all shouted in surprise, "Divine son." The other disciples hearing this also started discussing ceaselessly. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "The 18th divine son is withdrawing from the battle for the emperor's child." Another person sighed with regret. Under pressure, he has no choice. The person next to him couldn't help but speak up. In this situation, there is no better choice. The Tao Protector was also surprised and called out, "18th divine son." Before he could say anything, Qinshu spoke up, "Senior, say no more." Saying that, he suddenly bowed and said, "Today, Senior risked your life for me. I, Qinshu, will never forget it." Bird Grandpa nearby heard this and quickly spoke to stop him. 18th divine son, do not compromise. Bird Grandpa can still fight." At this point, Qinshu just said indifferently, "Bird Grandpa, there's no need. Another day, I, Qinshu, will repay you." Eagle Head above heard this and spoke happily, 18th divine son, since you have chosen, everyone is happy." Qinshu calmly closed his eyes and said, "But I have a condition." Hearing this, Eagle Head asked warily what condition. Qinshu's sharp gaze looked straight at him and said, "The disaster in your eyes. I must take her away. No one is allowed to touch her." Finished speaking, Eagle Head quickly expressed refusal. "I'm afraid this won't do." At this moment, Qinshu and Eagle Head were standing opposite each other. Seeing his condition not met, Qinshu said angrily, "Used as an exchange for me withdrawing from the feathering sect." The Tao Protector heard this and shouted in astonishment, "What? Leave the feathering sect?" And Fun, Mingyu, and Yuan Hong were all terrified, unable to help but speak up in unison to stop him. "Divine son, you can't." Looking at his determined back, the second divine son couldn't bear it and spoke to advise, "Divine son, think it over carefully. 18th divine son, no matter what, the feathering sect is a top power in the Eastern Wasteland." His voice continued steadily, stating the serious consequences Qinshu would face. "Leaving the feathering sect, you will just be a rogue cultivator with no backing." As soon as the second divine son finished speaking, the disciples below clamored in opposition. 18th divine son, do not withdraw. You are my idol. Even if not a disciple, you still have the ability to compete for the great emperor position. Qinshu slowly turned back to look at everyone with a determined face. he calmly said, "Everyone, I have decided, don't persuade me anymore." Then he looked straight at Eaglehead and Sheephead standing high above and asked, "Two ancestors, what do you think?" Eaglehead heard this and hesitated to compromise. "If you are willing to leave the Feathering Sect and take the Disaster Star with you, the Feathering Sect will be free of karma from now on. We too agree to this matter." Sheephead turned to look at Dragon Ancestor standing behind and called out, as if asking for a decision, "Dragon Ancestor." Phoenix Ancestor and Chelan Divine Lord were both waiting for him to make the final decision. Not receiving the answer he wanted, Qinshu immediately turned to ask the 7 saints also present, "Saints, what do you think?" One of the 7 saints answered without hesitation, "This saint does not agree. Immediately destroy the Disaster Star." Bird Grandpa heard this and couldn't control his temper, shouting loudly, "Destroy your grandpa." Not stopping there, he started getting grumpy, shouting straight at the saint from just now, "You brat, do you believe I'll crush you?" Seeing himself humiliated by Bird Grandpa, he shouted angrily, "Xian, don't be impudent." Bird Grandpa didn't back down and shouted back, "So what if I'm impudent? Do you really think Bird Grandpa won't handle you?" Seeing him seemingly losing control, Dragon Ancestor slowly spoke to remind him, "Xian, this matter can still be negotiated." Saying that, he calmly stroked his beard and gave his decision. "Dragon Old One has a proposal. Let the 18th Divine Son take the Disaster Star away, but give him only 3 years. If he still interacts with the Disaster Star after 3 years, then if the 18th Divine Son is still unreasonable, we destroy them together." Sheephead heard him say that and agreed without hesitation, "I agree with Dragon Ancestor's proposal." Phoenix Ancestor also voiced agreement. "Things have reached this point. This old woman also agrees." Seeing this, Chelan Divine Lord didn't remain stubborn and compromised. "Fine, forget it. 3 years is not considered long. Everything is under control. This Divine Lord agrees." Eaglehead turned to ask the 7 saints, "7 saints, what do you think?" Seeing everyone had agreed, they didn't hesitate to agree, "Fine, fine." Everyone had compromised with Dragon Ancestor's opinion. Eaglehead now looked down at Qinshu and asked, 18th Divine Son, how about it?" He heard this and replied indifferently, "Fine, use 3 years." Receiving a satisfactory answer, Sheephead now spoke up, "Everyone, this matter is done. You can withdraw." At this moment, Dragon Ancestor suddenly turned to instruct Qinshu, 18th Divine Son, "The Ancestor values you highly. Here is a piece of advice for you." His eyes looked sternly at him, continuing, "The Disaster Star is a calamity that even great emperors want to avoid. You cannot bear it. Think carefully." Saying that, Dragon Ancestor quickly turned his back, not forgetting to leave a reminder before leaving, 18th Divine Son, manage it yourself." Seeing everyone had left, Qinshu stood motionless in one spot, ignoring the gentle breeze blowing past. He didn't waver a bit. And then called out, 18th Divine Son. Hearing someone call him, he slowly turned around. Seeing Yuan Hong with a regretful face and the acquaintances behind staring at Qinshu as if wanting to say something but unable to speak, Qinshu calmly reminded everyone, "Don't call me Divine Son anymore. Starting today, I am just Qinshu." Hearing his cold words, one of his fans couldn't help but panic and speak up, "In our hearts, you are forever the 18th Divine Son of the Feathering Sect. Your glory, we will remember forever. You are forever the pride of the Feathering Sect." Mingyu now boldly spoke up, "Master, I will go with you." Yuan Hong and Infant seeing this didn't hesitate to speak up, "And me too." Yasheng and the people behind also shouted in unison, "And me too." Qinshu stood before everyone and announced, "You guys, don't leave the Feathering Sect yet." Everyone and his 5 close associates were surprised when Qinshu said those words. Yuan Hong called out in panic, "Divine Son." Mingyu asked Qinshu anxiously, "Does the Divine Son not need us anymore?" He spoke to tell the 2 of them, "Listen to me." Qinshu calmly explained to everyone, "Now I have no place to rely on. Wait until I find a new place to stay. You can come find me then." He looked at each person and reassured them. But before that, You stay at the feathering sect, I will also be at ease. The words made everyone's faces fall. Immediately, Bird Grandpa flew over from afar, calling loudly, "Qin Shu." He anxiously advised him, "You shouldn't be in a hurry to leave first. Ancestor Yang Ming and the sect master haven't returned yet. When they return, perhaps things will take a turn." Qin Shu looked up and replied to Bird Grandpa, "The so-called disaster star matter is of grave importance. I don't want to put Ancestor Yang Ming in a difficult position then." Hearing this, he fell into thought, his face somber, eyes still staring at him. Bird Grandpa helplessly flew away with a heavy sigh. The scene shifts to an island floating in the air. Qin Shu walked towards the bottom of a giant white cocoon. He looked at it and wondered aloud, "I don't know if the large cocoon that Bai Zhu turned into can be taken into my Dantian or not." However, he decided to carry out his intention. "Let's try and see." Just as he finished speaking, Qin Shu continuously launched attacks at the cocoon, causing it to glow. However, the result made his eyes go wide with utter surprise. Qin Shu refused to accept it and continued to launch attacks. The large cocoon instantly entered his Dantian, absorbing the spiritual energy within it. Moreover, the suction force was extremely strong. His perpetual Dantian actually struggled to keep up with the absorption speed of the large cocoon for a moment. The cocoon remained there for a long time without any movement, which made him a bit bewildered. What exactly is Bai Zhu's background? What exactly is a disaster star? The time had come for Qin Shu to prepare to leave. Many people came to bid him farewell. They looked up at Qin Shu, who was in the sky, and shouted reluctantly, "Farewell, 18th Divine Son. 18th Divine Son, come back often." Ming Yu stepped forward, her face full of anticipation as she said to him, "Master, I await your news." Qin Shu turned his head back, looking a bit reluctant to part. Then immediately after, he turned his back and flew away. Ling Tong, with a sorrowful look on her face, finally spoke up, "That man just left like that." Hearing her say that, the 8th Divine Son turned and teased, "Little Nine, have you fallen for the 18th Divine Son?" Ling Tong turned away angrily and shouted, "Nonsense." He could only sigh and tease. "You only know the value of something once it's lost. Looking at your expression tells it all." Although he teased her, the 8th Divine Son smiled and praised silently, "The 18th Divine Son is the most outstanding person I have ever met. I believe that even after leaving the feathering sect, he will shine brightly." On the other side, Qin Shu continued to fly for a long distance. While on his way, he was blocked by the 1st Divine Son and the 2nd Divine Son. 18th Divine Son, stop. Seeing the two of them blocking his path, Qin Shu was a bit surprised. 2nd Divine Son, 1st Divine Son. Suddenly, the 2nd Divine Son threw something at him. Qin Shu held the object in his hand and looked up at him in confusion. 2nd Divine Son, I have already left the feathering sect. Why give me the Divine Son token? The 2nd Divine Son replied with a face full of admiration, "You deserve this Divine Son token." The 1st Divine Son also took out his Divine Son token and threw it to Qin Shu. "Mine is for you too." His face was scowling as he glanced at Qin Shu, his voice also a bit angry. "In the battle between you and me, I lost. Even though you left the feathering sect and I obtained this disciple position, a loss is still a loss. The Divine Son token is yours." After speaking, the two of them left. The 2nd Divine Son did not forget the purpose of finding Qin Shu and said, 18th Divine Son, it is heard that collecting enough 18 Divine Son tokens will unlock a great opportunity. I hope this can help you. He looked at the pile of Divine Son tokens in his hand and thought, now, out of 18 Divine Son tokens, I have obtained 17. I'm only missing my own. But then Qin Shu had to scratch his head in helplessness. His memories from before were a bit unclear, and he truly did not remember where his own Divine Son token had gone. Just then, Qin Shu's Tao Protector suddenly appeared, surprising him slightly. Senior. He said to Qin Shu, I will go with you and continue to be your Tao Protector. He asked the Tao Protector back with a skeptical look. Senior, Is it worth doing this? The man replied with absolute determination, is worth it. From the moment I became your Tao protector, your life and death became my most important concern. The Tao protector explained to Qin Shu, this is part of the contract and also part of a promise. Unless I die, it will not change. Hearing this, he agreed, since it is so, I will not refuse. Qin Shu said firmly, I, Qin Shu, will definitely not let gatekeeper senior down. The man asked him curiously, the world is vast. Do you have any plans? Qin Shu replied casually, temporarily, I have no plans yet. I'll just go and see first. 3 days passed, and he was still sitting on a rock in front of a waterfall. Qin Shu was surrounded by raging flames. He was determined, spiritual realm peak. Next, I will break through to the true human realm. Then, Qin Shu stood up, true human realm, earth human realm, heaven human realm. The 3 realms are stages of entering 3 different layers of the self. He smiled slightly. If I can obtain the strongest realm-breaking pill. Suddenly a voice rang out. The foundation laid will be 1 level stronger. The system popped up a notification that surprised Qin Shu. Ding dong. Temporary sign-in mission. He wondered, sign-in? Go to the Godfall Gate, Godfall site. To think there is even a temporary sign-in mission. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Shu got into a preparatory stance. He flew up in a happy mood, since I'm free with nothing to do anyway. Saying that, Qin Shu flew to the Godfall Gate and landed. He stood there looking around for a while. The surroundings were crowded with people coming and going. Qin Shu thought deeply. The Godfall Gate is not considered a top-tier power in the Eastern Wasteland. It can barely be ranked as second-rate. A binding vision flashed through his mind for a moment, but the Godfall Gate has a magical legend. The reason the Godfall Gate built its sect here is because this was once a land where a god fell. Suddenly, a call rang out from behind Qin Shu, little brother. Standing behind him was Xiao Chuan, patting Qin Shu on the shoulder with a cheerful face. He turned around, asking sternly, what is it? He introduced himself. You're also here to visit the Divine Spirit, right? Let me introduce myself a bit. My name is Bai Xiao Chuan. Qin Shu maintained his stern expression and asked, Divine Spirit, what is that? He pointed at him in surprise and shouted, no way. You don't know the Divine Spirit. Then what are you joining the fun for? Xiao Chuan explained to Qin Shu, forget it. I'll explain it to you for free. You probably know the origin of the Godfall Gate, right? He only listened and did not answer the question, his face expressionless. He continued, the Godfall Gate has a Godfall site, which is the place where a god fell in the legends. Every 1,000 years, the Godfall site will give birth to a divine spirit. It is heard that the divine spirit is the soul of the god and will grant blessings to destined people. Xiao Chuan kept talking incessantly. However, these destined people are basically disciples of the Godfall Gate. After all, this is the Godfall Gate's territory. However, seeing many people around, which was quite different from what he had just been told, Qin Shu wondered, then why do so many people still come? Hearing this, Xiao Chuan explained, because when the time comes, the Godfall site will disperse the heavenly laws. Things like heavenly laws are useless for the Godfall Gate to monopolize. It only benefits those it recognizes, so it's better to share with destined people and gain a good reputation. Xiao Chuan continued, therefore, every 1,000 years, the Godfall Gate becomes extraordinarily lively. He nodded in understanding, so that's how it is. At this moment, Qin Shu smiled, a thought flashing in his mind. My sign-in location is at the Godfall site. It seems I can't avoid joining the fun. Suddenly, he pulled out a jade pendant. I have a jade pendant here. Legend has it that it is a personal item of a Tao ancestor. Xiao Chuan whispered into Qin Shu's ear. It can allow one to be close to the great Tao and comprehend the heavenly laws. Xiao Chuan began to name a price. Fellow Taoist, seeing that you are destined, I can sell it to you cheaply. Only 5,000 spirit stones. You can own this personal item of a Tao ancestor. Later at the Godfall site, you might win a great opportunity. Hearing him say that, he was helpless, an item of a Tao ancestor. You really dare to speak. Xiao Chuan pointed at the spirit stones, speaking with a slightly mocking tone. How about this? Looking at your appearance, you don't seem very rich. I'll give you a 20 discount. 4,000 spirit stones. I can't go any lower. Qin Shu intended to justify himself, but he quickly jumped in for 1,000 spirit stones to buy a piece of opportunity. Very profitable, right? Holding the spirit stones in his hand, he was helplessly exasperated. Unknown when she arrived, the little sister approached, hands on her hips, calling out with a serious face, "By Xiao Chuan." Immediately, she pinched his ear hard, causing Xiao Chuan to scream loudly, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." By Xiaomei, be gentle. Not stopping there, the little sister scolded him profusely. Scamming people here again? I should take your ears off. Xiao Chuan shuddered without being cold, swearing countless times while Qin Shu remained silent watching the two bicker. I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. She turned to hand the spirit stones back to him, her face cheerful. This big brother, I am truly sorry. After that, the little sister shyly explained everything. My brother was tricking you. This is just an ordinary jade pendant. She bowed down, her voice as sincere as possible. Sorry. Next, the little sister dragged him away forcefully. Follow me. Qin Shu watched the siblings gradually leave. Xiao Chuan kept complaining as he walked. Really, it's not easy to meet a fat sheep. He shook his head helplessly. An interesting pair of siblings. Elsewhere, one of the 10 was present at the deep abyss containing the strange phenomenon. A purple-haired man skimmed over the ground. Getting closer, it's a commotion coming from the direction of the Godfall Gate's Godfall site. A phenomenon of heaven and earth. Perhaps the divine spirit is about to appear. Moreover, the other person also shouted loudly, "It's really urgent. Quickly go there. Hurry up. If we're late, we won't be able to absorb the laws of the divine sight." Ahead was a view of a deep river bottom. Everyone was focused, observing the bottom of the lake carefully. Many thoughts appeared in his mind. This is the Godfall site, but the system hasn't shown any activity. In the central area of the Godfall site, where a millennial opportunity awaited the destined one, a majestic voice suddenly tore through the silent atmosphere. Everyone visiting my Godfall Gate, for the Godfall Gate, is like a dragon visiting a shrimp's house. From high above, the vice sect master of the Godfall Gate, along with 2 close disciples, Tan Tan and Don Fong, rode on clouds looking down, majestic as gods. The echoing words made the crowd immediately recognize the person's identity, hastily speaking up. It's the vice sect master of the Godfall Gate. Greetings, vice sect master. The old man stroked his beard leisurely, speaking with arrogance. The opportunity of the Godfall site is only seen once in 1,000 years. My Godfall Gate has never had any intention of hiding it. Those with destiny will obtain it. That heroic declaration immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd below. Godfall Gate is mighty. Godfall Gate is greatly virtuous. We thank the Godfall Gate. The vice sect master of the Godfall Gate, with a high and mighty posture, scrutinized every whisper of the crowd below with sharp eyes. This time, I must definitely seize the great opportunity, so this trip won't be in vain. If I can get the favor of the divine spirit, that would be good. Amidst the hopeful whispers, another voice rang out. Stop dreaming. I just want to comprehend a few more heavenly laws. The corner of her lips curled up into a mocking smile, covering her mouth in disdain. Look at how happy they are. A bunch of vulgar mortals. They really don't know what their own abilities are. Do they really think the opportunity of the Godfall Gate can be obtained so easily? The person next to her also chimed in, turning to support her and mocking the other cultivators. Just a bunch of lowly people. People like them are not worthy of obtaining the great opportunity. Ignoring the commotion, Qin Shu quietly focused on what remained unseen, seeking his own answers. His handsome brows furrowed slightly, full of doubt. Why does this Godfall site give me such a familiar feeling? Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder from behind. He turned around to see that guy grinning, showing both rows of teeth. We meet again. Seeing an acquaintance, Xiao Chuan seized the opportunity to continue his unfinished sales pitch. Have you really not considered this Dao ancestor item? At that moment, the clear voice of little sister rang out by Xiaochuan. The young man started, hurriedly putting away the item he intended to trade, his mouth glibly covering his embarrassment. Just a trick? Heh, just kidding. A nearby fellow didn't miss the chance to chime in with a sneer. By Xiaochuan, still scamming people? Xiaochuan's face darkened. Rage flared, and he roared, startling the other guy. Scam your grandmother. What does it have to do with you? Not stopping there, the guy continued hurling nasty insults. Still feisty? How has life been in the Bai family lately? How about selling your sister to me as a concubine? I'll give you 100 spirit stones. Xiaochuan tried to suppress his anger, his hands already clenched into fists. Finally, unable to endure it anymore, he looked up, cracking his knuckles, determined to teach the guy a lesson. This hot temper of mine. Fortunately, his sister stopped him in time. Little sister quickly reminded him, by Xiaochuan, don't be impulsive. This is the Godfall Gate. Xiaochuan yanked his hand back, growling in frustration. Ugh. Afterward, many people gathered, digging up the Bai siblings' family affairs and gossiping. Someone said, the Bai family has been unlucky these past 2 years. They used to be a famous cultivation clan. Now, they're in freefall. Others chimed in, not just freefall. The Bai family head is heavily injured, and there are few Bai family members left. The Bai family is basically done for. These 2 siblings probably won't live much longer either. The people next to them also had plenty to say. After all, the Bai family had made quite a few enemies in the past. Qin Shu heard it all, and a sense of compassion arose, along with a completely new perspective on the 2 of them. So, they are a pair of pitiful siblings. Under a large eave, after walking away, Xiaochuan sat in the middle of the courtyard, sniffling. Seeing this, little sister spoke up. What are you crying for? Weren't you teasing people just a moment ago? Xiaochuan hurriedly wiped away his tears and retorted. Who's crying? Are your eyes bad lately? Little sister, helpless, threw 2 words at her brother, stubborn. She placed her hand on his head, encouraging him. We are in a very difficult spot right now, but we won't continue to suffer like this. We still have to revive the Bai family. Xiaochuan turned around, gripping his sister's small shoulders and asking urgently, Revive? With what? Right now, we don't even have money for your medical treatment. Tears of helplessness rolled down his cheeks as he finished his sentence. I'm useless, do you know that? Little sister was slightly surprised to hear her brother's self-blame firsthand. Having a brother like me is truly useless. Xiaochuan's eyes were heavy with helplessness. Instead of being sad, she smiled happily and encouraged them both. You don't need to worry. Perhaps later, if I can obtain some opportunities here, my illness will get a bit better. Hearing this, he went along with it, silently hoping. I hope so. Suddenly, a calm voice drifted over. That Tao ancestor jade pendant of yours, I'll buy it. Unknown to them, Qin Shu had been standing there and had heard the entire story. Xiaochuan couldn't believe it at first, so he asked to be sure. You want to buy the jade pendant? Little sister wanted to stop him. Big brother you. He understood her intent, but continued anyway. But don't you trick me. Qin Shu explained and made an offer. This jade pendant basically isn't worth 4,000 spirit stones. I'll pay 2,000 spirit stones. Seeing this, she intended to say more, but was cut off by him. Big brother, listen to me. This jade pendant. Qin Shu immediately continued. All right, say no more. 2,000, I can't give more. The bag of money was quickly handed over. He held the jade up to examine it for a moment, then left, leaving behind a sentence that Xiaochuan couldn't process in time. These 2,000 spirit stones are yours. The jade pendant belongs to me. Xiaochuan watched the receding figure and asked himself, is this guy truly stupid or just pretending? Little sister was so angry, she rapped him on the head. I think you're the one who's truly stupid. Back at the original spot, everyone was attracted by the jade in Qin Shu's hand. An arrogant guy pointed and spoke up. Fellow Taoist, did you really buy this jade pendant from Bai Xiaochuan? This was followed by collective laughter, and he even mocked Qin Shu. Here's another one with a loose screw. The Bai family has fallen, and Bai Xiaochuan relies on scams to make a living. This kid has terrible judgment to actually believe by Xiao Chuan's words. The guy swaggered over and draped his arm around Qin Shu's shoulder, unaware of the impending rage. "Kid, are you stupid or what?" What had to happen, happened. His left cheek took a punch that distorted the shape of his face. Then Qin Shu threw the guy aside in pain. His companions caught him in time, while he clutched his cheek and screamed, "What are you doing?" Every word Qin Shu spoke was tinged with death. "Mocking me? You have some nerve." Those without foresight joined in the slander. "Who do you think you are? So what if we mock you? This kid is truly stupid. He does something foolish and won't let others talk about it." Suddenly, a tremor surged from the bottom of the lake, creating a massive force that made everyone's jaw drop. At that moment, the vice sect master of the Godfall Gate announced, "Everyone, the opportunity has arrived. Please enlighten yourselves." People sat in meditation, sensing every bit of spiritual power in the place. The aura of the laws of heaven and earth is so strong. Hearing the crowd's discussion, the old man explained from above. The aura of the laws of heaven and earth is indeed strong. Comprehending a few laws of heaven and earth will be of great help to your future cultivation of the great Tao. Tantan turned to remind Dongfang, "Senior brother Dong, it's your turn to take the stage." He revealed a thoughtful expression. The conspiracy had long been planned. Notrus, the more these people mobilize their breath, the more the laws of heaven and earth will gather. Let them rejoice for a bit. She was also very scheming, her words venomous. True, this is the home turf of our Godfall Gate. No matter what they do, they can't snatch our opportunity. They are all just providing a dowry for senior brother. A beam of golden spiritual power shone directly onto a cultivator. Qin Shu glanced at him, smiling smugly, his eyes shining with excitement. "I have successfully absorbed a law of heaven and earth." Just then, Xiao Chuan walked over and asked, "Fellow Taoist, what is your name?" He slightly lifted his lips and replied, "Qin Shu." Little sister, standing nearby, heard this and felt a strange sensation in her heart. "Qin Shu, why does this name sound so familiar?" He couldn't hide his curiosity and continued asking, "Qin Shu, why don't you participate in comprehending the laws of heaven and earth? This is no small opportunity." He replied in a low voice, "I cannot easily make a move." Xiao Chuan's eyes widened, unable to understand. "Why?" The corners of Qin Shu's mouth curved up gently into a proud smile. "Because if I make even a small move, I will reach the limit of this segment. I don't want to stand out." He casually crossed his arms. "You're bluffing, aren't you?" Under the clear blue sky, where clouds drifted lazily, Tan smirked. "Senior brother Dong, it's time. It's your turn to act." Dongfang arrogantly replied, "Good." Under the admiring gaze of the crowd, he suddenly leaped high, his body shooting through the air like a bolt of lightning, robes fluttering in the wind. Duanfeng Wen, laws of heaven and earth. He clenched his fists, his whole body erupting with earth-shattering spiritual power. "Come to me." Standing proudly in the sky, Dongfeng looked like a god of war, his aura so powerful it shook the surrounding space. Her eyes shone brightly, worthy of being senior brother Dong, holding the destiny of our Godfall Gate. This time, he will harvest a large amount of the laws of heaven and earth. The vice sect master of the Godfall Gate spoke in a low voice. This opportunity is even greater than before. Perhaps Shinling's side has also had a breakthrough. In the air, streams of emerald spiritual energy were sucked up by him, forming a giant pillar of light piercing the clouds. Several cultivators suddenly panicked. "Not good. My laws of heaven and earth are being sucked away." His face changed color, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Damn it! The laws of heaven and earth have all been snatched by the disciple of the Godfall Gate." Another man trembled as he spoke. "We are suffering a backlash." Whispers of dissatisfaction spread everywhere. "Godfall Gate, what is the meaning of this?" The old man replied coldly, his voice full of threat. "Everyone, the opportunity of the Godfall Gate belongs to those who are destined to get it. The disciple of my Godfall Gate simply has a greater destiny. Is there something wrong with that?" Tauntaun stood aside, covering her mouth and laughing softly, her eyes revealing disdain. A bunch of idiots. Dongfang spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the whole world, smiling smugly. Laws of heaven and earth, come here. As the spiritual energy in everyone's bodies was drained, screams of pain rang out. Damn it! The heaven and earth within my body have been sucked away. Godfall Gate, your eating manners are inevitably too ugly. Amidst the chaotic scene, Qin Shu still stood tall. Suddenly, a weak, trembling voice rang out. Little sister. Xiao Chuan was holding little sister tightly in his arms, his face pale. Bai Xiaomei, wake up. His voice trembled, tears rolling down his cheeks. Wake up. We don't need this opportunity anymore. A hand gently touched her head. Qin Shu slowly knelt down, placing his hand lightly on little sister's forehead. Let me see, he said in a low voice. Strange. Why are there so many chaotic laws of heaven and earth in your sister's body? She twitched slightly, her cheeks flushed red as if burning, her breathing ragged. Xiao Chuan clenched his hands into fists, his voice choked with emotion. I don't know. This is my sister's illness. If we can't think of a way, my sister won't live much longer. I just didn't expect the illness to flare up so early this time. Qin Shu looked up, his cold gaze following the figure arrogantly sucking up the laws of heaven and earth. Right now, the disciple of the Godfall Gate is taking away the laws of heaven and earth of this place. It's disturbing the laws of heaven and earth within your sister's body. Only by making him stop can your sister's life be saved. His face turned ashen, his voice trembling. I will go beg the Godfall Gate. Qin Shu said in a low voice, it's useless. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone full of sarcasm. The Godfall Gate won't give up this rare, once-in-a-millennium great opportunity for the sake of you two. Besides, looking at it now, this is all the Godfall Gate's intention. Xiao Chuan hugged the weakly breathing little sister tightly, tears streaming down his face. Then what should I do? Could it be that I have to watch my sister die? Qin Shu replied calmly, a sudden flash of killing intent in his eyes. The only option is to make a move. He widened his eyes in disbelief. You're making a move? He shot up into the air. Qin Shu's voice boomed like thunder as he unleashed his palm force. Laws of heaven and earth gather. Tauntaun casually crossed her arms and said disdainfully, where did this clown come from? Trying to copy senior brother Don and absorbing the laws of heaven and earth without checking if he has the ability. The vice sect master of the Godfall Gate curled his lips slightly, his eyes cold and his voice full of contempt. No need to worry. The laws of heaven and earth here will be completely absorbed in a moment, and then Shunling will appear. Suddenly, his narrowed eyes widened, and the wrinkles on his forehead deepened significantly. Qin Shu remained calm. Spiritual energy surged through heaven and earth toward his palm, forming a blinding five-colored vortex. Tauntaun was startled and panicked, her voice trembling. What? The vice sect master of the Godfall Gate was also dumbfounded, his expression changing drastically. What? Dongfang roared like a wild beast, his eyes bloodshot. What is happening? The laws of heaven and earth are all running to that brat. She bit her lip tightly, her voice choked with terror. How is this possible? Senior brother Don's laws of heaven and earth have all been snatched away by this guy. Around them, sighs of relief resonated everywhere. The cultivators, who had been suppressed for so long, suddenly felt a stream of fresh energy entering their meridians. Much lighter now. The pressure has eased too. Surprised and excited voices rose from the crowd. It's the person in the air who stopped the Godfall Gate's plunder of us. Who is that? He actually snatched the opportunity from Dongfang of the Godfall Gate. He remained calm, his expression somber. It seems to be the silly kid who bought the jade bracelet from Bai Xiaochuan. Dongfang's face changed color, his whole body trembling as he tried to brace himself against the terrifying suction force draining the laws of heaven and earth from his body. Dongfang gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring with rage. Damn it, The laws of heaven and earth I'd almost fully absorbed are actually being sucked out and flowing into that brat's body. He was panicked, his voice cracking with fury. "Kid, what are you doing?" Qin Shu raised an eyebrow, his hand still casually extended, the aura around him like an abyss swallowing all things. "Doing what?" "Absorbing the laws of heaven and earth. Can't you see?" Don Fong screamed, his whole body erupting with earth-shattering pressure. "I order you to stop." He curled his lips slightly, his eyes icy. "On what grounds?" Tauntaun suddenly rushed forward like a lightning bolt, killing intent flaring violently. Her eyes burned with anger, her voice steely. "On the grounds that this is my Godfall Gate." Qin Shu remained nonchalant, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, his tone calm. "So what if it's the Godfall Gate? Opportunities in this place belong to those who are destined. Isn't that what you Godfall Gate people said?" Tauntaun's gaze was sharp, killing intent surging. "You still dare talk back?" Without hesitating, she unleashed her palm force, shouting, "If you don't stop, I will cripple you." But he gently dodged, and a thunderous slap resounded. Tauntaun was sent flying several yards away. She stood up trembling, her eyes wide with shock. "What?" In the crowd below, Xiao Chuan's eyes went round, an indescribable emotion rising in his heart. Is he really that strong? Qin Shu glanced at the vice-sect master of the Godfall Gate. "If the Godfall Gate has nothing else to say, then your words are just hot air." His eyes darkened, 2 fingers raised slightly, and the spiritual energy around him began to swirl violently. "Now I can leave here." The old man's face changed, killing intent enveloping him. A cultivator in the crowd raised his hand, his voice full of dissatisfaction. "Does the Godfall Gate want to use its power to bully people?" Another guy beside him clenched his fist, growling. "The Godfall Gate set the rules themselves. Don't cheat. Can't you handle playing the game?" Tauntaun looked up furiously, her eyes flashing with hatred. "You dare insult my Godfall Gate? Insolent!" The vice-sect master of the Godfall Gate waved his hand, speaking sternly. "Don't be afraid." This action immediately pulled Don Fong towards him. A moment later, Tauntaun asked with great worry, "Senior brother, how are you?" His face was as black as ink, gritting his teeth as he replied, "I'm fine. It's just that this person's absorption of the laws of heaven and earth is too strong. I suffered a backlash." Hearing this, she immediately screamed, "Master, he stole my Godfall Gate's opportunity. We cannot spare this person." But the old man was in no hurry, speaking calmly, "Don't ruin the big plan." Meanwhile, countless streams of golden aura were flying around the vice-sect master of the Godfall Gate. Compared to Shenling, these laws of heaven and earth are just minor opportunities. His brows furrowed tightly, his tone grave. "I am very curious. Who is this kid? Why does he have such an attraction to the laws of heaven and earth, far surpassing ordinary people?" The vice-sect master of the Godfall Gate commented quietly, "This kid is indeed a bit unusual, but he won't cause any waves." Then he glanced slightly at the person standing beside him. "Don Fong, you hold the corpse of a god in your hand. The majority of this Shunling opportunity will ultimately be yours." The little sister gradually opened her eyes, the image of Xiao Chuan appearing blurrily before her. She called out, "Brother." He quickly put on a face of tearful joy and replied, "By Xiao Mei." The two exchanged words, "Great. You're awake." Hearing this, she asked, "What happened to me?" Then, Xiao Chuan glanced slightly at the person behind him. He gently replied, "He saved you." Meanwhile, Qin Shu was intently observing his hand. "The laws of heaven and earth here have all been absorbed by me." He opened his palm, which emitted a golden glow. "What is this?" Qin Shu's voice turned serious. "The aura of the laws of heaven and earth is dense, flowing out from my body. Is it because I've absorbed too much of the laws of heaven and earth these days?" Slowly landing on the lush green grass, he pondered. "I just feel that the laws of heaven and earth in my body have accumulated to a certain level, causing some changes, but these changes aren't obvious. I haven't truly felt them yet." Qin Shu looked up at the sky, his hand lightly touching his chin in thought. At this moment, a group of people ran over from somewhere and spoke loudly. "Little brother, the laws of heaven and earth here have almost all been absorbed by you alone. How did you do it?" Another one used a loud and happy voice, snatching food from the mouth of the Godfall Gate, and even leaving them with nothing to eat. Truly impressive. But he asked very calmly, "Want to know?" Then Xin Shu raised a green stone piece with one hand. "It is this jade pendant that made the laws of heaven and earth all become mine." This statement caused the group to panic and speak up one after another. "This jade pendant is real?" Others chimed in. Bai Xiaochuan didn't lie to people. The sounds kept reaching Tantan's ears. She had just mocked others, but the clown turned out to be herself. Then, he seemed a bit embarrassed, reaching back to scratch his head. "Did I really see it wrong? I clearly bought this jade pendant at a street stall." But she appeared full of sarcasm, crossing her arms over her chest. "So you relied on an external object to perform like that? This kid is nothing to be afraid of." On the other side, the three of them looked at each other without saying a word. Shun Ling, with fierce red eyes, suddenly appeared. On the shore, after hearing someone try to lure it, come to me, come to me." Another person immediately retorted, "Stop dreaming. Shinling only accepts disciples of the Godfall Gate. Ultimately, it will swim to Donfang." With hands behind his back, he slowly spoke. Shun Ling obtained the opportunity. Donfang's face was full of cunning. "I am the #1 genius of the Eastern Wasteland. I can certainly equal the 18 divine sons of the Feathering Sect." But as his hand clenched again, he contradicted himself. "No." Then Donfang smirked slightly. "I want to surpass the 18 divine sons, and one day trample them under my feet, making my name famous in the Eastern Wasteland." Then he continued to silently look towards it. At this moment, Shinling's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing this, Donfang immediately whispered, "It's coming." On the other side, a man with long, loose blonde hair revealed a look of distress. Sure enough, it's still going in his direction. Meanwhile, it continued to slowly part the water, stepping towards Donfang. Tantan stood on the side, wearing a look of delight. Senior brother Don has won for sure. The vice sect master of the Godfall Gate also frowned and added, "Finally, this sect master can rest assured. This time is different from before. If there are any losses, my Godfall Gate will miss a great opportunity." This statement puzzled her. "Different? Master, what is different?" And he did not hesitate to turn around and explain. "My Godfall Gate is where a god fell. I can feel that the world is changing." The vice sect master's brows knitted even tighter. Perhaps the opportunity to become an emperor is coming. Then, Shunling was only a few steps away from him. Donfang couldn't contain his joy and shouted, "Finally here." Suddenly, it acted a bit strangely, its body standing motionless. When they saw Shinling turn its head in another direction, specifically towards the crowd on the other side. Seeing this, murmurs arose. "What's wrong? Why did Shinling stop?" Qin Shu just calmly picked his ear. Suddenly, it went crazy, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth. Shinling ran frantically towards the standing crowd. He could only scream in helplessness. "Shunling, I am here." At this moment, a few other voices also rang out. Shunling didn't choose Donfang. Where does it want to go? Seeing this, Tantan's face was covered in cold sweat. How is this possible? Shunling actually left. But the old man showed no sign of worry. "Don't be afraid. Donfang has the corpse of a god in his hand. Shunling will come back." Hearing this, he quickly fumbled inside his shirt. "It seems I have to use the god's corpse." Donfang immediately took out a piece of bone. He raised it up and called out, "Shunling, come back." Instantly, it turned its head back. Donfang looked at the object in his hand and remarked happily, "The god's bone is indeed effective." But Shunling's sudden immense size made him jump. Donfang's mouth gaped open. She also shouted in confusion, "Master, what is going on?" The god's bone actually didn't attract Shunling to senior brother's side. As soon as the words were spoken, the vice sect master of the Godfall Gate also made a judgment. This time, Shunling's appearance feels very strange. He looked at it and ordered, "Keep watching. Let's see where Shun Ling actually wants to go. On the other side, the group with him and Xiao Chuan couldn't help but widen their eyes. Little sister was the first to notice the issue. Shun Ling seems to be coming towards us. Meanwhile, he raised both hands in extreme excitement. Is it coming to me? Could this opportunity be falling onto the head of me by Xiao Chuan? Qin Shu raised an eyebrow, a cold sneer appearing at the corner of his lips. Your words are just like farting. The vice sect master of the Godfall Gate shouted angrily, insolent. He absolutely could not let him exist. He thought to himself, for the sake of Shun Ling, this brat must be eliminated. The vice sect master of the Godfall Gate rushed forward with great speed. Humiliating the Godfall Gate, I will kill you. Qin Shu was not afraid. He stood still waiting for him. Little sister saw this and shouted in fear. Little brother, run quickly. Just as the vice sect master of the Godfall Gate flew near Qin Shu, Shun Ling down below suddenly surged violently, as if something had been awakened. Before he could react, he crashed into him. The old man's face changed instantly, clearly panicked, while Shun Ling roared furiously, as if wanting to swallow everything. The vice sect master of the Godfall Gate was immediately knocked flying far away, his figure stumbling in midair, a scream of pain echoing. What? He landed heavily on the ground, his face full of shock at the creature's violent reaction. Why would Shun Ling? Don Fong could not hide his astonishment, his mouth gaping open. Shun Ling actually attacked Master. He was furious at the creature's sudden and violent action. Shun Ling attacked Master for the sake of an outsider. Tantan also couldn't help but be angry at the chaos Shun Ling caused, her expression becoming serious. Why is this happening? He walked up to the creature, a bright, satisfied smile on his face, his eyes filled with praise for the action Shun Ling had just shown. Qin Shu suddenly jumped up, riding on its back like riding a mighty warhorse. He spoke powerfully. Shun Ling, let's go. Just like that, the two of them left the place together, leaving behind all the turmoil that had just occurred. The crowd was surprised, but also very unconvinced. They stepped forward looking at his receding figure and said, "What is this person's background?" He actually snatched the opportunity of the Godfall Gate. The person next to him also spoke up. "I don't know, but he is certainly not simple." Don Fong and Tantan rushed over, calling out in unison, "Master!" He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. What do we do now? That was the Godfall Gate's opportunity. The vice sect master of the Godfall Gate pondered, his face full of thought. Right now, Shun Ling is still protecting that brat. There is no way to touch him. He suddenly ordered, "Pass down the order." The vice sect master's face turned purple with rage, killing intent radiating intensely. Wait for this brat to come out, then seize the opportunity. On the other side, Qin Shu stood proudly on the creature's back, his gaze calm as he realized. Finally, I know why Shun Ling's aura felt a bit familiar. He rested his chin on his hand, continuing to ponder. Before, he and the void spirit I killed at the Moonwheel Divine Dynasty had a similar aura. Qin Shu stared intently at the creature. The more he looked, the more familiar it felt. Shun Ling, void spirit. These two seemed to be connected. Suddenly, he shifted the topic to a different direction. I don't care anymore. This type of aura can evolve a special physique. Qin Shu's eyes lit up. Let's try a little first and see. He reached out his hand, and streams of Shun Ling's spiritual energy were drained until nothing was left. Suck. Power spread throughout his body, causing Qin Shu to glow like a living torch, his heart filled with excitement. It's working. In that moment, a miraculous light burst out around him, filling him with joy. My sun god body is evolving. The stream of light gradually faded and vanished. But Qin Shu felt everything more clearly. The sun god body has reached the critical point. I feel that if there are a few special opportunities, my special physique might be able to advance to a higher tier. Shun Ling woke up, realized what happened, turned around, and roared in violent rage. You suck me dry. This made him startle and panic. Qin Shu stammered. Damn, you can talk? The creature angrily replied. I never said I couldn't talk. He asked Shunling, if you can talk, Shunling, let me ask you, where are we going? The creature's voice rang out coldly. Sending you on your way. Fear rose up. Qin's Shu froze, confused about whether to believe it or not. The light ahead suddenly turned a brilliant red. He stood up, and Shunling spoke softly. We're here. Before them appeared a vast, endless path filled with mysterious spiritual energy. Standing there, neither could see the end. Qin Shu felt less afraid, mumbling, so it's an emperor's path. He couldn't hide his annoyance, speaking to the creature about what happened earlier. Shunling, next time speak clearly. Sending you on your way. Talking like that scares people. Qin Shu leaped down from its back like a lightning bolt. His eyes lit up as he looked at the path ahead. This is the fourth emperor's path I've stepped onto. Amidst his decisive steps on the 10,000-foot path, Qin Shu's mind wavered slightly. I actually missed the fishing senior a bit. Along the way, he suddenly stopped in front of a yellow stone, looked at it, and was confused. Strange, why isn't my name on this yellow stone? A wave of unease crept into his heart, remembering he was previously ranked 12th. Qin Shu's eyes were glued to the stone, as if wanting to see through every mystery. What happened? Where's my name? Why did the 12th name change to Invincible Universe? Rank 12, number 1 sect in the heavens. Invincible Universe. Those words felt like a slap straight to Qin Shu's face, leaving him stunned, only able to stand there staring fixedly. His eyes widened, and Qin Shu involuntarily shouted. The ranking changed. He began to suspect. Because of my appearance, the ranking changed. That means this invincible universe is me. Qin Shu yelled out, this time even louder than before, as if wanting to vent all the frustration in his heart. What kind of hellish name is this? He slowly frowned, a gleam of suspicion in his eyes. Did that bastard change my name? Just as the name Nine Dragon Man was mentioned, on this side he suddenly sneezed as if someone was bad-mouthing him behind his back. As if intuition struck. Huh, why does it sound like I hear that brat Qin Shu's voice? The strange feeling passed, but the Nine Dragon Man quickly dismissed it. Probably an illusion. That brat has already ascended the Emperor's path 3 times. He can't possibly come again. He was deep in thought when he suddenly startled. A familiar voice rang out right behind him. Senior. The Nine Dragon Man glanced over quickly, the corner of his mouth twitching. Damn it, he thought to himself. Hell, it really is this brat. He walked over, smiling incessantly. Senior, long time no see. Qin Shu had just greeted him when the Nine Dragon Man raised his eyebrows and pointed finger. Are you addicted to ascending the Emperor's path, or something? He asked in a cold voice. It's only been a short time. Why are you here again? He smiled, speaking teasingly. I missed you, Senior. But in his heart, Qin Shu thought, nonsense, I don't miss you. He quickly brought up the main issue. Senior, actually, I came here this time specifically to give you something. The Nine Dragon Man had no interest in Qin Shu's item, speaking indifferently. What treasure do I not have? Why would I fancy your stuff? He slowly took out an object emitting a soft glow, holding it up in front of him, and said in a low voice, Senior, please. He started slightly, his eyes gleaming as if his horizons had just been broadened. The Nine Dragon Man's eyes widened, his voice trembling. This is the Dragon Elephant Golden Tendon. Qin Shu smiled slightly, carrying a bit of smugness. Caught your eye, did it? His face turned embarrassed. Then he gave a shy smile. It did. He said, since the last time I saw you fishing for the moon, Senior, after the fishing line broke, I thought about finding a sturdy fishing line for you. Finally, I found this incredibly tough dragon elephant golden tendon on the corpse of a great dragon elephant demon. Using this as a fishing line, it absolutely won't break. The Nine Dragon Man's eyes were full of ambition and craving as he reached out to grab it. Give it to me, quickly. Just as he reached out to snatch it, Qin Shu reacted instantly, pulling the item back towards himself. Wait a minute, he proposed frankly. Senior, I have something to ask you. The Nine Dragon Man looked very hurried, having no time to hesitate. Ask quickly, and after asking, hurry up and give me the dragon elephant golden tendon. Qin Shu fumed with anger. Senior, You're the one who changed the name on the Yellowstone ahead for me, right? He smiled slightly, his eyes showing a glimpse of embarrassment as he spoke softly. Well, isn't this name very cool? The anger inside him was like a raging fire. Cool, my ass. Number one sect in the heavens. Invincible universe. This looks like something a lunatic would write. Chinshu looked straight at the Nine-Dragon Man, his voice sharp. Don't you feel embarrassed, senior? He suddenly changed his tone, shouting angrily while pointing straight at him as if to scold him. Who told you, brat, to ascend the Emperor's path so quickly? If you hadn't come, wouldn't it have been less embarrassing? Chinshu scratched his head sheepishly. Senior makes a lot of sense. The Nine-Dragon Man rushed forward like lightning, reaching out to grab the dragon elephant golden tendon. Cut the crap, give it to me quickly. But he still nimbly pulled it back. The old man became annoyed and flew into a rage. Still won't give it? Chinshu immediately flipped his attitude, his eyes cold as ice. Will you give? The Nine-Dragon Man asked through gritted teeth. What do you want? He smiled mysteriously. Let's see what you want to give me. He quickly made an offer for exchange. I will give you a chance to ask one question. Chinshu silently thought for a while, his eyes contemplative. Finally, he said, Deal. Both sat down together, and the Nine-Dragon Man immediately called out coldly. Ask. Without hesitation, Chinshu immediately asked, How do I rescue the Calamity Star? He widened his eyes, letting out a sound. Oomph. The Nine-Dragon Man got crabby again. Is this something you should be asking? He looked innocent. Can I ask that? He crossed his arms, standing still as a mountain, clearly not accepting it. Changed to another question. Chinshu did not waver at all. Only this question. The Nine-Dragon Man was stern, his eyes cold as blades, his arm raised straight up, fingers trembling slightly from anger. How big is your head? You even want to rescue the Calamity Star. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? Do you feel you are even more powerful than a great emperor? Each word spoken was as heavy as a rock pressing on his chest, making Chinshu dare not raise his head to face him. Is there no other way? He coldly turned and walked away, his back becoming rigid. Wait until you become a great emperor, then come ask. A breath passed, and the Nine-Dragon Man slowly turned his face, his deep eyes looking at him, a low voice resonating. The you of right now has no qualification to know. Right now, you are nothing but a small shrimp. Knowing will not benefit you. Chinshu decisively stood up from behind, his eyes flashing with a determined light, breaking the silence with a resolute voice. Fine. This question, Senior owes me for now. He took a deep breath, seeming to compress all his thoughts into a final decision. Senior, farewell. Suddenly, he waved his hand, throwing the dragon elephant golden tendon towards him like a shooting star. The light from the dragon elephant golden tendon flashed in mid-air, making a perfect arc before rushing straight forward, and the Nine-Dragon Man simply turned his head, catching it neatly in an instant. Without hesitation, Chinshu turned and stepped forward, his pace steady and decisive. As his lonely but straight back gradually faded, the man's voice suddenly echoed from behind. Kid, this Emperor's path is a bit special. Experience it well. Without saying much, Chinshu replied, Thank you for the reminder, Senior. The Emperor's path stretched endlessly before his eyes, vast as if infinite, radiating a majestic aura and terrifying pressure. Amidst the vast heaven and earth, he walked alone, facing destiny. No matter how he looked, the end was completely invisible. Although the road ahead was full of danger and loneliness, an indescribable sense of excitement rose in Chinshu's heart. This Emperor's path is a bit interesting. Fire on one side, glacial ice on the other. Amidst the space chaotic with violent spiritual energy, a flame was quietly condensing. Wait a moment, those flames seemed to be condensing. Just as he was observing, the accumulating fire suddenly shook violently. The glowing red light swirled into a giant vortex, then suddenly exploded, transforming into a living entity. Chinshu's voice trembled slightly. Is this condensing into a person? He paused, his eyes glued to the burning creature standing in front, where raging flames burned the surrounding air. Qin Shu spoke up. "What is this?" Amidst that suffocating and fiery space, he suddenly felt a vague breath, a familiar sensation that made Qin Shu fearful. This aura. It's the aura of Shun Ling and Red Moon. It rushed forward with terrifying speed, charging straight at him before Qin Shu could prepare. A sense of panic filled his mind, making him almost lose his bearings for a moment. This guy rushed over. Sure enough, it's not that simple. In a split second, Qin Shu relaxed his body, his hand drawing the sword from his back as fast as lightning. No matter what you are, the cold blade flashed under the dim light. Get lost. Even though the cold blade was close, the demon did not flinch. It advanced, step by step, slow but full of pressure, its fiery eyes staring straight at him. Qin Shu did not hesitate for a second, swinging his sword to create a sharp arc slashing down. But the moment the slash landed, the demon not only didn't fall, but also let out a sky-shaking roar. From one body, it exploded into two ferocious fire creatures. Reacting naturally to the danger surrounding him, Qin Shu was momentarily stunned. Humph! Not only was it not destroyed, it turned into two. Instead of fear, a sinister smile suddenly bloomed on Qin Shu's lips, his eyes flashing with excitement. This is getting interesting. Not letting fear and challenges hold him back, Qin Shu quickly regained his composure. "I don't believe I can't destroy you." After a relentless struggle, his powerful attacks seemed only to make the fire demons more aggressive and numerous. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Qin Shu's breathing became heavy and rapid. Not stopping at two, the fire demons seemed to breed from that very inextinguishable fire. The more he fought, the more they split into multiple figures. The more he slashed, the more appeared a sexual reproduction. Realizing that fighting with pure strength only caused the enemy to multiply endlessly, he immediately stopped his hand, Qin Shu's eyes becoming unusually sharp and calm. These things have a strange aura. The fishing senior said earlier that this path is a bit special. It seems normal methods cannot be used to deal with them. Before he could execute his plan, he saw the fire demons start moving in formation. From four sides, they heavily tightened the encirclement. The surrounding air began to distort, and Qin Shu also transformed into his own constitution form. Small specks of fire appeared in midair and were sucked into a single point. The fireball exploded amidst them. The flames flared up violently like a hurricane, incinerating the surrounding atmosphere. When the demons were nearly burned away, he breathed a sigh of relief, a cheerful smile blooming on his lips. Qin Shu clenched his fist. These things indeed require a special constitution to be dealt with. The fire demon's shadows gradually shrank. The heat of the burning sphere caused them to start dissipating. Fragments of their bodies turned into fine ash, drifting on the gentle breeze. After they completely vanished, Qin Shu felt a strange energy surging through his body, a deep sense of panic creeping into his mind. The large, brilliant light within Qin Shu's body suddenly split, radiating into countless tiny lights, making him feel confused and uneasy. After being destroyed, these things actually leave behind energy that allows a special constitution to evolve. Amidst the myriad of flying lights, a larger beam suddenly condensed and rushed straight toward Qin Shu. Before he could react, the light had passed through his body. As the beam of light passed through him, a strange sensation spread through his limbs. Qin Shu realized, no wonder there was the aura of the Red Moon. The remaining forces also rushed in one after another, plunging straight down from above onto his head as if wanting to crush everything. Qin Shu clearly felt the power coursing through his blood. Physical body complete. My sun god body has reached great perfection. The newly awakened power was surging, making him no longer feel small, but he was also worried due to certain obstacles. But it also means my sun god body cannot progress any further. Qin Shu looked forward, his hand clenching tight. Without hesitation, he turned, taking steady steps forward. A chill flashed down the back of his neck. The Emperor's path lies within the fire on the left. Why is there such boundless pressure? The moment Qin Shu's body passed through the gate, all sound from outside vanished. A massive pressure bore down. He landed, his feet firmly touching the ground, knees bending slightly to absorb the impact. Just having stabilized after the landing, Qin Shu was still observing the strange scene around him when he suddenly panicked. This is Emperor's might. Resting for a moment, he hid behind a wall to think. On the Emperor's path, I haven't met a great Emperor, but usually they don't reveal Emperor's might. What exactly is going on here? Before Qin Shu's eyes, the land was split in two. One side was a rolling sea of fire, crimson and violet, as if wanting to burn everything. The other side was covered in frost, cold enough to freeze even the air. A stream of cold air suddenly surged from the left, causing the space to seem frozen in an instant. Within the glacial ice of the Emperor's path on the left, there is also Emperor's might included. These two forces collided, temporarily blocking each other. He paused for a moment, feeling a bit fearful. The fishing senior told me to sense things here. There must be something profound within. Between the blazing fire and the freezing ice struggling fiercely in space, Qin Shu sat cross-legged, his back straight, eyes closed, entering a state of meditation. The sky above suddenly shook violently. The two opposing forces, raging fire and bone-chilling ice, abruptly began to swirl together as if guided by an invisible power. Amidst the violent fluctuation of aura, he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was panicked as he saw a giant vortex in front of him. Yin-Yang Taiji diagram. Qin Shu looked up at the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram before him with a vacant gaze, as if sucked into that surreal scene. His eyes gradually shifted from vacant to pensive, suspicion rising in his heart. This Emperor's path is indeed a bit interesting. To think the legendary Yin-Yang Taiji diagram would appear. What does this foreshadow? The Yin-Yang Taiji swirling violently in the sky suddenly slowed down. Qin Shu stared up at the sky, his pupils contracting, his gaze sharp and full of vigilance. Just as he was staring up, the Yin-Yang Taiji suddenly shattered into 100 fragments floating in space. Qin Shu started an alarm. The Taiji diagram is broken. Although shattered into 100 pieces, each small fragment of the Yin-Yang Taiji still floated in space. Suspicion rose within him. Solitary Yin is abnormal. Solitary Yin does not generate life. Is this hinting that I need to balance Yin and Yang? Suddenly sensing an aura behind him, Qin Shu immediately turned around. The Nine-Dragon Man was walking over, calm and majestic. He turned back, calling softly, "Senior." The man did not answer immediately, only silently looking at Qin Shu before speaking slowly, his voice deep and resonant. "Not bad. You were able to realize a few things." His eyes turned serious, all the suppressed questions now erupting. "Senior, this Emperor's path is not like before. The ice and fire on the left and right from earlier represent the two chis of Yin and Yang, correct?" The Nine-Dragon Man slowly instructed. "Correct. Do you know why the Yin and Yang chis intersect so densely here?" Qin Shu's voice was full of sincerity. "Please enlighten me, Senior." The man's eyes were deep, as if containing thousands of years of time. "Because a drop of fresh blood from the Yin-Yang Great Emperor once fell here." Qin Shu's eyes widened, panicked and disbelieving the truth. "Yin-Yang Great Emperor? Is this an ancient Great Emperor? Why have I never heard of this Great Emperor?" A mysterious smile flickered on the Nine-Dragon Man's lips. Then he slowly looked up at the vast sky. "That is because the era of the Yin-Yang Great Emperor is too distant, so distant that even ancient books struggle to preserve a few sentences about him." His voice was hoarse and deep, as if echoing from a distant era. Even ancient books didn't leave behind a few sentences. A single drop of blood can traverse the past and present, making the current Emperor's path so terrifying, possessing supreme Emperor's might. His eyes lit up, filled with deep admiration for the great emperor. This is a very formidable great emperor. The nine-dragon man looked down, revealing a sinister expression, his voice low. Not just formidable. He stood there, extending his arms as if describing what had happened before. The Yin-Yang great emperor directly created this continent. Only then did the flourishing cultivation world exist on the continent later. The nine-dragon man's words were like thunder exploding by his ears, making Qin Shu start in horror. What? The person who created this continent? He looked at him with penetrating eyes, then softly shared. Moreover, do you know why you were able to realize these things? Why could you sense the emperor's might and comprehend the yin-yang taiji diagram? Qin Shu clasped his hands, his gaze sincerely directed towards the nine-dragon man, his voice soft. This junior does not know. The man's eyes were as deep as an endless abyss. That is because the person who created the sun god body was none other than the yin-yang great emperor. Those words were like lightning striking across his ears. This is indeed news that shocks me greatly. Sweat beaded on his forehead, drops slowly sliding down, mixing with the confusion and tension rising in his heart. The yin-yang great emperor actually created a special constitution. Qin Shu frowned, asking further, Senior, being such an extremely ancient great emperor, why? The nine-dragon man laughed. You want to ask why the sun god body does not rank high among the 108 special constitutions, correct? He frowned, his expression tense mixed with deep curiosity. That's right, if the yin-yang great emperor could create this continent, he must have heaven-reaching abilities. Creating a special physique should be unique too. He slowly shared, revealing ancient secrets. That is because the sun god body you cultivate is merely half of the special physique created by the yin-yang great emperor. Qin Shu stared, eyes blank. Half. Trying to grasp the meaning, but feeling vague, he asked hurriedly. Senior, what do you mean by half? What is the other half of the special physique? The nine-dragon man smiled faintly, eyes deep as an abyss flashing with a cold glint. The other half of the special physique is the lunar god body. Qin Shu was slightly startled, his eyes suddenly lit up, his mind echoing with a clear realization. Goodness, does the world actually have this lunar god body physique? Although he partly understood, he still wanted to clarify. Senior, if the lunar and sun god bodies are one physique, why are yin and yang separated? His voice slowly resounded. Because not everyone can harmonize yin and yang like the yin-yang great emperor. The vast majority of cultivators can barely cultivate just one type. Qin Shu's eyes shone brightly, unable to hide the excitement surging in his chest. He took a step forward, voice full of expectation. What about me, Senior? Can I cultivate both simultaneously? The nine-dragon man stroked his beard, eyes contemplative. Just now you comprehended the yin-yang taiji diagram, so, conversely, you can cultivate it. Qin Shu's eyes brightened like starry skies. What happens after successful cultivation? He spoke solemnly, slowly telling him. You will sublimate to a high degree, obtaining the taiji, yin-yang body. The nine-dragon man looked at Qin Shu with calm but profound eyes, then spoke with a resonant voice. This is the physique of the yin-yang great emperor. He silently pondered his words. Taiji yin-yang body. His face full of determination, voice both earnest and firm. Senior, where can I obtain the lunar god body? The nine-dragon man stroked his beard, eyes showing a moment of thought, silent for a while before speaking. As far as I know, the Southern Ridge has a sect called the Taiji sect. Perhaps one can obtain the method to cultivate the lunar god body there. Qin Shu bowed respectfully, speaking firmly to him. Many thanks for the guidance, Senior. He turned to leave, his posture firm and unwavering, while raising his hand to wave slightly at the nine-dragon man goodbye, Senior. Qin Shu took slow but determined steps. He was walking steadily when he suddenly stopped, his sharp gaze resting on the large cracked cliff ahead, where a deep river surged beneath his feet. A look of worry flashed in Qin Shu's eyes, his brow furrowing slightly. The Emperor's path is broken. This is the end. In front of him, a blue panel quietly appeared with information. Congratulations on signing in successfully, obtaining the reward. Human King Pill. Qin Shu happily accepted the reward, heart full of excitement and firm determination. Obtained the reward, Human King Pill. It's here. He looked at the Human King Pill in his hand, speaking softly. Finally signed in successfully. Moreover, it's the strongest pill for breaking through the true human realm that I wanted most, the Human King Pill. Qin Shu walked with a more confident posture, steps light and relaxed. This time is perfect, so I can go out. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to shake violently, layers of rock cracking, aura surging up. From the deep underground, a pitch-black Shen Ling suddenly rose up. Qin Shu leaped up, landing lightly on his back. Let's go out, Shen Ling returned. He sat firmly on his back, crossing the surging deep river below. Qin Shu suddenly asked, Shen Ling, why are you at the Godfall Gate? His voice rang out low. Originally, I fell down here, and have just stayed here ever since. He paused, heart full of confusion. What do you mean by fell down here? Fell from where? Shen Ling turned around, eyes cold and sharp. Red Moon? Qin Shu asked back in panic. What? Seeming not to believe what he heard, he spoke. You lived on a Red Moon before? He spoke with a calm voice. That's right. Why so surprised? Qin Shu was stunned, his gaze suddenly sharpening. No wonder your body has the special energy aura of the Red Moon. So you were a creature from the Red Moon. He harbored many doubts. Why did the Red Moon disappear? Suddenly, Shen Ling roared loudly. How would I know? If the Red Moon hadn't disappeared, I wouldn't have fallen down. On the other side of the river, crowds of figures gathered, eyes attentively watching and waiting for the two. Xiao Chuan and little sister stood amidst the crowd, eyes focused on the river with deep worry. Why hasn't he come out after so long? Her eyes were radiant, a confident smile clearly on her lips. Big Brother has deep blessings. He definitely obtained a powerful opportunity inside. On the other side of the mountain, in the mist, the vice sectmaster of the Godfall Gate, Dantian, and Don Fong gathered together. With a tall and thin figure, the old man asked gloomily, Is everything arranged? He was completely confident in fulfilling every task the old man assigned. Master, everything is arranged. The vice sectmaster of the Godfall Gate had a sharp gaze. Wait for him to come out. No matter what opportunity he obtained, do not allow him to leave the Godfall Gate. Tantan, emboldened, was equally arrogant, not knowing when to advance or retreat. Wait a moment, and I will personally break his legs. Qin Shu wondered. Then why are you here welcoming this so-called destined person? He asked further. Did the people of the Godfall Gate keep you here? Shen Ling was almost agitated upon hearing that name. Godfall Gate? Unable to suppress the anger rising in his heart, he spoke loudly. What do they dare to be? This place is called the Godfall site. Godfall refers to me, these stupid people. In a moment of anger, Shen Ling closed his eyes and imagined, holding a piece of bone from who knows where, insisting it's a god bone. I don't know what's going on in their heads. He spoke more and more, making it hard for Qin Shu to understand. He asked further, Then why don't you leave this place? In Shen Ling's mind, the scene of the Red Moon event reappeared, a haunting and terrifying memory he could never forget. That year, I wasn't the only one who fell from the Red Moon. It's just that many were destroyed by the old man. Shen Ling still clearly remembered the moment he fell from high above. After that, the old man saw that I was handsome and didn't make things difficult for me, telling me to stay here and be a ferryman. Upon hearing that, Qin Shu immediately frowned, asking with eyes full of suspicion, Handsome? Are you serious? Despite facing the skeptical gaze, he maintained a calm appearance. In our clan, I am indeed very handsome. Back then, the female Shen Lings chasing me lined up enough to circle the Red Moon. He fell silent, speechless. They continued chatting. Qin Shu asked, Who is that old man? Previously, you also asked others to ascend this emperor's path, right? He replied, I don't know, but he's very strong. You're the first person to walk up that path because the previous people didn't have an aura similar to mine, so I was too lazy to come out. He pondered, realizing a few things. It seems that because I absorbed the red moon's aura before, it attracted Shenling here. He suddenly remembered something, roaring to the sky. Right. That old man also said, if someone ascends that path, let me form a good karma with him. Shenling channeled his true essence, then slowly opened his mouth, spitting out a beam of spiritual light. He handed it to Qin Shu. He frowned slightly, unable to hide his curiosity. What does this mean? Shenling said again, forming good karma. Qin Shu still didn't understand. Forming good karma by giving me an egg for what? Hearing him say that, he suppressed his anger to explain. This is a newborn Shenling. Take it back and raise it for fun. Qin Shu carefully accepted the item in his hand, but his eyes still revealed clear confusion and lingering bewilderment. All right then. On the other side, ocean waves surged ceaselessly, and the crowd gathered densely, waiting for the two. The two of them finally arrived. They shouted together, "Here! They're out!" Dongfang also ran over and saw the two. His face turned purple with rage, fists clenched. You brat finally came out. Xiao Chuan and little sister followed. She was beaming with joy. Big brother came out. He must have obtained a very powerful opportunity. Keeping a calm to the point of cold demeanor, Shenling glanced at the crowd ahead, then turned to ask in an even tone, "Do you need me to destroy the Godfall Gate? These guys are still causing you trouble." He suddenly stood up. Qin Shu didn't want to fight yet, so he said, "No need." He glanced at him, secretly evaluating in his heart. This Shenling talks about destroying a sect as soon as he opens his mouth. Seems he is also a very strong existence. Qin Shu gained momentum and quickly flew up, Shenling's voice ringing out clearly. "Then I'm going back, leaving you a word of advice. Remember to keep that egg safe, find an opportunity to hatch it." A feeling of confusion spread quickly in Qin Shu's mind. How to hatch it? He immediately spoke up. Only the Shenling clan on the Red Moon can hatch eggs. Hearing this sentence, he paused, wondering if he heard wrong, but the Red Moon disappeared. Suddenly, Shenling tilted his head back and shouted, "After hatching, this egg might preserve a bit of the aura of the disappeared Red Moon." Qin Shu couldn't believe his ears. The egg can only be hatched on the Red Moon, but the Red Moon disappeared. After hatching the egg, one can get news of the Red Moon's disappearance. Is this a death loop? He said, "That's why I gave the egg to you." Shenling closed his eyes slightly, face calm, placing a lot of trust in him. "Hope you can understand this cycle." Qin Shu suddenly smiled mysteriously, likely having a thought in his head. He said, "Okay." Before he could go far, Dongfang flew over to block the way. "Stand still." Seeing him step out to block the front again, Qin Shu raised his eyebrows slightly, his voice carrying a coldness mixed with warning. "What are you doing? Want to be beaten again?" Dongfang gritted his teeth in anger and shouted loudly, "Impudent! Tell me, what did you get inside?" He curled his lips slightly, provoking him. "Why should I tell you?" Dongfang was furious. "This is the Godfall Gate's opportunity. You cannot take it away." Qin Shu didn't stop, but increased the sharpness in his words. "What if I insist on taking it?" He couldn't control himself anymore, anger rising. "Then there's only the path of death." Dongfang quickly spread his hand in front of him, aura flaring, summoning a mysterious treasure glowing from his palm. Holding the treasure in hand, he exuded a solid confidence. "This is my Godfall Gate's treasure, the Wind God Spear. Today I will use this spear to take your life." Seeing the tense situation, he calmly took out his weapon. "It just so happens I also have a god-slaying spear in my hand." Qin Shu activated his magic power, his figure shooting into the air like a lightning bolt, the spirit sword in his hand emitting a dazzling light. Dongfang took advantage of his distraction to charge forward as fast as lightning. Tantan's gaze was firm. The god-slaying spear is resonating. It seems to want to devour this wind god spear. Qin Shu curled his lips in a slight smile, his hand gripping the god-slaying spear tightly. Qin Shu swung his arm, leaving him no time to react. His body was violently shaken, and he fell backward. Dongfang unexpectedly collapsed, right in front of Tantan, and the vice-sect master of the Godfall Gate. The sudden scene left both astonished, their eyes filled with shock and worry. He screamed in panic. What? Despite the pain in his body, he roared in anger and slowly stood up. I don't believe it. He lowered his head slightly, his voice low like whistling wind, muttering, Wind God Spear. The vice-sect master of the Godfall Gate immediately flew into the air, majestic spiritual power radiating from his body in all directions, condensing into a brilliant halo. Dongfang said, Open for me. A sudden hurricane swept through. He frowned slightly, a glint of wariness in his eyes. The violent hurricane swept through, the chaotic spiritual energy blowing the living beings outside away a fair distance. One of them shouted, The soul pressure is so strong. Another added, This wind god spear is extraordinary. He stood tall between heaven and earth, his face full of arrogance. My Godfall Gate's wind god spear contains the remnant soul of the founding patriarch, specialized in destroying the souls of cultivators. Dongfang's eyes were sharp as swords. I want your soul destroyed. Little sister and Xiao Chuan ran over, and she shouted angrily. The Godfall Gate goes back on its word. What kind of righteous sect is this? Forcibly robbing opportunities? He gritted his teeth in anger and said, That's right. You have no martial ethics. He turned coldly and ordered, Shut up. This is the territory of my Godfall Gate. What we say goes. The two of them continued to act arrogantly, ordering Qin Shu, Kneel down and hand over the opportunity, or you will die here. He showed no fear or hesitation, raising his hand to signal. Come and fight. Dongfang frowned, losing all patience. Damn it. You are seeking your own destruction. He quickly used his power. Dongfang channeled his spiritual energy. Soul, execution. The vice-sect master of the Godfall Gate rushed forward like lightning. Qin Shu screamed in panic. What? A massive wave of spiritual energy surged forward and entered his body. Qin Shu's eyes widened, and suddenly he stood completely still, unmoving. He laughed triumphantly. Success. Dongfang's voice rang out full of sarcasm. Brat, you're done for. Qin Shu stood as still as a rock, not moving an inch. Little sister, filled with fear, called out to him worriedly. Big brother, the vice-sect master of the Godfall Gate said. This kid had some skill, but in the end, he was too arrogant. Dongfang curled his lips and said, Serves him right. He didn't know his place, so now his soul has dissipated. Qin Shu didn't care about their words. He kept his eyes tightly closed. Then he smiled and said, Destroy my soul? Suddenly, the vice-sect master of the Godfall Gate felt his hair stand on end. He panicked and said, What is this? Is this that brat's soul? He asked himself. Why? Looking at the figure before him, he was so shocked his eyes went white. He said, Why can the soul of a low-level cultivator be so earth-shattering? Right in front of him now was a massive soul silkworm, staring intently at him. The soul silkworm opened its mouth wide. The scene shifted to Qin Shu's side. The sky and earth were incredibly clear and blue. But there was one person whose mood wasn't as beautiful as the sky above. Dongfang spun the spear in his hand. He got into a combat stance, then raised his voice. Now that your soul is destroyed, I will destroy your body as well. The sharp tip of the spear thrust straight toward Qin Shu. Dongfang shouted, that tie. Immediately, flames shot out from the spear tip. But then, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. It was Qin Shu using his bare hands to block his attack. Dongfang exclaimed in shock, What? Then he yelled, How are you unharmed? Who exactly are you? Qin Shu immediately kicked him, sending him flying far away, and didn't forget to shout, I am your father. Qin Shu's sudden kick sent Dongfang flying high into the air. Then, he spun his spear and said, It's over. The vice-sect master of the Godfall Gate shouted loudly, You dare. Dongfang also cried out, No. But the only response he got was a powerful punch from Qin Shu. He fell right in front of Lu Tan, causing her to cry out in extreme pain. Senior brother. The vice-sect master of the Godfall Gate also spoke up, my Godfall Gate's chief disciple, was actually. On this side, Qin Shu was casting a spell on Dongfang's spear, causing it to vibrate uncontrollably. Then, it flew toward Qin Shu's hand. Qin Shu's image now was incredibly powerful and majestic. Holding two spears in his hands, his face was so cold it made his opponents tremble. Qin Shu said, "I know you've been thirsting for it," unable to hold back. Having said that, he tossed Dongfang's spear high into the air. Then he commanded his golden spear, "Swallow it." After his spear finished absorbing it, it glowed with an incredibly powerful energy. Qin Shu said happily, "The hunting god spear has evolved again. The power of the hunting god spear has increased again. A conservative estimate is that it can now store 2,000 years of spiritual power, unleashing a supreme strike." The vice-sect master of the Godfall Gate gritted his teeth and said, "Bastard, my Godfall Gate's wind god spear was also destroyed by you." Qin Shu said coldly, "You brought this all upon yourselves." The vice-sect master of the Godfall Gate descended from above, surrounded by a shroud of power. He ground his teeth audibly, saying angrily, "I will kill you." Qin Shu smiled and replied, "Just in time. I'll use you to test the power of the hunting god spear." Immediately, he stepped forward, rushing toward him. A powerful force radiated from his fist. He punched out decisively, then shouted, "Destroy." Seeing this, Qin Shu frowned. He spun his spear, then pointed the sharp tip at him and said, "Go." The vice-sect master of the Godfall Gate furrowed his brow, saying in panic, "What?" Immediately after, he was knocked back, flying far away. Yet another person collapsed at Lu Tantan's feet, leaving her in disbelief. She covered her mouth, trembling as she said, "Moss." "Master." The vice-sect master of the Godfall Gate lay on the ground, eyes wide as he shouted, "Quick, call for help. Call all the experts of the Godfall Gate here." Lu Tantan collapsed to the ground, crying out helplessly, "Help! Is anyone there? My master and senior brother have both been killed." Immediately, golden streaks of light appeared following that cry. The people who had just appeared stood surrounding Qin Shu. Lu Tantan shouted, "Ancestors, kill him." One of the ancestors spoke up, "To dare act like this at the Godfall Gate, you must not be a nobody. State your name." Qin Shu pointed at himself and said, "Listen clearly, everyone. I am Qin Shu." An old man in purple stroked his beard and said, "Qin Shu, is it? Today you." But then suddenly, he realized something and said in panic, "Wait." Then he asked loudly, "Could it be Qin Shu, one of the 18 divine sons of the Feathering Sect?" The surrounding crowd went into an uproar. "What? He is the 18th divine son. No wonder he looks familiar. It turns out he is the famous divine son of the Eastern Wasteland." Lu Tantan said worriedly, "I didn't expect him to be the 18th divine son, Qin Shu." Bai Xiaomei beside him smiled and said, "Big brother indeed has an extraordinary background." She turned to the side and said, "Bai Xiaochuan, don't you talk about the 18th divine son all day, saying he's your idol?" Bai Xiaochuan replied without shyness, "That's right, he really is my idol. I didn't expect to meet him in person today. I almost scammed him." Qin Shu spoke up, "I have left the Feathering Sect and am no longer a divine son. I am currently just Qin Shu." The group of ancestors panicked. "What? The 18th divine son has left the Feathering Sect?" "I heard about this, but I didn't expect it to be true." The old man in purple pointed at him and shouted, "Brat, you've lost the protection of the Feathering Sect, yet still dare to be so aggressive." Then he said to the others, "In that case, we have nothing to fear anymore. Kill him." Then they all rushed toward Qin Shu. He smiled contemptuously and said, "Jumping clowns, I can't even be bothered to lift a hand." Then, a burst of power erupted, knocking away everyone who was about to attack Qin Shu. The old men cried out in panic, "What?" A figure appeared in front of Qin Shu. He was Qin Shu's Tao guardian. The old man in purple shouted, "You are a guardian of the Feathering Sect?" Qin Shu's Tao guardian replied, "That's right." Then he said coldly, "Those who dare to lay a hand on Qin Shu will be destroyed by me." His words made the old man in purple's face turn incredibly ugly. He shouted, "Guardian, Qin Shu has left the feathering sect and is no longer a divine son. Why you still protect him?" Qin Shu's Tao Guardian said, "What does that have to do with you? I like protecting him." The old man in purple frowned and shouted, "You." Immediately after, a green-haired old man also spoke up. "Guardian, do you really think you alone can take on the entire Godfall Gate?" Qin Shu's Tao Guardian said, "Sorry, but I actually do think so." Qin Shu's Tao Guardian continued, "You won't be resigned until we fight. Come at me together." The group of elders' faces all darkened. They gritted their teeth and said, "Damn it." Then they rushed toward Qin Shu's Tao Guardian, shouting, "Looking down on us? Charge!" Qin Shu's Tao Guardian raised his hand toward them, his hand surrounded by energy, and said, "Destroy." Then he looked directly at the group of elders. The group panicked and said, "What?" Then terrifying explosions occurred. Red beams of light surrounded Qin Shu's Tao Guardian. Liu Tan Tan et Glim in Astonim. WH. What? The vice sect master of the Godfall Gate was equally astonished. He cried out in panic, "The ancestors are all dead." Qin Shu then said politely, "Thank you, senior." The sky was clear blue, the sun shining brightly overhead. Down below, Qin Shu calmly said, "Next, I need to find a place to break through my cultivation realm." Before he could take a step, Bai Xiaomei walked over and called out loudly, "Big brother." Then, walking towards Qin Shu with Bai Xiaochuan, she said, "Brother Qin, I didn't expect you to be the renowned 18th divine son of the Eastern Wasteland. My brother Bai Xiaochuan worships you as an idol." Bai Xiaochuan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Brother Qin, I was in the wrong before." Qin Shu said, "It's fine. What are your plans now?" Bai Xiaochuan scratched his face and said, "We came to Godfall Gate hoping for a fortuitous encounter to cure my sister's Yin syndrome. Since this place didn't work out, we'll try somewhere else." Qin Shu asked, "Where to?" Bai Xiaochuan replied, "We plan to go to Luoxia." Bai Xiaochuan sighed and spoke slowly. The Luo family is a great emperor clan. Their innate Tao body physique can help my sister harmonize her Yin syndrome. Hearing this, Bai Xiaomei, standing beside him, lowered her eyes, her voice light. "Actually, it doesn't matter anymore. I've seen through it. In life, the most important thing is to be happy." The two men fell silent upon hearing this, unable to offer any words of comfort. A while later, Qin Shu turned and stepped forward, breaking the silence. "Let's go." Bai Xiaomei asked curiously, "Brother Qin, where are you going?" Qin Shu stopped, turned back with a faint smile. "I don't know. I'll walk with you for a bit. We'll see where we end up." The sky turned deep blue, and the clouds slowly vanished. The scenery changed, the mist dissipated, and the blue sky returned. But at the Luo family, a storm was brewing. Luo Yun glared in fury. Her voice gritted, "Luoan, you are truly bold. How dare you publicly provoke the Luo family's heir?" Luoan smirked, replying without fear, "It's not a provocation, it's a challenge." A blond man standing behind Luo Yun curled his lip. "You are a stable boy. What right do you have to challenge the heir?" Luoan sneered contemptuously. "Stable boy, I am a stable boy. Open your eyes and look. Can a stable boy make it onto the Eastern Wasteland Heaven's Pride board?" The purple-haired man beside him was stunned. The surrounding crowd immediately buzzed with discussion. "That's right. How could Luoan get on the Eastern Wasteland Heaven's Pride board? I thought it was strange before, too. Is the board wrong?" The gossip was like oil on fire. Luoan turned red with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. He roared, his voice echoing everywhere. "Luo Quandao, dare you fight?" Amidst the noisy crowd, a calm voice rang out, attracting all eyes. Luo Quandao stepped out leisurely, standing opposite the challenger. "Why do you want to challenge me?" Faced with that calm question, Luo just sneered coldly. Then, he pointed straight at the other's face, his eyes full of arrogance. "Because I want to prove I am stronger than you." Luo Quandao replied nonchalantly, shocking everyone. "No need to prove it. I admit you are stronger than me. So, no need to fight, right? Luo was stunned, completely failing to understand what was happening. Luo couldn't take it anymore. She shouted, Luo Quandao, what nonsense are you spouting? But Luo didn't care. He continued to press. I want to defeat you and become the Luo family heir. Luo Quandao frowned, his tone still calm. You rank higher than me on the Eastern Wasteland Heavens Pride Board. It's fine for you to be the heir. Being the heir isn't anything good anyway. Luo was so angry she screamed, Luo Quandao, shut your mouth. Do you know what you were saying? In response to her anger, Luo Quandao just turned away disdainfully, not bothering to answer. Luo felt suspicious inside. This Luo Quandao was so easy to talk to, even willing to yield the position of heir. Just then, the mechanical voice of the Demon Heaven Dao rang in his ears. Demon Heaven Dao issues a mission. Defeat Luo Quandao. Seize the position of heir. Luo frowned. Then a cruel smile appeared on his lips. Luo Quandao, stop being a coward. Fight today. You can't escape. Having spoken, he roared, slash. A sharp sword tip carrying a terrifying murderous aura rushed straight at Luo Quandao. The young man quickly raised his sword to block, but the sudden attack made him struggle slightly. This only excited Luo more. His attacks became even more vicious. Luo Quandao frowned as he parried the storm-like attacks. But then, an explosion rang out, and Luo Quandao was knocked flying by Luo and sword energy. Luo exclaimed in horror. Is this Luo actually that strong? Luo walked slowly closer, his tone defiant. Luo Quandao still won't fight back? Luo Quandao struggled to stand up, his eyes becoming sharp. Luo, your aura is a bit strange. What cultivation method do you practice? Deep down, he sensed something unusual. I am an innate Dao body. I can feel it. The energy in your body doesn't seem to belong to you. Luo gritted his teeth, heaven-defying 10 swords, third form. Facing the incoming destructive sword energy, Luo Quandao immediately conjured a shield of light to block it. Luo rushed forward like an arrow, shouting loudly. Slash! A terrifying force slammed into the shield, causing it to shake violently. Luo Quandao had to grind his feet into the ground to stay upright. Luo sneered. Can you withstand this? Heaven-defying 10 swords, fourth form. A series of thunderous slashes rained down on Luo Quandao's shield. Finally, the shield shattered, and he fell painfully. Luo Quandao's body was flung far away, rolling several times on the ground. He muttered, Damn it, this power is too terrible. The people around were so astonished they couldn't speak. How is this Luo so formidable? He was clearly just a horse feeder before. The disciple Luo Quandao isn't his match? Luo spoke with contempt. Heaven-defying 10 swords, fifth form. Luo screamed in resentment. You are a stable boy. Daring to hurt the heir is truly treasonous. Luo roared in anger. Stable boy. You still dare call me a stable boy? He frantically swung another slash, but this time, Luo Quandao nimbly jumped into the air to dodge. Luo frowned and observed. Luo Quandao jumped very high, but then looked down in astonishment. Luo's eyes were bloodshot. He seemed to go mad and slashed once more. A thunderous slash struck. Luo Quandao couldn't dodge in time. He took the full brunt of the attack and crashed to the ground, blood spraying from his mouth. Luo rushed over to support her brother, Luo Quandao. She screamed in despair. Quandao. The mechanical voice rang in Luo's ears again. Demon Heaven Dao congratulates you on completing the mission. Defeat Luo Quandao. Seize the position of heir. Reward. Heavenly Demon Body. Luo raised his sword high, declaring clearly, I, Luo, have won. Is anyone dissatisfied? The surrounding crowd could only stand in stunned silence. This, Luo loudly declared. From today on, I, Luo, am the heir of the Luo family. On the other side, Luo Yun and the others were surrounding Luo Quandao. She bit her lip, grinding her teeth. Hateful. Then she handed Luo Quandao to another disciple to hold, her eyes filled with murderous intent. I'm going to kill him. But suddenly, a weak hand grasped hers. Luo Quandao whispered, Sister, you're not his match. The energy in Luo Yin's body is extremely bizarre. Luo Yin said painfully, Quandao, don't speak anymore. I'll take you to get treated first. The scene shifted to Qin Shu's group. The young man was looking into the distance. Bai Xiaochuan and Bai Xiaomei walked ahead, their expressions somewhat complex. Qin Shu asked, What's wrong? Bai Xiaochuan replied, Not far ahead is the Bai family, where we used to live. Qin Shu asked, Not going back to take a look? Bai Xiaochuan smiled sadly. Not going back. Bai Xiaomei continued, The Bai family now only has us 2 siblings left. Moreover, that place has become a land of great ominousness. There's no need to return. Qin Shu was interested. Land of great ominousness? Tell me about it. Bai Xiaomei explained, the Bai family declined. Aside from being suppressed by the Lam family, the biggest reason was the appearance of many strange occurrences within the clan. Qin Shu asked, Strange? Is the Bai family haunted? Bai Xiaochuan replied, Not exactly haunted. In short, it's very weird. Qin Shu smiled. That's great then. Let's go check it out. Bai Xiaochuan was surprised. Are you serious? Qin Shu nodded. Serious. Bai Xiaochuan was confused. What now? Bai Xiaomei spoke up. Going with Brother Qin shouldn't be dangerous. Let's go take a look. It might be the last time we return to the Bai family. When Qin Shu entered, a magnificent estate appeared before his eyes. 2 guards in purple clothes were standing watch at the gate, looking arrogant. Qin Shu wondered, Didn't you say there was no one left in the Bai family? Bai Xiaochuan gritted his teeth. These guys are from the Lam family. The Bai family's ancestral home has been occupied by those Lam family animals. One purple-clad guard recognized them and spoke sarcastically. Well, who is this? Bai Xiaochuan, I'm not seeing things, am I? He and the one next to him blocked the path of Qin Shu's group, smiling mockingly. What is the Bai family's bereaved dog coming back for? Bai Xiaochuan frowned, move. The guard sneered, what? Want to go in? Let me tell you, this place now belongs to the Lam family. Get lost, you're not allowed in. Bai Xiaochuan was angry. You bully people too much. Suddenly, the guard launched a kick straight at Bai Xiaochuan's face, acting tyrannically. Piss off to the side. So what if I bully you? Immediately, a thunderous slap flew straight into the guard's face, sending him spinning like a pinwheel. He flew like the wind, tripped with a loud bang, spun 3 times in midair, and planted his head into the ground like a carrot, legs sticking up towards the sky. He screamed loudly, You dare hit me? His face swollen like an oversteamed bun, he still yelled as if he had swallowed a karaoke speaker. Who are you, brat, to dare hit me? Looking at him with contempt, Qin Shu warned coldly, his words sharp enough to dampen the atmosphere. If you don't scramble, I'll beat your mouth crooked. Enraged, the guard ordered his accomplice, insolent, attack him. But the result was that every single one of them was beaten until their faces were swollen, unable to tell their eyes from their mouths. The guard pointed his finger, screaming fiercely. You just wait. Running for his life, he didn't forget to growl a threat. The Lam family won't let you off. Having dealt with the trouble, Qin Shu calmly signaled, Let's go in. The 3 entered together without anyone daring to block their way anymore. Suddenly, Qin Shu frowned, his eyes scanning around suspiciously. His brow furrowed. Indeed, there was an unusual aura. An evil creature roared and screamed, dragging itself forward step by step, the ground beneath its feet trembling, the air thick with the stench of killing intent. Taken by surprise, Xiaochuan shouted, What is that? Reacting quickly, Qin Shu immediately drew a talisman from his sleeve, his movement decisive and unhesitating. The talisman struck the evil creature squarely, emitting a dry explosion, a flash of light swallowing the roaring black shadow. Finally, the evil creature crashed to the ground, its body twitching continuously before lying completely still. Qinshu raised an eyebrow to observe, clicking his tongue. An evil creature, but not very strong, easily suppressed by the talisman rune. Looking ahead, Bai Xiaochuan ground his teeth, his face swollen, eyes blazing with fire, his whole body tensing up. My little sister's constitution was thrown into chaos by a stronger evil creature when she was 5, leading to her current condition. It didn't stop there. Another evil creature opened its mouth wide, howling as it rushed over, its hurried steps making the air feel significantly heavier. Qinshu swung his sword again, slashing decisively, the blade tearing through space, cleaving straight into the evil creature without mercy. Its body gradually dissipated, patches of black shadow peeling off and vanishing into the air. Qinshu spoke up, his voice deepening. "This is a revenant." Sister Bai was astonished. "A revenant? How is it different from evil creatures, monsters, and the like?" Qinshu rolled his eyes and explained. According to the records of the Feathering Sect, a revenant is an unconscious spiritual body formed after life is lost, a type of the purest source energy in heaven and earth. Bai Xiaochuan asked again, "Then what if it has consciousness?" Qinshu stated, "If it has consciousness, it is called a ghost. Evil creatures are polluted by consciousness, so they're no longer pure energy." Sister Bai widened her eyes, her face full of confusion, standing rooted to the spot. "So you're saying revenants aren't evil things?" Qinshu emphasized, "Revenants are a type of negative energy or energy. For normal cultivators, they are extremely dangerous." He added, "As far as I know, the place for revenants to return to is the underworld." His face was extremely serious, brows furrowed, eyes icy, making the person opposite him dare not breathe loudly. "Your Bai family has revenants appearing, and it looks like a large number of them. This is not normal." Sister Bai was extremely uneasy. "Brother Qin, can you help us investigate the reason for the revenant's appearance in the Bai family?" The young man decided, "Let's go inside and take a look." Having spoken, Qinshu immediately moved. Before their eyes, a stream of gloomy, evil energy rose up pitch black, rolling and spreading everywhere, swallowing the surrounding light. This scene made Qinshu stare in stunned silence. Countless swarms of evil creatures surged forward, crowding together into a chaotic mass, their howling echoing on all sides, making heaven and earth feel suffocating. They advanced aggressively, the killing intent so thick it made the air tremble. Bai Xiaochuan could not hide his panic, blurting out, "Too many." The horde of evil creatures opened their mouths, revealing sharp fangs, saliva dripping down drop by drop, their eyes glowing red with hunger and ferocity. They headed straight for Qinshu. Sister Bai immediately warned, "Brother Qin, be careful." However, Qinshu smiled with amusement, his eyes lighting up, showing no fear. On the contrary, it looked like he was waiting for a proper fight. Tiny revenants are not scary. He was surrounded on all 4 sides by the evil creatures. Deafening roars resonated through the space, waves of sound hitting the ears as if wanting to tear the eardrums. They rushed in to tear the young man's body apart. Sister Bai was extremely worried, her face full of regret. Bai Xiaochuan felt pained. "It's over." Qinshu underestimated them too much. He spoke up powerfully. "Sister, run quickly. Qinshu can't hold on anymore. You're forgetting your big brother for a guy." Sister Bai screamed loudly. "Shut up. I trust Brother Qin." Bai Xiaochuan then explained, "I also hope he's alive, but with so many revenants swarming him, is there any chance of survival?" His face was purple, devoid of blood. His facial muscles twitched slightly, eyes lost in the chaos. "Have you forgotten? Even the most powerful expert of our Bai family couldn't withstand 2 revenants." But then a huge commotion made both siblings turn their heads. Qinshu appeared with powerful, abundant spiritual energy, his whole body radiating pressure, his sharp gaze sweeping across. Seeing him, Sister Bai couldn't stop smiling. That's great, Brother Qin is fine. Bai Xiaochuan was equally happy, his eyes full of admiration. Truly my idol, I still underestimated him. A resounding voice made the evil creatures freeze. Not yet. I possess the supreme taboo. Even the prison king Blood Shadow couldn't do anything to me, let alone these evil spirits. Suddenly, a sound rang out from behind, making him immediately turn his head, eyes vigilant. A horned evil creature screamed madly, the screech echoing everywhere, red eyes revealing clear fury. Who dares to intrude into this place? Seeing it, Qin Shu was incredibly excited. Finally, there was one he could interrogate for information. The horned evil creature rushed in, swinging hands full of sharp claws, movements ferocious without hesitation, an aura wanting to tear apart anything blocking its way. But in the end, it was suppressed by Qin Shu using a talisman rune. The talisman expanded, radiating light that enveloped its body, locking all movement, causing it to struggle violently, but unable to escape. Finally, its body was locked tight, only able to open its mouth and scream. The horned evil creature struggled continuously on the ground. Don't know where this brat came from wanting to imprison me? Keep dreaming. Qin Shu clicked his tongue. This revenant is much stronger. The talisman rune has no effect on him. Suddenly, loud shouting attracted his attention. Over here, Patriarch! That brat is over here. On the side, Bai Xiaochuan warned. Qin Shu, the Lan family people have arrived. Should we withdraw first? He laughed out loud. Arrived just in time. The talisman was now gradually cracking. The horned evil creature tore it apart, rushing forward madly. Brat dared to oppose me. It opened its mouth wide arrogantly. I will swallow your soul. Qin Shu then prepared to face the battle. He shouted in delight. My reinforcements have arrived. If you can't catch me, you're my dog. Lan Yang's eyes widened. He was the patriarch. Audo Lan Thou Wen, extremely arrogant and audacious, daring to actively attack us. Looking up at the sky, Qin Shu gritted his voice. You guys came at exactly the right time. He smiled with satisfaction. Quickly kill this revenant. Seeing it, they were scared pale, about to pee their pants. The horned evil creature appeared extremely excited. For a revenant, a large number of people was never a problem, just more nutrients. The group behind jumped in fright. Oh my god, this brat is truly sinister. Move away quickly. This evil spirit cannot be dealt with, don't. Lan Yang groaned incessantly, reaching out a hand in despair. Damn it, save me. But then they were all rushed by the evil cultivator and bitten. Chaotic screams rang out. Bodies were knocked down, unable to resist in time. The elder grimaced. The Lan family's people are all dead. They were all Lan family elites. He rushed towards Qin Shu, screaming angrily, footsteps heavy and hurried, red eyes not leaving the target. Brat, it's all because of you. I must kill you. Qin Shu held the god of killing in his hand tightening, eyes cold, ready to confront without flinching. Elder Lan could only roll his eyes back. At this moment, the evil cultivator was behind Qin Shu's back. He turned his eyes to look. Its figure was much more ferocious. The young man was annoyed. Having swallowed the souls of everyone in the Lan family, this revenant has become much stronger. The evil cultivator spoke sarcastically, lips curling up in mockery. Every word spoken both mocking and vicious, making the atmosphere even more tense. Provoking me? I have swallowed countless cultivators of your kind. Qin Shu pointed a finger in warning. Answer me one question. Why do you revenants gather in this place? The evil cultivator glared irritably, face wrinkling, teeth grinding, angry gaze sweeping everywhere, breathing heavily. Giving you face, huh? What right do you have for me to answer? Seeing its arrogance, Qin Shu immediately took action. Used the demon's subduing force. Charge for me. His giant hand approached it. The evil cultivator mocked. With this amount of spiritual energy, you want to use demon subduing force? Who gave you the confidence? Qin Shu ground his teeth. Naturally, the perpetual motion Dantian gives me confidence. The Dantian inside his body surged powerfully, waves of power rolling up, spreading to all four limbs, making his whole body burn with momentum. Qin Shu waved his hand with pressure, perpetual motion Dantian. His hand bound the evil cultivator's body tight, the grip not loosening, causing the opponent to struggle violently, but unable to escape. He broke out in a cold sweat, eyes panicked. What? A cultivator only at the spirit realm. How can he suddenly pour out so much spiritual energy? Qin Shu's eyes brightened at this moment. Haven't used the perpetual motion Dantian in a long time. Infinite spiritual energy is my biggest trump card. His hand slammed down hard, pressing him into the ground, the earth cracking under the unsparing power, his body pinned tight and motionless. He lay immobile, body twisted, misery evident on every inch of flesh, no strength left to resist. Now, Qin Shu ordered, "Speak, and I'll give you this chance to reincarnate in the underworld." He screamed in defiance. "Asking me is useless, because I only just gained sentience in this place. Before that, I knew absolutely nothing." Qin Shu tightened his hand, ordering, "Then tell me a few things you do know, so I feel you still have some value." He pointed towards little Sister Bai. "As far as I know, the meaning of our existence is because of that girl." Sister Bai stood frozen in panic, mouth opening and closing continuously, throat choked, unable to utter a sentence. Qin Shu probed, "Little Sister Bai, what does this mean?" Kneeling down, the evil cultivator revealed, "We revenants were initially attracted here by her, when we had no consciousness. Later we regained sentience." Qin Shu wondered, looking up to ask, "What is special about little Sister Bai that you are attracted to her?" The evil cultivator quickly explained, "In her body, there is something of the same origin as me, possessing a fatal power over revenants." The more he listened, the more uncomfortable Qin Shu felt. "What thing? Be specific." However, the evil cultivator bowed his head. He replied, "I don't know clearly. I only gained sentience not long ago, lacking understanding of the myriad things in the world." He continued, pointing, his voice firm. "But I know that this girl will later transform into the most evil existence in the world, commanding revenants across the four seas." Hearing this, Qin Shu's eyebrows twitched incessantly, his expression shifting from surprise to annoyance. His eyes were full of suspicion and vigilance. "What? The most evil existence in the world, commanding revenants of the four seas?" The evil cultivator added, "This is also the reason why everyone in the Bai family is gone. Only this little girl and the little man protected by her are okay, because revenants fundamentally cannot truly harm her." Qin Shu looked straight into his face and said, "I understand. Then I will spare your life. Quickly leave this place and return to the underworld." The horned revenant poured out its heart. "We want to, but we cannot do it. We cannot leave this place of the Bai family. It seems there is some terrifying existence keeping us here, unable to resist. Qin Shu made a deal. Gather information for me, and I will return to this place again." Seeing him step out, Xiaomei asked with concern, "Qin, big brother, did you find out anything?" He sighed. "The matter regarding you is very complex. It's not simply just meridians being disordered by evil energy." Hearing this information caused by Xiaochuan to drop his jaw in a daze, extremely agitated and unable to control his emotions. "Complex? Can my little sister still be cured?" Qin Shu replied, "Hard to say. Currently, I haven't thought of a solution yet." Even so, Xiaochuan still smiled with hope, full of faith. "My sister can definitely be cured. We will let the Luo family find someone with an innate Dao body to help." Only Xiaomei began to look dejected. "Let's follow the will of heaven. No need to force it." Xiaochuan gently rubbed her head, comforting the chaotic turmoil in her heart. Just then, a voice rang out. "Qin Shu." Luo Yin came running in a panic. Seeing her made Qin Shu a bit surprised, wondering to himself, "Luo Yin, why did she come here?" Luo Yin spoke urgently. "Qin Shu, I have an urgent matter to find you for." The young man replied quickly, "What matter is so urgent?" She frowned. Quan Dao was heavily injured by someone. There is a vile person causing chaos within the Luo family. It is currently a mess, and we need your help. Immediately, Qin Shu flared up, his temper rising as he gritted his teeth to stay calm. Luo Quan Dao was injured? Tell me clearly. The Tubai siblings were also equally panicked, the four eyes looking at each other, not knowing what expression to put on. A moment later, Luo Yun recounted the whole story. Qin Shu pondered. Luo and this person suddenly rose up, very suspicious. With an extremely anxious face, Luo Yun humbled herself to beg. Qin Shu, right now only you can help us. Follow me back to the Luo family. We absolutely cannot let Luo and take control of the Luo family. Qin Shu expressed hesitation. I am not a member of the Luo family. How can I help? She persuaded him, affirming firmly. No, your mother is the eldest miss of the Luo family. Strictly speaking, you are a member of the Luo family. If you return, no one will say anything. His eyes lit up, and he made a decision. Regardless, I will go back with you first. The young man walked away decisively. Daring to hurt my cousin, this matter cannot be tolerated. Suddenly, he turned his head to signal. Xiaochuan, by Xiaomei, didn't you two also want to go to the Luo family? Follow me. On the way, the two of them continued to chat. Who are they? I will tell you about this on the way. Meanwhile, at the Luo family, the faces of the disciples were utterly astonished, scared out of their wits. Seeing Luo Yun, they whispered, Who are those people? Why did Luo Yun bring them back? Others weren't sure, but it seemed one was the 18th divine son. They whispered and gossiped in each other's ears. Wasn't the 18th divine son stripped of his status by the feathering sect? The divine son's mother is the eldest miss of the Luo family. The feathering sect doesn't want him, so him returning to the Luo family is normal. Qin Shu quickly entered Xuan Dao's room. The boy tried to open his eyes, struggling to sit up. Cousin, you came. Qin Shu was worried, reaching out to check. Don't move. Let me check your injuries. His hand emitted abundant spiritual energy, the aura penetrating Xuan Dao's body to probe. Afterwards, Qin Shu's eyes widened in shock. This aura inside your body. Why does it feel so familiar to me? Quan Dao spoke up to warn him. Cousin, that Luo and is very weird. You must be careful. Luo Yun was worried. Qin Shu, is there a way to treat Quan Dao? The fight for the disciple position. We cannot invite the Luo family ancestor to intervene, but Xuan Dao's wounds won't heal on their own. Finally, Qin Shu called for help. Senior, please appear. The Dao Guardian and Kei appeared, and Qin Shu clasped his hands. Please, Senior, take action to heal my cousin. The man coldly raised his hand, releasing a powerful stream of energy. He extracted the suppressive, evil energy from Xuan Dao's body, causing the boy to scream. The man waved his hand bluntly, without hesitation. And Kei spoke, This aura is indeed extraordinary. Many years ago, I saw it somewhere. Qin Shu probed. Does Senior know where it comes from? The man replied, The battlefield of the heavens. It was so unexpected that Qin Shu cried out, his voice reflexively snapping, his entire face momentarily tense with surprise. What? The battlefield of the heavens? The young man couldn't hide his bewilderment. The battlefield of the heavens is a place of no return. Could this thing come from the battlefield of the heavens? And Kei explained, The battlefield of the heavens is where the lucky sons of heaven and earth fight. It is a battlefield for geniuses on the level of your father, extremely cruel. It is the burial ground of geniuses. Inside, there are all kinds of races possessing various bloodlines and abilities, using all sorts of skills and cultivation methods. Truly, there is nothing that doesn't exist there. He added, This aura is filled with evil. The thing behind it is not ordinary. If it really comes from the battlefield of the heavens, the situation of the world is afraid to undergo a great change. Then he warned, I need to go calculate a bit. Lately, don't provoke existences that are too strong, otherwise I fear I won't appear in time. Gritting her teeth, Luo Yun was furious, her eyes sharp, her hands clenched until they trembled with rage. I said it. How could that Luo and being so mediocre, suddenly rise up. I will go find the Luo family elders to explain the situation. But Quan Dao shot up to stop her. Wait, he analyzed. Even if you speak, it's useless. Without solid evidence, the elders won't believe you. But Luo Yin couldn't swallow her anger. She screamed, "Then what do we do? Watch helplessly as he replaces you to become the disciple? In this generation of the Luo family, only you unlocked the innate Dao body. I will not allow anyone else to snatch this disciple position." Quan Dao furrowed his brows in annoyance. I was defeated by Luo An. I no longer have the qualifications to compete for the disciple position. He lowered his head, giving up. Moreover, the Luo family has gradually declined over tens of thousands of years. The entire clan, from top to bottom, hopes for another great emperor. Currently, whoever is stronger, everyone will support that person to be the disciple. I don't know what else to do. Luo Yin turned to beg Qin Shu. "Qin Shu, help us resolve this matter. If Quan Dao doesn't become the disciple, we absolutely cannot give it to that Luoan. You should become the disciple." The young man stood frozen, explaining, "I also really want to meet that Luoan, but is that appropriate? After all, this is the Luo family." Despite being sick, Chuandao's mouth moved rapidly. "Cousin, you're also a member of the Luo family. Now only you can turn the tide. If there were no issues with Luo, and I wouldn't object to him becoming the disciple. But with the current situation, if we let him become the disciple, I worry he will drag the Luo family onto a path of eternal damnation." He tried his best to persuade. "Cousin, please take action. Now that you have left the feathering sect, you can openly and legitimately become a Luo family disciple." Luo Yin added her plea. "In a few days, the ancient bronze palace will open. Only geniuses at the disciple level can participate. The Luo family cannot miss this opportunity." Meanwhile, Luoan was relaxing and cooling off. A servant ran over to report, "Disciple, today the new magic treasure has been finished for you. Please try wearing it. When the time comes to go to the ancient bronze palace, you will surely shine brilliantly, your name resounding across the eastern wasteland." He probed, "How is Luo Quan Dao right now?" The people carrying the items replied, heard that his injuries have healed. His eyes narrowed. What? How could he recover? He was so startled, he jumped up on the sedan chair. Luon was constantly troubled. The demon Heaven Dao aura is extremely domineering. Without help, that wound absolutely cannot heal on its own. The servant reported, heard it was Luo Chuandao's cousin, named Qin Shu or something. He stepped down in frustration, his chest tight with anger. Qin Shu? Qin Shu, the legendary 18th divine son of the Feathering Sect? Just then, Qin Shu also arrived. Correct, it is I. His appearance was incredibly majestic and imposing. He interrogated with annoyance. Was it you who injured my cousin? Luoan looked at him with eyes full of 70% disdain and 30% contempt. The servants beside him kept shouting piercingly. Audacious. Dare to use that tone to speak to the disciple. Not bothering to say much, Qin Shu attacked directly, sending him flying far away. The servant fell backwards amidst Luoan's annoyance. He gritted his teeth, daring to hit his people. He raised his chin arrogantly to remind him. Qin Shu, this is the Luo family. Aren't you being too excessive? Luo Yun stepped forward to defend him. Qin Shu's mother is the eldest miss of our Luo family. Qin Shu is also a Luo family member. So what if he teaches a clueless hunting dog a lesson? Luoan became even more rampant. So what? Haven't you heard the saying, beat the dog? Look at the owner. He didn't stop mocking. Luo Yun, you siblings have lost power in the Luo family. It's best you see reality clearly. Then he looked at Qin Shu and provoked. And you, Qin Shu, a stray dog, kicked out by the Feathering Sect, are you worthy of coming here and acting arrogant? Luo Yun raised her eyebrows. Qin Shu, tear that stable boy's mouth apart. The two sides confronted each other. The atmosphere tense to the point of suffocation, eyes meeting with sparks. Just one unnecessary move was enough to make this place explode into chaos. Qin Shu released an explosive spiritual pressure, the compressed pressure spreading out, the heavy atmosphere pressing down inch by inch, causing everything around to pause for a moment. Luo and swung his sword, slashing continuously, each sword strike tearing through the wind straight at the target, the movements fast and urgent. Heaven-defying 10 swords. The Luo siblings widened their eyes, faces blank for a moment, unable to say a word. They could only stand there staring at the battle exploding before their eyes. Then they screamed. What? Could it be that even Qin Shu cannot handle him? As for Qin Shu, he calmly handled it. Heaven-defying 10 swords. It's the heaven-defying 10 swords again? That means the thing making Luo and powerful is the same thing that made Chun Fan strong in the Moon Wheel God Dynasty before. Swinging the sword in his hand, Luo laughed arrogantly. Scared, Qin Shu? He unleashed a spinning sword cycle, taking the chance to flex. I, Luo, am a child of destiny. So what if you shine across the eastern wasteland? In front of me, you are nothing worth mentioning. Just as he finished speaking, seeing he hadn't slashed anyone, Qin Shu was already behind him, causing Luo to be astonished. What? Qin Shu waved his hand to suppress him. Face calm, hands moving without batting an eye, executing the move decisively as if handling a trivial chore at the end of the day. Seeing Luo collapse, he mocked, Don't pretend in front of me. I specialize in dealing with those who are unconvinced like you. He emphasized, No one can pretend in front of me and retreat with their life intact. Luo Yun was overjoyed, feeling incredibly satisfied, laughing hee-hee as if she had just hit the jackpot, her mouth opening wide without bothering to keep her image. So refreshing. Defeat him, Qin Shu. At this moment, elders appeared flying in the sky. They roared, What is happening? Who is fighting with the disciple? Qin Shu bluntly declared, It is I, Qin Shu, half a member of the Luo family. He pointed at the sky and emphasized, Today I challenge Luo to become the disciple of the Luo family. The old men also loved to gossip. Is Qin Shu, the biological son of the eldest young miss, reasonable for this? Heard Qin Shu was expelled from the feathering sect. Immediately, Luo Yun retorted, her voice ringing out without thinking, face sullen, not caring about anyone. So what if it isn't reasonable? She didn't stop criticizing. This guy Luo has the surname Luo, but isn't from a main Luo lineage. He's just a stable boy. If he could become a disciple, then why can't Qin Shu? Being humiliated, Luo immediately scowled, lips pressed tight, eyes wide, face hardening as if writing an enemy's name in a black book in his head. Hateful stable boy, keep calling me a stable boy. Luo Yun, one day I will kill every single one of your lineage without leaving a survivor. Luo Yun's siblings were equally annoyed. Just then, a sound rang out. Ma Tiandao triggered an important mission to destroy Qin Shu. Qin Shu was startled enough to open his eyes wide, eyebrows twitching, mouth slightly open as if planning to scream but hadn't caught his breath yet. An important mission? Ma Tiandao had never triggered an important mission before. Ma Tiandao spoke up. Qin Shu is the one Ma Tiandao must destroy. Destroy him, and you will receive a peerless reward. It urged, Go, destroy Qin Shu, achieve dominion. He acted arrogantly, gripping his sword tight. Rest assured, even without the mission, I must definitely destroy this Qin Shu. The elders were discussing together. I don't think it's appropriate. If the Luo family disciple is surnamed Qin, spreading it out will make others die of laughter. This matter should be considered long-term. But Luo cut in, give him a chance. He bluntly declared, I give Qin Shu a chance to challenge this disciple. I want to kill him with my own hands. An elder spoke up, if that's the case, please go to the martial arts arena for the duel. At this moment at the martial arts arena, people gathered to watch the good show. Luo spoke up, Qin Shu, today you and I step onto this heavenly platform. We must decide life and death. Now it is too late for you to regret. But in return was only a contemptuous smile from Qin Shu, lips curling up. Luo, a stable boy, can turn the tables, but cannot be arrogant, at least not arrogant in front of me. The consequence of arrogance is being killed by me. He gritted his teeth. Stop talking nonsense, make your move. Luo and aggressively drew his sword. Then let me show you my heaven-defying 10 swords, second form. He swung out a sword path of peerless pressure. But Qin Shu did not hesitate to accept the move. Just in time, heaven-destroying 10 swords, first form. Two sources of pressure crashed straight into each other. The audience could only gape. Too strong. Both are very strong, equal in power. Pointing his sword forward, Luo mocked. You blocked it. You are very good. Worthy of me, continuing to draw my sword. Qin Shu's eyes were cold to the extreme. He mocked. Still continuing to pretend here with me. Then he raised his sword high, unleashing a domineering aura, heaven-defying 10 swords, third form. Sensing the sharp blast of wind approaching, Luo gritted his teeth and launched a move to counter. Unexpectedly, the result was a miserable defeat as he was knocked flying into the air, spinning wildly like a kite with a broken string, then hanging suspended with a bewildered face, still not understanding what had happened. Below, his sword was stuck deep in a humiliating manner. Scrambling up from the ground, Luo roared in resentment. Hateful! You dare to injure me. Are you even worthy of injuring me? Qin Shu's eyes were cold as ice and snow, carrying undisguised contempt. You just keep on pretending. Having spoken, he unleashed a celestial sword path, body movement like lightning, sword light flashing so fast no one could react in time. Luo only saw a blur before being pinned down by the sharp sword path, falling backward. Qin Shu probed with a cold voice, still pretending or not. In front of me, you must be a bit humble and self-effacing, understand? Witnessing the absolute suppression, everyone around couldn't help but discuss excitedly. Too strong. Is this the 18th divine son of legend? The peerless heavens chosen who made a name for himself in the eastern wastelands in a short time. Yet Luo is no match in a fight. Outside, Luo Yun appeared even more excited than the main character. Satisfying her grudge, the resentment endured for so many days finally dispersed. She ceaselessly cheered with pride. Heaven's chosen, look at my cousin Qin Shu. This is a true heaven's chosen. Even her biological younger brother, standing next to her, was speechless. Now, calling him cousin? Before, the one who looked down on Qin Shu was also you, right? Women are fickle. Amidst the dust and smoke, Luo's furious roar rang out. I am truly angry now. He frantically rushed in for revenge. Heaven-defying 10 swords, 5th sword. Still the familiar move. Qin Shu smirked. You are truly pretending. He also showed no mercy, immediately countering. Heaven-destroying 10 swords, 4th form. When Luo's figure tumbled down once again, the crowd erupted in cheers. Qin Shu is truly too formidable, not just ordinarily strong. It can be seen that he hasn't even used his full strength, yet he has beaten Luo until he has no strength to fight back. Perhaps the Luo family really has produced a disciple of a different surname. Luo's eyes were red as blood. He went mad, screaming loudly as if someone had snatched his rice bowl, limbs flailing wildly, looking nothing like a villain, but more like someone having stomach cramps. I will not lose. He picked up the sword, face arrogant to the extreme. I, Luo, and the darling of this heaven and earth, the heaven-defying sun, 8 sword of the heaven-defying 10 swords, shattering the void. He created a terrifying storm of sword chi, a wave of his hand, sending wind blowing wildly, sword chi splashing in all directions, looking no different from a failed fire dance performance. In complete contrast to Luo's madness, Qin Shu remained strangely calm, holding his sword steadily. You are using your life to pretend here. Do you understand or not? His face darkened, anger towering to the sky. 8th sword of the heaven-destroying 10 swords. A giant energy sword pierced through the void, slashing straight at the top of his head. Luo was knocked flying far away, the rocks beneath his feet shattering into pieces. At the same time, a warning sound rang out loudly in his head. Ma Tian Dao reminded, the opponent's strength is too strong. You have fallen into a dangerous state. Please immediately admit defeat to keep your life for now. Wait for the day to return." Although blood kept coughing out, he stubbornly roared, "Admit defeat?" His whole body was heavily injured, but Luo's madness did not decrease at all. "Since I have risen, I will not lose anymore. I, Luo, will absolutely not admit defeat." Suddenly, an aura of evil and darkness erupted from his body. Luo's body emitted a gloomy aura that made the whole stand suddenly stunned. What happened? Why did Luo awaken the heavenly demon body? My Luo family members don't awaken the immortal Dao body. How can they awaken a different physique? Even Qin Shu did not anticipate this situation. Heavenly demon body, a physique similar to Yuan Hong. Only the aura Yuan Hong brought was completely different. Luo swung his sword powerfully, evil energy tearing apart everything blocking the way, striking ruthlessly and coldly. His eyes were full of killing intent, without a bit of hesitation. Can you dodge or not? Evil energy surged and wrapped around Qin Shu, forming a deadly constricting vortex. Luo smiled with satisfaction. "Qin Shu, do you have anything left to say? You have now are for me to dispose of as I please." Confident for not long, Qin Shu poured a bucket of cold water straight on Luo's face. "I can only say one sentence. Is that all?" The evil energy had wrapped tightly around his body, so Luo was extremely confident, stiffly retorting. He raised his sword, intending to send Qin Shu to see the king of hell with one move. But immediately, he exploded with the power of the solar divine body, shattering Luo's tightly wrapping layer of spiritual pressure. The result was that he was pushed down uncontrollably by that stream of power. He coughed up blood, face utterly bewildered, eyes darting continuously, unable to stand firm, mouth opening but unable to utter a word. "What? My heavenly demon body." Qin Shu laughed coldly, advancing to retaliate. "I will also fulfill your wish." He swung a domineering sword, the sword path decisive, spiritual power erupting violently, the pressure spreading without restraint. Luo opened his mouth wide in despair, finding it hard to accept this bitter truth. Right at the moment of life and death, he suddenly screamed one last sentence. "Qin Shu, do you want to know how your mother died back then?" Qin Shu's fatal sword path suddenly halted right before the opponent's throat. The violent spiritual pressure was also retracted, sparing Luo's life. He panted heavily, chest heaving, face tense to the extreme. Without a second of hesitation, Qin Shu grit out a question. "My mother's matter. Why do you know?" Luo recounted in broken breaths. Back then, the eldest young miss of the Luo family was pregnant and ambushed. My father was the person following to protect her. He raised his eyebrows, eyes full of resentment. "It is precisely because of this matter that our lineage was punished to feed horses for generations." He furrowed his brows, coldly stating a condition. "Tell me what you know, and I will spare you from death." He recounted the terrifying truth. Back then, my father saw the culprit who ambushed the Luo family's eldest young miss with his own eyes, and drew a portrait of the culprit. Hearing this, Qin Shu was completely stunned. A shock like being doused with cold water in the middle of a summer noon made him freeze, eyes wide, mouth slightly open. How much anger rose up, his eyes darkened, chest heaving, hands clenched tight as if ready to explode at any moment. He grabbed his collar, ordering, "Give me the portrait to see." Luo obediently took it out from his pocket. When receiving the drawing, Qin Shu questioned, "It's been so many years. Why do you only speak of this matter now?" He confessed in bitterness, "Because of this matter me and my family were punished to be horse herders. On what basis should I take it out?" Luo gritted his teeth, face full of dissatisfaction. "In reality, if the situation wasn't urgent today, I would never have taken it out in this lifetime." Looking at him, Qin Shu probed once more, "Are you sure this portrait is real?" He affirmed firmly, "Absolutely sure, but this is only one of them. Back then, the people participating in the ambush were at least over 3 people. Very surprising, right? Back then, Cultivators who were not human also participated in ambushing the Luo family's eldest young miss. The resentment made Qin Shu smile ironically, killing intent billowing. With this portrait, I can quickly find out who this non-human cultivator is. No matter who it is, prepare to endure my wrath. At this moment, Luo Yin put her hands on her hips, proudly boasting to everyone. Now, our cousin Qin Shu has officially become the disciple of the Luo family. Representing the Luo family to conquer the ancient bronze palace. Do any of you still have opinions? The elders also gradually accepted. The strong of my Luo family are respected. If Qin Shu is the final winner, naturally he will be the disciple, hoping disciple Qin Shu can regain honor for the Luo family. Putting the painting away, Qin Shu emphasized a firm sentence, rest assured, and then everyone gradually left the martial arts hall. Luoan was left holding a massive grudge, collapsing in defeat. Defeated, in the end, it was still defeat. I am not resigned. A cold notification sounded in his mind. Mission failed. That brat Qin Shu is the most outstanding prodigy of the Eastern Wasteland, possessing the Emperor Dao fate. To kill this brat, there is still a long way to go. Luoan fell into extreme panic, stuck with no way out. What should I do now? Now that I've lost the position of disciple, I'm afraid the Luo family won't have a place for me. Just then, a beep in his ear stunned him. Ma Tian Dao reminds you. There is now a peerless opportunity. Obtaining it will make you a peerless prodigy of the Eastern Wasteland. The price is falling into the devil path. He froze, his whole body turning cold as he asked himself what? Fall into the devil path. At this moment, Ma Tian Dao frowned, asking in a gritty voice, please choose, accept or not. Luo furrowed his brows, his eyes full of doubt. Fall into the devil path. I am a descendant of an immortal emperor family, the orthodox lineage of the Luo family. How can I fall into the devil path? At the same time, the stern voice of an elder called out his name, Luo. He ordered coldly, you have been defeated and lost your identity as a disciple. You're still a branch member of the Luo family, so go back to the stable. Hearing this, he couldn't help but panic. What? Are you mistaken? Even if I lost the disciple identity, I'm still one of the prodigies of the Luo family. You're telling me to go back to the horse stable? The elder asked back casually with sarcasm. Why? Is that not okay? Go back to where you came from. Isn't that very normal? At this moment, Luo pointed his finger and said indignantly, you bully people too much. In the end, you all still look down on me. He glanced over and spoke coldly. Hurry up. The horses in the stable haven't been fed for days. Go back immediately. Don't let me repeat myself. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, glaring with resentment, detestable. Unable to suppress his emotions, Luo rushed forward swinging his fist, I'll kill you. However, in a split second, the elder gently grabbed his face. Immediately after, he threw Luo thousands of meters away. And then, the elder raised his voice to lecture, overestimating yourself. What is this old man's cultivation base, and what is yours? You dare to attack me? Thinking you have a bit of aptitude, you no longer know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you dare to resist again, I will kill you. He scrambled up, wearing an expression of extreme indignation, his eyes flashing with hatred. At that moment, Luo could only silently watch him leave. Afterward, he clenched his fists, punched the ground, and roared, detestable. His voice trembled as he uttered a threat. I will definitely make you all pay the price. After the recent incident, Luo made a decision. Ma Tiandao, I agree. I am willing to fall into the devil path. To take revenge, he was ready to pay the price. Just give me invincible power, and I am willing to pay any price. Receiving this answer, Ma Tiandao smiled sinisterly in delight. In a flash, the system announced, congratulations on obtaining a peerless opportunity. A devil seed will be planted in your body. In the future, you will become the supreme heavenly demon. Very good. Feeling the abundant energy, Luo roared in joy. Wonderful. This is... The moment he felt it, he was extremely satisfied. The power that I want. At the same time, The scorching sun shone directly onto the roof of the Luo family. The mage was exerting all his strength to transmit energy to heal Little White. Her senior brother stood outside witnessing this, his heart unable to suppress a rising unease. A second later, he asked anxiously, "How is it? What is the situation with my sister's body?" The mage closed his eyes to sense every breath, then replied, "There is something unusual. Little White's body seems to have." At this moment, she bit her lip, enduring waves of intense pain, sweat pouring down incessantly. She even clenched her hands, trying to suppress the bursts of power erupting within. And then Little White screamed, and the aura immediately surged out uncontrollably. Seeing this, Qin Shu gaped in astonishment and ordered worriedly, "Not good, cousin, step back quickly." At that moment, her entire body was enveloped by glowing red dark energy. Although the mage tried his best, he could not withstand that demonic power. And then, that power directly knocked him back. The attack was extremely powerful, causing the mage to cough up blood in pain. Those streams of dark energy gathered in a flash to form a human shape. It was raising a fist, preparing to strike. Facing the critical situation, he could only reach out his hand, trying to resist to the end. Seeing this, Qin Shu exerted himself to assist, his voice ringing out decisively, "Leave it to me." At this point, the mage had to struggle up, pushing back the demon at all costs. Suppress. Immediately, Little White lost her strength, her body relaxed, and she fainted. The senior brother called out softly in worry, "Little sister." However, it didn't stop there. She tilted her head and sneered coldly, "You all." At this moment, Little White seemed to float, her whole body emitting countless dark auras. "Must die." Witnessing this scene, Nuo frowned in uneasiness, speechless. "This aura is truly gloomy, I'm afraid." Saying that, she immediately executed a technique. Must control her. However, things were not simple. Little White decisively grabbed Nuo's wrist. Little White's eyes were sharp, staring at her without looking away. Nuo was startled and exclaimed, "What?" A moment later, Nuo gradually felt a sense of unease. "Not good. She is corrupting me." Just taking a glance, Qin Shu immediately realized this is necrotic chi, and then he decided to step forward to protect her. "Step aside, leave it to me." A second later, blood poured out profusely from Little White's eyes and mouth, looking extremely terrifying. At this moment, Qin Shu was taking Nuo's place, but everything seemed to go very smoothly. The mage couldn't help but worry, standing outside to remind him, "Cousin, be careful, don't get infected." He tilted his face, confidently assuring with a firm tone, "No problem." And then, Qin Shu showed off his hidden ability. "I have the taboo supreme skin. This necrotic chi cannot corrupt me." He tried to speak loudly to awaken Little White. "Little sister Bai, wake up." A second later, Qin Shu decisively let go, causing her to fall backward. At this moment, the streams of dark energy in Little White's body were expelled one by one. Finally, she returned to her true self. He went over to support her with one hand. As soon as she woke up, her eyes were full of panic. Then she spoke, "Brother Qin Shu, I am." He gently patted her head and comforted her softly, "It's okay." When everything was resolved satisfactorily, the ancestor slowly walked out. He walked forward slowly, but did not make any sound. Upon discovering him, the mage and Nuo immediately clasped their hands in salute. "Ancestor, greetings to the ancestor." The ancestor walked straight to Qin Shu and spoke, "You are the new generation disciple of the Luo family, Qin Shu." Seeing this, he also clasped his hands and bowed. Qin Shu greets the ancestor. He suddenly smiled kindly, "Very similar to your mother. Back then, your father was the junior I favored the most. What a pity." However, he abruptly interrupted, "Let it be. Let's not bring up sad memories today." And then, Qin Shu asked a few words, "Ancestor, you haven't come out of seclusion for decades. Coming here this time is." He answered frankly, The ancestor sensed an unusual aura. Then he glanced at Little White and remarked, "This girl is not simple." Qin Shu asked in confusion, "Ancestor, in what way is she not simple?" Without saying much, he immediately took action, gently striking a stream of power into her. Immediately, Little White's entire body radiated blinding golden light. Within that light appeared a mysterious black rose with a purple glow. Seeing this, he was a bit surprised. This is the aura of death. Could it be that I saw wrong? Without hesitation, the ancestor quickly corrected, "You did not see wrong." A quiet affirmation rang out. "This is the death spirit flower of legend." Hearing this, everyone froze, gaping in astonishment. Nuo didn't want to believe this was the truth. What? The death spirit flower, one of the 10 great immortal medicines. How could it be in her body? And then he slowly explained, "I speculate that this little girl is very likely an immortal medicine herself. She is the incarnation of the immortal medicine." Suddenly, the ancestor's face darkened as he continued. "However, this death spirit flower is far from reaching maturity. Otherwise, with the black aura of death, any living being that touches it would surely die." Hearing this, the senior brother couldn't contain his emotions. "Then what will happen to my sister in the future?" The ancestor revealed honestly, "This is also the first time I have seen an immortal medicine. The death spirit flower is different from other immortal medicines. It brings death more than anything else, so not many people target it. Besides that," he specifically added a warning, "but some evil cultivators will be extremely interested in the death spirit flower. This little girl's origin must be kept a secret." Seeing the unstable situation, Qin Shu asked directly, "How long can she live?" The ancestor replied coldly, "The death spirit flower is very mysterious. There are many things I cannot see through. Why the death spirit flower took human form and even possesses intelligence, no different from a living person. These are all unbelievable things. Therefore, I can only make a conservative estimate based on the complex aura of heaven and earth rules within her body." As he spoke, the ancestor raised 3 fingers to affirm. An answer that stunned Little White. "I'm afraid there are only 3 years left." The senior brother, unreconciled, roared, "What? My sister can only live for 3 more years?" Even so, Qin Shu calmly sought a way. Does the ancestor know any method to help Little White? He could only shake his head in resignation. "I don't know. However, this time you're representing the Luo family to explore the ancient bronze palace. The ancient bronze palace is one of the most mysterious existences in the heavens. Perhaps there will be some harvest there. Who knows?" Hearing this, he clasped his hands respectfully in thanks. "I understand." Soon, time flew by. 3 days later, everyone was present to send Qin Shu off. Before he left, the ancestor specifically instructed, "Qin Shu, going to the ancient bronze palace this time, you must not lose the reputation of my Luo family." He raised his hand and replied with confidence, "Ancestor, rest assured, I will let them know that I, Qin Shu, have returned." At the same time, Little White's senior brother slowly stepped forward as if he had a plan. And then he sincerely asked, "Big brother Qin, can I go with you?" The resentment in the senior brother's heart was immense. "I'm not willing to let my sister die just like that. I want to do something for her." Before deciding, Qin Shu said in a gritty voice, "The ancient bronze palace is extremely dangerous. Moreover, those who go there are disciples of great powers." Even so, he was determined. "I'm not afraid." Seeing her senior brother so devoted to her, Little White was anxious and restless. "Brother." Without hesitation, he bravely concluded, "Say no more. Take me with you. Life or death is my own responsibility." Thereupon, Qin Shu agreed, "Each disciple can bring 2 followers in. Since that's the case, I will take you." Saying that, he turned to say goodbye. "Everyone, let's set off." In a split second, both of them moved as fast as if they had rockets attached to their butts. Unfolding before their eyes, then, was the grandeur of the ancient bronze palace. At that place, a grumpy voice raised a question. "Tell me, Why has the first son of God become a disciple? And what about the 18th son of God? Qin Shu scratched his head and answered awkwardly. Ancestor Yang Ming, please don't be angry with me. I didn't want to come either. This isn't my fault. Yang Ming asked again grumpily. Cut the crap. I'm asking you where the 18th son of God is? He clasped his hands, bowed his head, and confessed. The 18th son of God has renounced the title of son of God, left the Ascension sect, and his current whereabouts are unknown. Hearing this, the old man froze, steam coming out of his ears. What? Not stopping there, Yang Ming continued to interrogate. Tell me the details. What happened? S frowned, looking annoyed, while sweating anxiously. At this moment, the harsh sun shone directly onto the tense scene between the two. A while later, he frankly told everything. Ancestor, that's what happened. Yang Ming stroked his beard, understanding, so it was because of that girl. Ancestor Ing and Ancestor Yang are truly too overbearing. He was extremely dissatisfied. They are merely two pets of the Ascension sect's great emperor, daring to directly interfere in the Ascension sect's affairs. Once I return, I'm not finished with them. Not long after, the time to enter the ancient bronze palace finally arrived. A commanding voice echoed, "My disciples, enter quickly, seize the immortal opportunity. This time the ancient bronze palace will determine the foundation for you to become emperors in the future." Hearing this, Yang Ming temporarily waved it off. Fine, things have come to this, you just go into the ancient bronze palace first. S clasped his hands and confidently guaranteed, "This disciple will definitely do his best. I have confidence in winning this great opportunity for the Ascension sect." However, the old man replied, making him feel disappointed. "Confidence, my ass." A second later, Yang Ming affirmed, "I, the ancestor, only believe in the 18th son of God. You guys going is just participating for the sake of it." Long Es seemed very bitter, but still had to suppress it. "Ancestor, I'm going in first." Following that, he called out loudly, "Fourth son of God, second son of God." A manly man keeps his word, so he reminded them, "I said it, I will take you two in." Not long after, all three flew towards the ancient bronze palace at the same time. At that moment, they stood before the city gate, hesitating and not entering. A second later, he frowned and asked himself with hope, "Will the Son of God come?" Hearing this, be immediately continued, "Our Son of God is the one who holds the destiny of heaven and earth." He dared to confidently state his feeling. "I feel he won't miss this grand gathering." Suddenly, the bald man paused. However, the Son of God doesn't have the status of an emperor's son. Even if he comes, he cannot touch it. At the same time, a decisive voice echoed, reporting, "The Yi family's emperor's son, Yi Fan, has arrived." At this moment, he stood tall on a carriage that was still accelerating. Yi Fan appeared with a solemn expression, his deep eyes observing the situation. As soon as they saw him, everyone buzzed with discussion. "It's Yi Fan of the Yi family. He is the one topping the Bronze Phoenix Heaven's Pride list." A second later, someone whispered, "Emperor's son of the Yi family. Do you have anything to say?" He replied smugly, "I heard the 18th son of God, Qin Shu, has been expelled from the Ascension sect. It's a bit of a pity. I originally planned to cut him down this time. He was even arrogant. Now it seems he no longer has the qualifications to make me act personally." Not only Yi Fan, but there was also another loud show-off. "That guy Qin Shu actually didn't come to the ancient bronze palace. Wait until I seize the opportunity here. I will definitely cut him down." The blue-haired woman pursed her lips, thinking, "It's good that he didn't come. I hope I won't see him again in this life." The eunuch explained sternly, "Someone who doesn't even have the title of Emperor's son is no longer worthy of being your opponent. Your inner demon can be eliminated." Suddenly, the young master of the Lin family flew in from somewhere, his mouth ceaselessly belittling him. "Qin Shu, you are truly a piece of trash. Falling into this plight, not even qualified to enter the ancient bronze palace, it's truly retribution." Seeing his appearance, everyone marveled. "It's crowned Prince Lin of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom. I heard he's been suppressed by Qin Shu for a long time. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Kingdom also has a slot to enter. This Crown Prince Lin, although defeated many times, constantly rises again. It seems he has great fortune himself. As soon as he landed, Crown Prince Lin laughed gleefully and promised, "Qin Shu, you thieving dog, later this Crown Prince will definitely not let you off." Hearing this, Mingyu couldn't hold back and retorted, "Shut up! Are you worthy of insulting my master?" He felt confused, then pointed his finger and questioned, "Xiao Mingyu, you slut." At this point, you were still wholeheartedly protecting him. As he spoke, Crown Prince Lin smiled sinisterly. "Later, I will definitely let you see with your own eyes Qin Shu kneeling before me in repentance." At this point, Mingyu was so angry her body tensed up. "Crown Prince Lin, if you dare speak nonsense again, I will cut you down." From there, he started getting grumpy and criticized. "Just you dare to speak to me like that? Now, without Qin Shu protecting you. Do you believe I will kill you right now?" A voice suddenly rang out from somewhere, full of threat. "You little bastard, you dare." Hearing the voice, Crown Prince Lin immediately turned around and questioned, "Who is so bold?" It turned out Qin Shu had appeared long ago. He tilted his head and replied nonchalantly. He was startled and speechless, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What?" Qin Shu and the senior brother stood on high. Everyone looking at them was astounded. "Qin Shu." Everyone below buzzed strangely. "It's Qin Shu." Qin Shu actually came too. Indeed, he wouldn't miss such a grand gathering. Mingyu used her hand to shield the sun, raising her head to welcome him. "Son of God." Seeing him, Bi laughed heartily. The Son of God has indeed arrived. The others were equally happy. Finally, they could see the Son of God again. Only Crown Prince Lin remained opposed. "Qin Shu, what are you here for? Now you're nothing but a homeless dog. What qualification do you have to participate in this?" At this moment, Qin Shu began to get annoyed and ordered, "Xiao Mingyu, this little bastard is too noisy. No need to give him face, speed him." Receiving the assignment, she agreed immediately. "Master, as you command." Saying that, Mingyu gathered her strength and rushed as fast as lightning to teach him a lesson. The matter was clear, but Crown Prince Lin was quick to be smug. "Not knowing your own strength, Xiao Mingyu, a slut like you is worthy?" Her attack power was both fast and strong, making him unable to react in time. When directly engaging, Crown Prince Lin was truly astonished. What? In just a single note, Mingyu was able to easily deal with the trash. A second later, the force of her move directly pushed him back thousands of meters. At that time, Crown Prince Lin gritted his teeth helplessly, silently recognizing the move. God King Aura. Finally, he lay motionless on the ground in panic. Crown Prince Lin was unwilling to give up, tried to prop himself up, and asked, "Xiao Mingyu, you are actually already at the God King realm." She crossed her arms and answered with immense pride. Surprised? It was all bestowed by the master. What do you have to compare with the master? Mingyu affirmed coldly. In front of the master, you are not even equal to trash. Crown Prince Lin quickly stood up and dusted himself off, his heart filled with extreme indignation. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and threatened. "Xiao Mingyu, just you wait." That day, a ray of harsh sunlight quietly crept down to shine on the city gate. Qin Shu observed seriously for a while, then muttered, "Time to go in." Seeing that, Crown Prince Lin tried his best to stop him. "Qin Shu, you are not an emperor's son. You basically have no qualification to enter the ancient bronze palace." Although beaten in a fight, he still didn't stop being arrogant. "So what if you came? You basically aren't worthy to enter." At the same time, the blonde guy also agreed. "That's right. Even if Qin Shu is a peerless heaven's pride, he cannot enter the ancient bronze palace. This is a matter discussed by figures at the sect ancestor level. Only emperor's sons can enter. Qin Shu coming here is in vain." Saying that, Crown Prince Lin pointed his finger and chased him away. "Qin Shu, hurry up and get the hell out of here." Simultaneously, he also uttered a threat. "Wait until this crown prince obtains the opportunity from the ancient bronze palace and comes out. I will definitely suppress you." At the same time, the ancestor suddenly appeared and asked grimly, "Who says Qin Shu doesn't have the qualification?" He corrected it himself. Qin Shu is the emperor's son of my Luo family in this generation. Hearing the familiar voice, his heart was extremely proud, but he still kept a calm appearance. Crown Prince Lin suddenly froze, sweating profusely, unable to believe it. What? Everyone around was astonished, focusing their eyes on Qin Shu. Crown Prince Lin was unwilling to accept it, hurriedly retorting, "Qin Shu is surnamed Qin. How can he be the Luo family's emperor's son? Is there a mistake?" The ancestor shouted crossly, "Shut up! Why do you need to interfere in my Luo family's affairs? If you dare talk too much, the ancestor, will slap you to smithereens right now." The sentence carried a heavy weight, directly threatening Crown Prince Lin. A second later, he turned away in frustration to vent his anger on him. Damn it. At this moment, Crown Prince Lin stepped forward and guaranteed, "So what if you can enter? This time, this Crown Prince will not lose." Before entering, the ancestor gave a few more instructions. "Emperor's son, most people have already entered. We cannot delay any longer." It seemed the people outside were worried about Qin Shu. "Son of God, let me go in with you." The space suddenly became noisy with pleas. "Son of God, let me go with you. I want to enter too." He stopped for a few seconds, observed around, then spoke up. "About this, among you guys, I can only take one person." C immediately came up with an idea. "Draw lots. Since everyone wants to, let's draw lots to decide." Saying that, everyone gathered together, each holding a lot in their hand. D held up the lot, smiling and showing off happily. "I drew it. I can go in with the Son of God." A and C both felt regretful. Why is this guy so lucky? "Pray for safety. I offer 1,000 spirit stones. Can you yield a spot to me?" He quickly ran to Qin Shu. "No yielding. I won't yield even if I die. I want to follow the Son of God inside." And then, he coldly ordered, "Let's go." C hurriedly followed behind. Qin Shu's heart was extremely determined at that time to let those pieces of trash know that Qin Shu, have arrived. Immediately, the three of them flew straight inside together, ready to fight. As soon as they arrived, the gate automatically opened, welcoming them. The senior brother exclaimed with some surprise, "The ancient bronze palace is truly moving." At the same time, C was also quite interested. "Truly majestic, making me just want to prostrate myself." His eyes lit up with enjoyment. It is indeed one of the most mysterious existences in the heavens. He looked around and felt every bit of it. This aura transcending time and space makes one unable to help but generate countless emotions. Qin Shu reminded them in a serious voice. "This time entering, you two must stick close to me. The ancient bronze palace is certainly not a peaceful place." At the same time, a carriage was rushing over. "Make way." The speed of the approach was so fast that everyone was stunned. He immediately pushed the two of them back while shouting loudly, "Careful!" Seeing a significant collision was imminent, they stopped and stared at them. A second later, they frowned and shouted, "Are you blind? Daring to bump into our young king? I'll cripple you." The senior brother immediately retorted, "Damn it, clearly you bumped into us first, yet you try to turn black into white." My temper is. However, they still arrogantly provoked. "So what about your temper? If you dare say another word, I'll beat you until you're crippled, understand?" At the same time, a voice softly echoed from behind the curtain, "Don't bicker with them, let's go in." Hearing this, they immediately recognized it. It's the young king. And then a small box squeezed directly inside. The senior brother spoke up bitterly, "Damn it, this young king of the god race is too showy." Qin Shu remained calm and calculated. "Don't worry, no one can pretend in front of this emperor god and retreat with their life intact." Without further hesitation, this time, the three of them truly entered inside. "Let's go." As soon as they arrived, they paused, preparing to land. Seeing the desolate scenery before them, they felt a bit bewildered. On the long road, it looked quite smooth, and there seemed to be no danger inside. Qin Shu looked around, then softly remarked, We have been walking here for a very long time, yet we haven't met anyone else. From that, he implicitly understood what the Son of God meant. We and the others who entered are actually not in the same passage. He also had the exact same thought. It must be so. The space inside this ancient bronze palace is likely chaotic. Qin Shu looked up, his heart filled with unease, wondering if Jiang Qing had entered yet. At that moment, a soft voice rang out from somewhere. Brother Qin Shu. It turned out to be Qing'er, who had arrived long ago. She waved her hand to welcome him. The two of them quickly approached, and Qin Shu smiled softly, saying, Sister Qing'er, I just mentioned you, and here you are. She cheerfully asked, Brother Qin Shu, have you gained anything in here? He could only shake his head wearily. No gains at all. Since entering the ancient bronze palace, we have only been walking in the passage and haven't encountered anything else. What about you? Qing'er smirked and replied, I, on the contrary, found something very interesting. Does Brother Qin Shu want to see? He was excited, his eyes immediately lighting up. Let me see. Qing'er slowly reached her hand into her clothes, acting secretive. Brother Qin Shu, look. A second later, she pulled a knife directly out from her clothes. Seeing this scene, he was startled, gritted his teeth, and fell backward. The sharp knife was swung out, the tip flashing with light. Without hesitation, Qing'er rushed forward to attack. A stream of dark purple aura appeared from nowhere. Facing this scene, Qin Shu tried to resist, his heart filled with shock. What? She gave a sinister smile and asked, Brother Qin Shu, it hurts a lot, doesn't it? From that, he immediately realized, you are basically not Jiang Qing'er. Who are you? She immediately admitted, of course I am not Jiang Qing'er. I am the one who wants to kill you. At that moment, the knife was still embedded in his body. Hearing that, Qin Shu gave a slight scornful smile. Kill me? He calmly pulled the knife out, leaving a black hole on his body. Are you even worthy? She was startled, unable to believe it. What? It didn't pierce through? And then, Qin Shu threw the knife behind him, then spoke in a gritty voice. His face turned pale and stern as he interrogated. What kind of thing are you? As soon as she was discovered, Qing'er was so furious she was speechless. Finally, she decided to reveal her true face, since it had come to this. A monstrous form was immediately exposed. I will kill you with my own hands. Seeing that, he paused, secretly terrified. What is this thing? Without much time, that creature rushed up to attack. Standing before this situation, Qin Shu quickly drew his sword, the Dragon Origin Divine Sword. He swung the sword directly, decisively destroying the opponent. Slash! Immediately, that monster was flung far away, and the wound suddenly flashed with a strange green light.